you understand that? I'm asking Taylor. Taylor, do you understand that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't think.
All right. Well, wait. Well, I'm gonna tell you that the way that you're comporting yourself
And they're
is
not.
so.
They're literally insulting.
I'm asking you if you're aware of your part in this.
I'm literally just asking.
Are you aware? So the answer is no. You're not aware of your part in this.
I've not insulted people here as they've done to me.
Are you
They
aware
called
of
me
your?
intellectually dishonest. They said I'm lying
Yes,
about my
they did.
credentials.
That's how you.
Yes, you are lying.
So just a minute. Just a minute. Hold on a second, Taylor. Taylor, I'm going to ask you a question. I want you to be quiet while I'm talking and just listen to it. Do you understand? Do you agree that you have a part in your interactions? That there is two pieces to this. You and the people you're talking to. We agree on that. I would hope.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you understand that you? Okay. I'm telling you that you are coming off as intellectually dishonest. You may not.
What?
You may not intend to be,
ask questions,
but you 100% are. Okay, that's feedback for you. All right, if you cannot agree with me, you can say no. I'm DeVore. You're wrong. I'm coming
Is
off.
it dishonest to question things?
It is dishonest to. Do you know what sea lioning is?
No.
Okay, sea lioning is when you ask a whole bunch of questions over and over and over as a kind of harassment.
Like they're doing to me?
No.
Oh yeah.
Just a minute. Hold on. When you ask, wait, Taylor. When you ask Shoebill what instrument he used for his measurement, okay?
Yes, you asked me that too.
That is, what's that?
That's a perfectly fine question.
So there's nothing that you could do with that answer.
Yeah,
you don't have the skill or the background to evaluate whether he used the tool or the right tool or not.
I wasn't going to say use the wrong tool. I was just wondering what kind of system it is.
Yes, I get that, but when you say that, it comes off as intensely dishonest.
No, that was a reasonable question. That was a reasonable question asked once.
So
I did only ask once.
I'm telling. It's not a reasonable question for a person who can't interpret the answer. There is no answer that she would be able to interpret correctly. I mean, you could say, wait, Taylor, I'm modding. So I want to make sure that we're clear on this. I'm telling you that you are coming off as dishonest, and that is why you may not intend to be, and that's fine. You may not actually be intellectually dishonest, and that's great. But that's how you are presenting yourself.
And you don't have anything to say to all these
you are getting the reaction you're getting.
All right, no comment to anybody else in here but me.
I'm telling you, because people. So the reason why everybody was talking to you is because people had a lot of respect for you.
Yeah, right.
As an example of some things that Taylor has clung to, which is trigger, is that we don't understand refraction, or we're not modeling refraction. We're not measuring refraction well enough so that the flat Earth only looks curved due to.
Wait, Taylor, let him finish.
Wait, hold on.
I've heard you say that the whole thing with curvature is a misinterpretation of refraction.
Prerogative to say that.
Yeah, I know. And that's the offensive part, because when trying to discuss with you that we have measured refraction, we do employ refraction, and the curvature of the Earth is measured, and refraction is involved, that increases the radius, the apparent radius, and you said, whoa, you didn't take all the variables. Oh, you got humidity. Is the pressure lower at the surface than the higher at the surface? Yeah, it's just like round and round you go. And I said, no, it's been measured, it's been modeled, and to sufficient accuracies to return elevations by zenith angles and using refraction and the known radius of the Earth. And you seem to say, whoa, you didn't, you doubted it.
Okay.
I also have a point to make here.
All right, I'm going to finish this up. I'm going to go on mute. Taylor, I'm telling you that that this is the way you're coming off. I realize you believe it is justified. Okay, whether or not I don't have the ultimate power to tell you if it's justified or not. But I am telling you that is how you are presenting yourself. If it were me,
the way your people are acting are justified, though.
If it were me, I would choose to present myself in a different fashion, and that's something I am in honestly good faith asking you because these people gave you a lot of respect.
And you should say thank you, Taylor.
Can I make a point?
Well, I want to
You're
let
here for education.
get in. I've had some people on mute. I want to let them get in. So make
Okay.
a point, but make it quickly.
Just for them to bring
Okay.
it.
My point would be, Taylor, you're not here seeking information. If you were seeking information, you'd be off reading a textbook. You don't learn the stuff from your courses by going into a Discord server and then muttering when your lecturer is trying to explain concepts to you. That is not how learning is done. And your assertion here as an alleged professional student that you are here in an attempt to increase your information base comes off as implausible and disrespectful. You wouldn't act that way in a class. If you want to learn stuff, you apparently won't believe us when we say stuff.
Tony.
Go and read a textbook.
Okay, we got it.
Basically, I just want to say that's precisely why I think, Taylor, you were being dishonest.
Yeah,
Is
so
that
that's
you're
why.
not actually here to ask questions and
Same thing over and over.
legitimately learn.
So,
Right.
so
So,
Taylor,
do you
that's why-
want to hear something new? Y'all just getting onto a grown-up for doing what she's supposed to do in a debate setting because you guys interpret what she did as something as a travesty to your personal feelings. Is that what I'm
Do
getting?
we need another hickaxe and Bible thumping idiot chiming in?
These are miniature gods. They have to get their way in.
10-on-1 is what they want.
Why is the Blue Origin rocket not
Oh, now
possible?
we got left lane. Left lane's going to defend.
Oh, come on,
that
Steve. Why is the
Trinitarian.
Blue Origin rocket not possible?
Well, oh my God, why is
Because
it
it
not
looks like a
possible?
penis?
Thank you. Somebody said it. Somebody.
They got windows. I mean, oh my
And we all know
God.
penises cannot fly. I mean,
Exactly.
Wait a minute. The Romans did draw winged penises.
they did?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm sure they
nice.
did. You
They
devil
drew them as
bastard.
graffiti. I think we may have to revisit that conclusion.
A
So
lot of
Steve,
Interesting. Then I fake news myself.
so Steve, what is it you wanted to say? I'm giving you a chance here. Go ahead.
Hey, listen. I was hoping you guys would let Taylor have a decent conversation. She seems like a nice young lady that would be nice to have a conversation with. I'm pretty sure I could have a decent conversation with her. But
Okay.
you guys come with your God Almighty bullshit math, and the tool. She asked, "Oh, what tool?" See, when I invoke a tool, I want to see the mechanical drawing. Have you guys ever looked at mechanical drawings on a tool? Like any tool you invoke, I want to see the information you're using, because more than likely you're using some form of frequency. See, so I want to know what tool you're using, and I want to know how
Okay.
you're applying it. So
Okay.
So
we could have Steve,
try having an intelligent conversation.
I got you.
instead of some arrogant math formula.
We get it. So here's what I'm going to recommend. If you want to talk about how the tools are used to do these measurements, hold on a second.
No, that's not you. No, you're fucking lying. I said, hey, have a conversation with her. You just questioned her 2 seconds ago because she asked about a tool. And now you're fucking trying to throw that in my face? No,
Steve.
go fuck yourself.
Okay,
I think I just found a tool.
So Steve, if you want to talk about how tools are used, I'm going to guess that it's in surveying. We have Shoebill here. Hold on a second. Hold on. And I would like to go back and forth. You to go back and forth with Shoebill, and you can ask questions because I believe you think you have some background in tool use for like surveying. Is that true?
No, I'm not a surveyor.
Well, do you have? So, what is your? How? I'm suggesting that we can talk about how the tools are used.
I know how to run what you call a transit, or what do you guys call them? Oh,
Okay.
a throttle. I know how to run a throttle.
Okay, all right, there you go.
You know how to turn an angle,
Steve?
Omni? Hey, Omni, you know how to turn an angle with a theodolite?
So,
Yes or
I
no?
know how to measure an angle with a theodolite.
Omni, if we're going to talk about tools, we want to know if you're familiar with them.
So,
Do you
wait a
know how
minute.
do you know
I'm gonna
how?
offer you a
Omni, yes
chance.
or no?
He won't be
Yes
quiet
or
now.
no?
He's not gonna let
Yes
you.
I'm going to offer you a
yes
chance
or
to
no?
do what you say you
Yes,
want. Okay?
yes
But hang on,
or
we got to get to
no?
somebody else. Okay, Grotesque. What did you want to say? Is that do you have the floor for a minute here?
But the whole thing about tools was, Taylor has asked, what did you use? Described. And that's a reasonable question. Asked once, right? And then, maybe a little more detail in it because she also had bought a total station or a digital theodolite. And so, yeah, that's a reasonable part of the discussion. But again, then she says, oh, you're not taking, when presented with measurement of curvature, she says, oh, that's because you don't understand refraction.
Yeah, well, that's not great, but I understand that. The reason why I found that to be a problem in that case is because it's asked as a challenge. It's not asked to try to figure out how could I do that. It's I took these measurements and it's asked to challenge whether or not the measurements are legit. But the base of knowledge to know if that's the right or wrong tool she doesn't have. So, Grotesque, you talked about being muted. I don't know if you can hear me, but your show is being off.
I wasn't trying to say
mute.
he's wrong too.
Yeah, what do you want, man?
Can I'm giving you a chance to say whatever it is you want to say.
Yeah, I lost that fucking idea a long time ago.
Okay.
I don't care.
All right.
This place sucks.
Can I say suggest something? Can we just move on from Taylor?
Yeah, I mean that's fine. If Taylor, if you don't want to be moved on from, I suggest you consider how your approach may.
I've got a great idea, actually. You just reminded me. Thank you. How about you guys stop saying the word Taylor all fucking night?
Yep.
How about you just let her not have to be part of the conversation unless she wants to be?
I agree.
Taylor,
So stop addressing her.
I second.
Like the 20 of you, stop fucking obsessing over this person.
I have a question then. I have a question then.
It's because it's a woman.
I have a question then. Is she trapped in this server? Like, is she unable?
She's trapped in
not
here with
trapped in
you,
the server.
apparently.
She's not trapped in the server.
So she can't leave. So she can't choose to leave. She's forced to be here. Is that what's going on?
So
No,
I don't want to.
if she's so unhappy and we're treating her so badly,
no, I think at this point it's mostly the spectacle.
Actually, I agree with
a bunch of geriatric fucking obsessive weirdos.
I agree with Cortez.
Stop saying her name.
Let's move on from this and not. And we don't need to use specific names for people who aren't in the conversation. I think that's great. Okay.
Let's have an intelligent conversation.
I've got a question. Are there any biblical literalists in the chat?
Biblical, literally. Why the fuck are we going to biblical now? Where the fuck? You don't know shit about God, so you have a really struggle with physics. I mean, why would you bring that up? Are you retarded?
I have a question for people who think that the account of Genesis literally happened.
Well, it sure as hell didn't happen in a big bang. So why don't you go on? Let's go on.
Did you fail to
bring a question? Bring a question to the floor.
Did you fail to get Duffy on your?
You guys are the most ungodly person in the world in here.
I was trying to ask the question.
Yeah,
I was trying to ask the question.
I made a very simple answer. None of you guys. None of you guys are biblical, so just
I read the Bible literally, meaning that I interpret the words in one way possible. It's correct.
I have a Bible on my desk right now. I'm looking at it. Thank you, sir.
So when I read the words can or shall or I will or donkey, I take them as a donkey or an intent to do something. Literally, that's what I mean.
Yeah. God,
the scripture reads
God ever talk to you?
So Rob's question was, do you take the Genesis account of creation to be literally correct?
Pretty damn close.
I was just talking about semantic meaning of words, literally.
That's the first clue. Well, why don't we go over it? Oh, he separated the water. That's the first clue, right? Like, if you're underneath water and you separated that, you'd be inside a fucking bubble, eh? So why don't you start right there? Go ahead.
Okay, actually, the question is, so the sun was created on the fourth day.
No, but you're skipping over. He laid his face. What do you think his face was? You think
So
God had? What do you think? God had a face? He laid it on the water. What do you imagine when he says that? What do you imagine? Come on, go ahead. What does that mean when he laid his face?
So my question
You're
Maybe
going to
he
let
gave
him
it life.
answer?
Light. He gave it light. Maybe, huh? Life
my
too.
my,
You
my
know.
Oh, you're
question
not going to
is
let him answer?
my question is in today we define a day as the movement of the sun across the sky.
Yeah, one day.
If
Yeah.
if the sun had not been created until the fourth day, how was day defined prior to that? According to a literal interpretation of tense.
That question doesn't even make sense. Would you reform it?
All right, what part of it didn't make sense to you?
Day. I mean, what are you trying to say? What God's word says by the meaning of a day? You're like, we're all pretty clear on the meaning of a day. So, what's your point?
We're clear on the meaning of a day, meaning the movement of the sun rising, sun setting. But the sun wasn't created until the fourth day. So
Yes,
how do you
exactly.
reckon the day 1, 2, and 3?
Story. Do you not know what a story is? It's to give you gentle information so that these can be passed on for generation after generation after generation. Separated the water, laid his face.
You don't believe that it was literal creation, that was the literal account of
Now literal, you're really fucking stepping out of bounds. See, that's where you guys get goofy. You guys don't know physics, so you're full of shit when it comes to the word of God. If you learn physics, you guys aren't even capable of having a physics conversation.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes, it is interesting.
Yeah, no
You
answer.
don't quite
No
solve
answer, just a
water.
critique
You
of your
got to
knowledge.
understand water and gases, to start with.
There are answers. Unfortunately, even those of us that could articulate them, I still think they would fall on deaf ears.
Oh, no shit. These guys are just nothing but backpackers. They come in here and stroke each other.
Cuddles,
well, here's the problem, Steve. So the time frame, right? He goes, oh, well, the fourth day when he created the sun. It's like, how was he keeping time without the sun? Like, God can't count. Yeah. Like, he couldn't have made another apparatus like a fucking alarm clock. I mean, just the gall to be this insensitive about a creator that's literally making shit from scratch out of his head.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not my question. That is not my question, and that is not what I'm saying. My question is, how is a day defined before the sun?
Who cares?
And my thought on that, thought on that is the day was defined before the sun, and the sun was imposed on that day schedule.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my point.
But
thank you for rephrasing what I said.
Making that point.
So how was a day defined then? Or does the Bible not mention how a day was defined?
Same it is right now. What are you talking about? That's a weird question, dude.
It was defined several times in the Bible, repeatedly in the Old Testament, and then repeatedly in the New Testament.
And I think the pre-sun day unit is not defined.
Okay.
Well, that's what you're saying, but here's the problem. You're going to have to go to source to ask about its definition prior to day 4. I mean, you're talking about day 4 and going, gee, I wonder how he was keeping count of things when he's literally sitting here creating everything, counting it. It's kind of fascinating, right? The biggest brain in the world apparently just can't fucking keep time that he literally just manufactured and made out of thin air.
To clarify what you guys are all saying, you are saying that a day is 86,400 seconds long, and that God was keeping count of how many seconds had passed, because it's trivial for him because he's omniscient. And so the fourth day was after what, 259,200 seconds.
Whatever the atomic clock said. Yeah, go ahead, Carlos.
There's two scales at play here now. There's the God scale, and then there's the creation scale. The creation scale is sundown to sundown. The Bible confirms this in the Old Testament ad infinitum and in the New Testament. Sundown to the following day sundown. So you get the night and the so-called daylight all in one. That is a day. That's Old Testament, New Testament. We got to source this. This is going to suck. Because not everybody here wants to read it. Okay?
But
Light.
but
You
how
savvy light.
how can
Yeah,
you have
Tony,
how
hey,
can you
Tony,
have a
savvy the light.
cycle from
Hey,
sun up?
when you're savvy when he separated the light, right? Like you guys in physics, like we classify it as visible light and not visible light, you know. So God did the same thing, right? You understand that in physics, right? You got light and then you got light, you know, night light and daylight. So it's kind of critical to make sure you understand that when God said, I separated the light. Don't get confused now.
Well, there's flashlights, right? I mean, God could have made a flashlight to see around. They think he needed the sun to see, which is funny. Because if you actually read the Bible and you take it back to the original Greek and the Latin like you're supposed to unconfuse the mess ups that have happened throughout the years and copyright protection, they have to change text. They do have to alter it, unfortunately. This is just a fact.
Man
So-
copied every damn thing God did and made. So, you know, that's what these guys can't quite savvy, right? Isn't that crazy, Cuddles? How man goes out here and copies God and then comes out here and claims a bunch of bullshit. Unbelievable.
It's okay. That's why I'm trying to explain it. Calm, simple, sweet, right? So it's already a setting where there's two different values for time. God time and the creation's time. It says in the Old Testament that a day unto God, our day, people's day, the creation's day, is sundown to sundown. But his day to ours is like 1,000 years of us. So when he's saying day one,
does it
day
say
two,
that?
day three to us, it says it in the Old Testament.
In the Bible, my God.
Can you
It's
be more
there.
specific? The Old Testament's kind of big.
Cool. A day is one day to man is unto 1,000 years to God. Go ahead and
all right.
Google it. There's only
Okay.
one verse, I think, in the Old Testament that says this. I could be wrong. It could be two.
It's a New Testament.
Oh, new? My bad.
It's okay.
It's in the New, yeah, it's in the New Testament.
I'm sorry. I'm a little dumbfounded, a little
No, you're all right.
flabbergasted.
You're all right. You're all right.
The God has to create the sun to see what he's making type shit. It's like, huh? Bro, God is light. If you read, there's no darkness
My
in this where
question-
darkness
My
is
question again is simply how a day is defined prior to the existence of the sun. I am not saying that he can't do it.
I just told you the atomic clock.
actually means sun.
Atomic clock. Are you guys deaf?
No, I have my answer. And thank you, Cuddles. I have my answer. That apparently is in 2 Peter. But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're welcome. I'm trying to help, right? I'm not trying to confuse this. So there are two different scales going. So when we think about God creating things and how he's doing it, there's a lot going on. He is a creator. He creates, makes manifest in a physical form that which he thinks on demand. I mean, it's quite interesting that anyone here would think that he just forgot the type of system that he wanted to build. The giant clock that we live within seems to be pretty accurate: seconds, minutes, hours, days, months, cycles. I mean, oof.
Because the reason why I asked this is
I'll
because
give you my answer. That's okay.
oh
It talks
yeah, go ahead.
in the book of Revelations about the days, and it seems like it's referring to different like time periods and time points. And it actually made the sun to govern the day. The sun was made to represent and govern the day. The day was already there. And days are like points of time, like in Revelations.
So again, I just I just want to be very clear about what I am asking. I am simply asking how long a day is prior to the existence of the sun.
It's
And
a
the reason
time
why I
span.
asked, and the reason why I asked that is because I've spoken with a number of biblical creationists or biblical literalists, and they tell me that it is the creation was created in 6 24-hour days. And so what I'm hearing from you
That's
is
the
that
problem. We
okay.
don't know because, again, we have to go back to source, ask the question, and await the answer. See, this is why I brought up the one from the New Testament, because it shows you a perspective. We may be trying to literalize God inside of our material realm, but he exists in a plasmatic nature beyond our comprehension. He is
Plasma.
conscious energy manifest that has
Plasma.
vector shape, depth, and it's just is not a
Plasma,
real
that's a
way to
physics
You
quantify.
know that this doesn't mean anything, right?
Can
Just
you-
like
can
the
I-
word.
That's a
Can I
physics
ask?
question.
Can I ask you what vector shape means?
To counter space, it means so much more, but the guy doesn't understand counter space. You want to
You ever given
understand?
plasma?
Swallow down counter space, ingest it, digest it, take it all in, absorb it all, get it where it needs to go. Counter
Yeah.
space is going to be your
What is
bridge.
counter space?
Counter space. What is plasma?
Is this
Yeah,
I
with
have counter
plasma.
space in my kitchen, right? I have my toaster next to my. That's counter space, right?
Well,
Is
here
it
I got a
electricity?
question for you. It should help. What is plasma to? Well, two questions. Plasma to us, I'll go ahead and answer it. Gas, electricity, energy input. But what is plasma without those things? Do we even know what that is?
It's not plasma.
Yeah, you
It
ever
requires
given blood?
electrical input, no matter what you do. Even the log that's burning on the fire is getting electrical input to make the flame that it's doing.
No.
No,
And
that's
it's
not
on such
true.
a small
Yeah, it
amount that you can't really register it, but they've already tested this in a lab.
They tested that. You guys don't do physics.
No,
Okay.
that's
Yeah.
absolutely.
Plasma. Have you ever
They've already
given?
tested
Have you guys
this.
ever? Any of you guys ever given blood? Plasma,
Yes.
not blood.
No,
Have you ever
I have-
given plasma? Here,
I have
ask
some
me.
plasma. Yes, I.
You have. Wait a minute. Wait a
my
minute. I just
plasma
simple
kept me in
question. Who's
cigarettes
saying
in my
yes?
undergraduate
Who's
years.
saying yes? They've given plasma. Who?
I
That would
am.
be me.
Who?
No,
Both
I
of
want
them.
to be very clear on this. I did not give my plasma away. I sold my plasma for cigarettes.
Okay. Fine. And so, how did they do that?
They
Because
put
it's
a
a
needle in your arm and they run it through a centrifuge, and you pulse your hand when the centrifuge is on, and then you relax your hand when it's returning when it's taken out the platelets and it's returning them down the tube. You
Right.
relax, and they do that over multiple cycles, and they
Right.
get the plasma out.
using electricity. Thank you.
This is a different sort of, that's blood plasma. I think he was referring to actually the phase
I
state
wanted
of
to make
matter.
sure. No, I did want to make sure they understood basic giving plasma and are getting paid. That's where the junkies get paid for it. Yeah. Now that we know that we know now. We know now.
I want to clarify
I don't interrupt.
I don't get paid
don't
for my
interrupt.
plasma donations. I don't get paid for plasma donations. That doesn't happen in Australia.
That's because
okay.
Tony is a better
Now
person
we're
than
going to
I am.
argue about one guy getting paid and one guy doesn't get paid. Oh my God, you guys are retarded.
Steve's point was that electricity was used to create or induce or to make available, aka plasma. My point.
These are not the
Thank
same
you.
concepts.
The
I
plasma and the
know,
blood,
I
like the
know,
way you use
I know.
electricity in that
Hey,
case,
hey,
is you
hey,
power
hey.
a centrifuge. That's it.
I
You don't.
know that. But see,
Centrifuge.
what his example is trying to give you is that it requires a system of factors that are already pre-built. in order to make plasma. And electricity, like I said, is still a key note, whether in a very small amount that's almost indetectable or in a very large amount like lightning. It's a good point. Not everybody got it, and it's okay.
No, what are you even talking about at this point? So
If you're not
the amount of
listening,
electrical energy can vary from undetectable to massive.
to barely undetectable.
Well done.
It's too undetectable, yeah, but that's plasma. That was the point. That was
No,
software.
plasma in that context is a state of matter that is ionized gas.
Yeah.
And it doesn't always relate to electricity. You can create plasma by making the gas hot enough that the gas molecules or atoms ionize. That doesn't involve electrical energy. That just involves heat.
Question: if you're warming something up, is that not ionized gases being introduced, or just if you use a heating element, are you not then transferring through the aether heat, which now gives energy to the gas to move faster?
No, you're not.
No, what?
No.
You're not transferring any energy.
So you are transferring energy, but not via ether. But not via ether, because there's no such thing as ether. And energy transformed from heating something up depends on the form that the heat takes. For instance, I've got an electrical element on my stuff. There's no plasma involved, right? That's just resistance. That's just resistance to electrical currents, and then that heat is conducted via conduction and via radiation into the food that's above it.
Bro, if I use a flame to create plasma, I am releasing.
Flame is plasma.
Hold on, I get it. So in order to induce the heat, say an element, you have to increase the energy in the room. If I add a gas and a little bit of flint to it, those two mixes, everything, there's electrical energy given off at the very breaking down of each molecule. And that in turn, the decay that leaps off is transferred.
None of that is correct.
This goes to atom science. When you split atoms, what happens? Energy is what? Energy is released,
but that energy is at no point electrical. When you split an atom, you are releasing weak force energy from the split atom, and that takes the form of thermal energy. It's released as photons. It's not released as electrical energy.
Right, and that's just one type of. That's the bottom of the barrel of plasma.
Yeah, but what you just said is wrong. I don't care whether it's one example. It is an example of your explanation being wrong.
Bro, if I light my butane lighter, when that electrical current, electricity going in, oh shit, and the decaying butane atoms create the flame, which gives off heat and light. Two different forms.
Butane doesn't come in atoms. Butane comes in molecules. And what's happening there?
Molecules.
Yeah, well, if you're going to explain stuff, maybe get it right. And what is happening? And the butane doesn't decay; it reacts. It doesn't. It reacts with the oxygen and takes different forms. The chemicals recombine, and in that recombination, energy is released. But that is not electrical energy. Again, that energy is not electrical. It is not electrical energy. It is thermal energy. It is released in photons.
Chemical charge.
Hold on, isn't it photon? Hold on, photon's electrical, isn't it? in nature?
No, a photon is not electrical. No.
Sure.
It isn't?
No.
Well, it is the what do you call it?
It's the force
photon?
exchange. It's the force exchange thing, but they do not have charge.
Yes.
Higher frequency?
Are you sure about that? I thought everything had charge, like oxygen.
No, that's wrong.
Okay. So we don't live in a dielectric arena? No?
No, we don't.
Electromagnetism? What is electromagnetism?
Dielectric.
That is
No, it
magnetism
isn't.
caused by a alternating electric field, from my understanding.
So the term electrical energy is very different from the sense in which you're using it.
Yeah.
Right.
Term light
A
and
voltage and the energy and work done by an electrical circuit is very different from what you're describing here.
The words light and radiation are interchangeable on almost every scale if you have the right apparatus to be able to see the light being emitted. What you have is a limit with your eyes to see on that spectrum, on that bandwidth.
Yeah, and you're going to do the math that way too, by the way.
Yep.
What way? What math? What are you even talking about? What are you even talking about at the moment? His comment that you agreed with. His comment that you agreed with so easily was meaningless. He conveyed zero information about what we were talking about. Yes, there are portions of. There are portions of. I'm still talking, so maybe wait until I finish talking. There are portions of the electromagnetic spectrum that we can't see with our eyes. What relevance has that got to electrical energy?
Because it's being given off at every stage. Every time, every molecule that breaks, it's giving off electricity. This has been stated by your own priest.
Yeah, God laid his face on the water. Don't forget
We
that.
don't have priests. Please cite where this is said.
Tom Petit's a priest and every other jackass standing next to him in any of those offices.
Please cite where this is said.
Because they tell you what to believe.
Yeah.
I'm asking you for the citation of where you are saying that this energy is electrical energy.
Bro, in all
formula. It's right there in the formula. Which formula are you using?
What formula are you even talking about?
Well, whatever formula you're using, you're either going to have voltage, amperage, frequency, temperature. Which one are you using? It's all reference to electricity. The different forms of it.
It isn't.
Yes,
It
it
is.
is.
Temperature is not reference to electricity. That's not how temperature is defined. It has nothing to do.
You idiot. You didn't listen. I said the math will use what? Voltage? Or the math will use what? Frequency? Oh, so you not understand your own math? Well, like when you read the formula.
What mathematics are you talking about? What formula are you talking about? What formula are you talking about?
Different names.
What formula are you talking about?
God smoke, you know.
That's not a formula. What formula are you talking about?
It sure is a formula. Isn't it called decimals if you talk very loud?
That's not a form. No, that's not a formula either. What formula are you guys
You don't
talking
have
about?
a formula for
You are trying to make it. You are trying to make a fact claim that everything is electricity, and you are resisting the simple scientific statement.
You are lying.
You are resisting.
You're lying. No.
Okay.
I made a fact claim that when you guys do your little, like man builds all these different things, he will be using a formula that'll be directly related to voltage, frequency, temperature. So when you do the formula,
when a human makes a stone tool, they're using electricity.
Well, they're using a
formula. They're
You're
using a formula that people use a formula to make stone tools. Is that what they're saying? Is that what you're saying?
You guys don't like learning nothing.
Okay. What formula do people use to make stone tools?
To be fair, you can't keep responding when you're talking through him. So if
they won't give up the mic. They know everything. Everything
if
they
you want
know.
to say, hey, please answer the question, please don't talk through him.
That's their favorite trick.
So
they won't give you. They won't give you.
I haven't spoken for some time.
Go ahead and read a formula to me. Go ahead, any one you want to use. Go ahead, read it to me.
Okay.
I mean, I answered.
PV equals NRT. There you go. Yeah, there's a formula.
Now use it. Convert it to make it. Put it in English, right? Go ahead.
Pressure times volume equals the number of moles times the ideal gas constant times temperature.
Yeah. So there you go. So temperature.
So where is electricity? Where is electricity in that formula? Where is electricity in that formula?
What's pressure?
Pressure is force per unit area.
What causes the pressure?
Typically, it's gas pressure.
Yeah, what causes that?
Yes,
Gravity?
in this case, it's gas pressure.
Gravity?
Yep. It's force over time.
No, it
Plus
isn't.
the energy.
Pressure is force divided by area.
Force over time.
No, it isn't.
I know. I'm messing with you.
No, that's an impulse.
Breathe.
I'm not sure why you think that I'm angry at this point.
It's okay because you're talking over somebody. Well, literally, they're trying to answer your question. It's just the
you
problem
were
is
talking over it while I was actually silent.
He needs to paraphrase. Probably
Paraphrase
for
what?
you may need to re-paraphrase it, and that's okay. I might need to as well.
All right.
And I'm aware of who I've talked through. Thank you. I don't need you to tell me. I'm a grown up. I'm paying attention to what I'm doing.
Okay, I'll add that to your long list of implausible claims. So again, where is electricity in the formula that I just recited?
You just gave it to you. You just said it. Well, that pressure, you came up with, what was the last thing in that formula? You had one more formula in that last formula.
PV equals nRT. Pressure times volume equals the number of moles times the ideal gas constant times temperature in Kelvin.
Right, there you go.
Where is the electricity?
Well, Kelvin. What is Kelvin?
Kelvin is a unit for measuring temperature.
Yeah, temperature.
Energy exchange. Yeah.
That is it. You are claiming that is electricity, but that is not electricity. That's not how temperature is defined.
You're lying.
No,
no. I said the math formula.
Let's look at the definition of temperature, shall we? And see whether or not electricity is temperature.
Temperature, yes.
No, electricity isn't temperature. Temperature is not electricity.
Yeah, whatever. What's temperature then?
I always thought because
now you got to go to radiation.
Actually,
if you're going to invoke temperature, you're going to invoke radiation. Is that correct?
So there are actually a couple of different ways you can define temperature. Chemists generally tend to define temperature as the average velocity or the average energy a particle has in a particular environment.
Whereas physicists will define it in a statistical mechanical way.
Radio astronomers will define a brightness temperature, which is the intensity of electromagnetic radiation for a black body of that temperature.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, but none of this involves electricity.
What did you just say? Are you not listening?
I am listening. No, I didn't say it.
Yes, you did. You just said electromagnetism.
No, I didn't.
Repeat what he said, the other guy.
I said statistical mechanics. He said that in general, temperature is according to chemists, is a measure of the kinetic energy or velocity of the atoms, of the component atoms or molecules. That's the chemical definition. The other one, the other temperature that he said was the emission spectrum from a star, which is related to radiation, right?
Radiation?
But radiation, as we have previously established, is not electrical.
Well,
But the plasma doesn't
wait a
give
minute.
off
Whoa,
light.
whoa. We got an electric sun called electromagnetic field that disperses on me. Now it hits my ass down here on the
That's
ground.
not true.
And you- why
That's
are you
simply not
interrupting?
true.
Why are you interrupting? I'll be done in 2
Because
seconds.
you're lying, sir.
No, I'm not lying. Your science tells me the sun produces electromagnetic frequencies. I mean, are you full of shit? Are you going to lie about that right now? Are you going to lie about that? Anybody in here going to lie about that?
I convert that all
I
day.
didn't.
Do you want to shut up long enough to have the question answered?
You're going to lie about that.
Do you want? Okay. So you're just going to monologue and you're just going to carry on.
You guys
Yes.
Are you going to let me
Yes, but
finish my statement?
okay. No, I'm not going to let you finish. You've been rude. You've been rude. And he asked me a question. I get to answer the question.
You know,
Does the sun have an electromagnetic field? Yes, the sun does have an electromagnetic field. That has nothing to do with the definition of temperature.
Dude.
That has nothing to do with the definition of temperature.
You won't let me finish my question.
Yeah, let's let Steve get his full statement out, guys, please.
So now that we've established that we're in agreement, scientists use electromagnetic frequencies from the sun. Now I'm standing on the ground, and that term that you used, and I'll use it, radiation, hits me. So the radiation from the sun, which is electromagnetism, that's kind of cool, right? So now it hits me, and it's radiating. Follow? So that's what I said. Now, earlier, what I said was they're using what you call the electromagnetic spectrum. Any formula that you use, we'll be using the electric formula.
Oh, really? Okay. So let me give you another formula. Okay, force equals mass times acceleration.
Okay,
Where's electromagnetism in that?
Well, slow up, dude. Force is what?
Force is what? Kilograms, meters per second squared.
Force. Okay, so you got to have measurements to invoke force.
Yep.
So what was the next
you can also say that force is the change of momentum over time.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
how is that related to electromagnetism?
Well, you're not finished. You haven't finished nothing. Okay, you invoke force. Now we got the definition of force. Now, what was the next formula? When the next little
Force equals
gizmo?
mass times acceleration.
Mass.
Yes.
So we're all kind of familiar with that. You know, it's kind of a made up word that you have to define. Yeah, mass, and then force times mass. And what was the next word?
No, force equals
Acceleration?
mass times acceleration.
Acceleration.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So where's the electromagnetic radiation in that?
Where's the force? What causes the force?
That depends on that depends very much on the system that you're considering. Let's consider the weak nuclear force.
Weak nuclear, okay. Nuclear. That seems like an electric formula to me, but go ahead.
It doesn't. There's no electromagnetism involved.
And nuclear weak and strong? Are you sure about that?
Yep. Yes.
Go ahead.
They are separate. They are separate forces. They are separate fundamental forces. There are 4 fundamental forces Though
Right.
there's, gravity is sort of a pseudo force. But
Strong,
weak, strong, and electromagnetic forces are different in character. They have different force carrier particles.
Right.
So, yeah. So now we're looking at a force that is being opposed by the weak nuclear force. So where's the electromagnetic radiation?
So like you just told me 2 seconds ago.
There's no, I didn't. You keep on claiming that I said stuff 2 seconds ago that I never said. The weak force has no component of electromagnetic force in it.
And then you went to the other two, which are electromagnetic force. And so,
yes, but we're looking at a system. We're looking at a system that is governed by the weak nuclear force. There's no electromagnetic force being considered
so
here.
now give me the math formula where you're invoking weak. Go ahead and use the weak. Use weak.
F equals ma. I have a force now. I have the mass of the object. I can solve for the acceleration it experiences as a result of the weak magnetic, the weak atomic, the weak force. So there's no electromagnetism in this system at this point, is there? You said that all formula involve electromagnetism. Are you prepared to concede that you were wrong?
No, I'm not. I think you're wrong, but that's all right.
Your use of the term think is some novel interpretation.
No, you're skipping over fine points.
Pardon?
You're skipping over the mass.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, you got to come up with it to begin with. So you're going to have to measure something. And then you got what was the first one you said? So this formula has got 3 deals to it. I've already forgot the first one.
Mass times acceleration. You know, this is one of the most famous scientific formula in history.
Exactly.
This is Newton's second law. We have known this. It is taught in schools every single year and has been for more than 300 years. And you've had it explained to you no less than 5 times, and you failed to internalize it. And then you turn around and tell me that I don't understand physics.
Well,
the temerity of you redneck goon.
Like 1 square foot by 1 square foot that we have to know what is in it. Me and you, we have to know that already before we even invoke math.
What do we have to know?
Well, we have to know the material.
Okay, let's assume that we're talking about a neutron.
A neutron. Now you're invoking a massive neutron.
Yep.
Okay? And neutrons. And they're held together by chemical charge?
No, they're not.
How are they held together?
They're held together by weak force, aren't they? And isn't that right?
Weak force, yeah. I'll give you.
Isn't weak force what keeps the nucleus together? Can never remember this one.
Right, weak force. You're right. So go ahead. The weak force.
Okay,
I'm not
sorry.
sure what weak force is, but that's what holds it.
Well, again, you're assuming. Sorry, and I'm going to look it up. Yeah, okay. No, it's the strong force that holds together the nuclei, and the weak force is responsible for causing radioactive decay. So I need to correct myself.
Okay, back to the.
But neither of them. So neither of these things. So we've got a neutron that is being acted on by weak force that is going to accelerate it out of the nucleus.
There you go.
Okay. What has that got to do with electromagnetic radiation?
I thought you said
nothing. Fuck all. Zero.
What? You invoked the electromagnetic to begin with.
No, I didn't. I invoked the weak force.
Yeah, which involves electromagnetism.
No, it doesn't. It's a separate force, sir. This was explained to you 5 minutes ago. There are 4 fundamental interactions in the universe. There is the weak force, there is the strong force, there is the electromagnetic force. It is separate from the other two, and then there is gravity.
That's only 3. That's only 3. You got to give me the 4th.
Yes, and then gravity. Gravity is the 4th interaction.
Yeah, the weak force is by definition not electromagnetic.
Gravity. Go ahead. I didn't want to step on you. Go ahead.
I was just saying that by definition, the weak force is not electromagnetic.
Yeah, that's fine. We already know this.
Okay, so you asked me to give you a formula. You asked me to give you a formula in which there was no electromagnetic effect. I have given you a formula in which there is no electromagnetic effect.
Well, I don't know about that. Because you're invoking gravity.
No, I'm not. I'm not invoking gravity in the example that I'm dealing with.
Yes, you are. You just said it.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about the weak force expelling a neutron from a nucleus.
Yeah.
I'm not appealing to gravity.
You're not?
No.
Nope.
How can gravity not be part of it? I think you're missing something.
Gravity is, in this model, gravity is considered to be a completely separate force. It does not govern this process.
What?
The beta decay is what Tony is talking about, the expulsion of a neutron from a nucleus. That is...
We're talking about, mass a little bit. We're kind of talking about quite a few things.
That does affect the mass of the atom once the nucleus or once the neutron is expelled, the mass of the atom does decrease, and actually it changes into a different element.
Right.
That process is described through the weak nuclear force. It is not electromagnetic in any way, shape, or form.
That's entropy. You're getting right into the first and second law.
No, we're not at all involving entropy. No. No, we're not. And sir, for somebody who doesn't know Newton's second law to suddenly be lecturing us on physics is really quite galling. There's nothing to do with entropy in this example.
You guys saying I'm invoking what science says. My God,
no, you're not.
No, wait a minute.
You're not, sir.
Hold up. It's my turn. My God. You just invoked the weak force is the decaying force. And I just mentioned. Oh, now that's the definition of entropy. Follow?
No, it isn't.
That's even how you guys carbon date.
No, it isn't.
Wait a minute. You're telling me your carbon dating isn't decay? What are you saying?
What I'm saying, sir, is that radiocarbon dating is not based on neutron emission. So it's got nothing to do with radiocarbon dating.
Okay.
So radiocarbon decay takes the form of alpha decay or beta decay. But it's got nothing to do with neutrons being emitted.
Neutrons, okay.
Do you know what a neutron is, sir?
Well, I got my idea, but why don't you explain to the class real quick, like, under 30 seconds.
I wouldn't want to deprive you of the pleasure, sir.
Oh, okay. You guys are the educators, not me. I just have questions.
Well, you told us that you know physics way better than we do. So it would be rude of me. It would be rude. You did say that.
Why are you lying?
No, you told us that we didn't know any physics.
I did not.
You told, yes, you did. Yes, you did. You did multiple times earlier on in the discussion.
I'm an idiot. My God, I would never brag how good I am because I'm not worth a shit at anything.
No,
Let me try this, guys. Let me ask this. When an atom receives energy, right?
Yes.
And then it goes back to its relaxed state and it releases said energy. Isn't that a form of electromagnetic radiation?
Dude, if you
yes,
just Google...
it is, but there is a fundamental difference between electromagnetic radiation and electricity, which is where this entire thing started. They were trying to say, they were trying to claim that all energy is electrical, and that is a misstatement. If you say that is what you said, sir, and you can deny it all you want, just like you denied what you said earlier about us not knowing physics.
I invoked the math. I invoked the math. So you're lying. I said all the formulas will be directly related to the electromagnetic spectrum. I didn't say it had anything to do with electricity. So that's why I'm questioning you on these formulas.
You said it was electrical.
No,
and now you've changed it. And now you've changed it to electromagnetic. And now, and now you have been demonstrated to be lying about all formula involving electromagnetism, haven't you?
This guy won't let me get. Listen, dude.
He gets
We're in
triggered
agreement.
because he knows
We're in
that
agreement,
the
dude.
atomic model and whatnot requires a young Earth for it to resist this decay rate.
How come when I research both these names of these things you're talking about, they both are unified under the same description? The weak force and electromagnetism, they're unified under the same category.
Yeah, they are the 4 fundamental forces of the Standard Model.
So they are fundamentally different in nature.
Yes.
They have different carrier particles.
Yep. So what was the question?
I'm not sure who's getting the information that these things are the same or in the same category. I mean, there is a very significant difference between gravity and the other 3 fundamental interactions, as they're now called. But yeah, they're not grouped together. They are different. And the claim that all energy is electromagnetic is not true. There is chemical potential energy. There is gravitational potential energy. There is rotational. There's spring. There's spring potential energy. These are there are a variety of forms of energy. Kinetic energy is another one that is just not electromagnetic in nature.
All these things are interesting. I mean, all these things require, like somebody pointed it out earlier, but all these things, spring, kinetic, motion, they require material to exist. The only one that doesn't is gravity. It's just mass, which is just material itself causing something.
Yeah, and what's your point there?
Oh, I gave the point that all the other ones require material exchange between materials where gravity does not.
Yep. That's an excellent point. And all the other ones require force carriers. Yeah.
Exactly, and gravity is not a force, so we've got a problem.
Well, no, by definition, gravity is a force.
Not by Einstein's definition.
Einstein was talking about gravitation, not gravity. So if you look up the definition of gravity, you will see that it is defined to be the attractive force. Now, Einstein made the argument that you can view it as not a force, and indeed that's a valid interpretation. But if you treat it as a force, you're not going to make any mathematical errors.
Well, with all due respect, it's not a force because by definition, it's the indentation, the well, if you will, of the fabric of space-time. So you cannot define it as a force. I'm sorry.
That's not gravity, sir. There are 2 terms, gravity and gravitation. Gravitation refers to the curvature of space-time and the influence that has. Gravity is a different thing, and it refers to the attractive force. I advise these are technically different concepts. And I advise you to look up the definition of gravity. And if you're going to start talking about the curvature of space-time, you need to be very mindful that gravity and gravitation are different things.
Explain to us how they're different. If Einstein's maybe I have it wrong. I mean, I'm a layman, right? But if indeed it's the fabric of space-time causing a depression in the actual space-time, it's like you're going down a well. So I don't understand how you can identify that as a force.
So the idea of gravity is a Newtonian concept. So it is what we observe because we have very much a Newtonian framework. Gravitation is a relativistic framework. Now, each model will produce accurate results when used consistently. So if you model most systems on Earth with gravity, treating it as a force, you will get the correct answer. If you treat the same systems with relativity, by design, you will get the same answer, even though in that formulation, gravity is not a force. So you will get the same answer using either formulation. It is only when you start entering extreme physical systems that you will start getting different answers, and relativity provides more accurate answers.
Well, it seems that you just put something in my head. It seems like a scaling thing, right? It seems that Newtonian works at a local level.
Yes.
Einsteinian, of course, didn't. Newtonian breaks down at the galactic scale, right?
Well,
and, hold on, I'm not done. So then we have Einstein, but it seems that even the Einsteinian one breaks in the universal scale. So we got big problems ahead. I'm sure you're aware of this.
Not exactly. The difference between where the strength of the curvature of space-time, it actually doesn't have it's not a scale like a spatial scale. It's a curvature of space-time scale. Yeah. Because if you're talking about something that is orbiting around a black hole, actually you don't even go that far. If you're talking about the orbit of Mercury is deep enough within the gravitational well of the sun that you cannot accurately determine its orbit purely classically. You have to use GR in order to do it.
Gravitational well, exactly what I was talking about before, right?
Yes, exactly what you were talking about before. And as you point out, as we get to the scales of galaxies, the rate of galactic rotation, or gravitational lensing of different objects, there are some anomalies that we can't explain. Even though relativity, we can't find any problems with relativity. People have suggested things like dark matter or slight modifications to the Newton's law of gravitation in order to try and remedy these things. It seems most likely that it is some form of matter that is responsible, but both remain possibilities. We're not certain yet. But that uncertainty does not permit the assumption that gravity is not a real thing. It does not permit the assumption that that it is possible that the Earth is therefore flat. That there are extreme environments in which our current laws are observed to not produce accurate results yet, does not suggest that all of science up to that point is wrong. The analogy that I like to use is, let's suppose tomorrow I have a DNA test and I find out that the person who raised me as a child isn't actually my father. That doesn't permit the conclusion that I am a squirrel, right? It means that some other human was my father. It doesn't allow you to sort of come to a completely ridiculous conclusion about what's going on.
Luke, I am your father. But with all serious now. Yeah, but with all serious, have you been keeping up with the latest cosmological finds? Have you been keeping up with that?
I tend to be very cautious about cosmological models because the press likes to leap on these things and sort of throw them in our inboxes and make YouTube videos about them. And the reality is that it'll be, somebody can come up with a great model. It'll be years before we really know, before the issue is really resolved. Just
well, I
because
bypass the news. Just for the record, I bypass the news and I go straight to the people, to the papers, and to the lectures. So, yeah, when you're talking with me, don't think I read like just I see something on CNN and I dig into it.
All right. Well, I'm developing a deepening respect for you as a person, SE. So yes. So it sounds like you may be more better informed on the latest developments in cosmology than I am. I tend to sort of give it a glance, but my general result is, I'll wait for the scientific community to come to a consensus on this, and then I'll read up about it rather than reading every sort of fashionable paper that comes across.
Well, I respect you for that, but you're going to be waiting a long, long time because there is no consensus. As a matter of fact, for example, Penrose, right?
Yep.
All respected. I mean, he's the godfather, right? Yes or no?
Yep. Absolutely.
One of them, I suppose. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's why I tell you guys, I don't know if you've been keeping up with the latest findings, because Penrose just came out and said that quantum mechanics is wrong. I don't know if you heard his latest talk on that.
No, I haven't heard that.
I have not heard that either, but I would not be surprised by it.
Yeah, I'll see if I can dig it out and post it for you guys. He claims that
that would be very
collapse
useful.
of the wave function, right, has to be mechanical, like the way I'm not gonna do justice to it. You guys check it out and see for yourself. But he has a beef with the collapse of the wave function.
Okay. So I just did it. I just did a quick search, and sort of there are 3 YouTube videos that says Roger Penrose thinks quantum mechanics is dead wrong.
Yeah.
There's an article in Discovery magazine, and apparently, sort of. So I'll read up on that, but you need to be careful a little bit, I think, because there are some people. If Roger Penrose is expressing his opinion, that's one thing. If he is publishing a paper in which he demonstrates that his opinion is correct, that's a different standard. So him thinking that quantum mechanics is wrong and having a very strong opinion on that is different from him demonstrating it in a way that is formally accepted. And I've had this conversation with a lot of people. There are scientists who are firmly convinced that there must be some form of aether, right? Whitsitt likes to quote them all the time, and indeed there are, but none of them yet have demonstrated it. They think it, but they haven't proved it. And that's, I've no reason, they're better qualified than I am on this subject, but there are other scientists who are better qualified than I am who disagree with them. So I decide, well, I don't know. I'll wait till somebody has proved that an ether exists. I'm not going to believe it without evidence supporting it. And I take the same argument with cosmological models. And but this is very interesting. So thank you for bringing this to my attention. And these are quite recent. So October 2020, October of last year. So this is.
Oh yeah, me. I keep up with this stuff because I'm a geek, right? So, I mean, it's pretty evident, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So if I may kind of piggyback on what Tony is saying is, and Einstein was also very clear about his distaste for quantum mechanics. He did not, hence the "God doesn't play dice" quote. But the thing is, one scientist does not a consensus make. We have a substantial amount of evidence that affirms the principles of quantum mechanics. Just because Roger Penrose does not seem to think the wave function should collapse in the way that it does, or however whatever problem that he has with it, does not mean that quantum mechanics is incorrect or cannot be used to describe things.
But it is an interesting.
What I want to do is just bring the attention. be quick. I just want to bring the attention to the people because they seem to think that all scientists are on the same page with all this stuff, right? And I'm just trying to bring out the new findings and like cosmology is like up in the air right now. There's a lot of ifs and buts.
I mean, cosmology's always been kind of up in the air, but there's a little bit more nuance there in that saying that there is some disagreement also doesn't mean that there isn't consensus. There is a certain amount of, like Tony was saying, for whatever reason, I don't really agree with this, but for whatever reason, the consensus of the astronomical community is basically under the impression that dark matter is in some form of weakly interacting particles, such as a neutrino. I am becoming more and more convinced that it's not. That dark matter, that the missing matter problem has a different solution. But again, just because a couple scientists are saying one thing or another doesn't mean that there isn't a consensus of how things are happening at cosmological scales or quantum scales.
How about this? How about this unthinkable?
Sorry.
I was just going to say, how about this unthinkable thing, right? Is it possible, just putting that out there, is it possible that there is no dark matter? It's just a mistake in Einsteinian gravity and the way they thought things should work. Is that a possibility?
Of course.
Yeah. So yes, that is one of the proposed techniques. So this is so one of the competing hypotheses is modified Newtonian dynamics, where they change the Newton's law of gravity a little bit in regions where total acceleration is low. So we wouldn't observe it here on Earth or necessarily in anywhere we've looked in the solar system. But when you're on the very outer edges of a galaxy, gravity might be so weak that this additional force becomes significant, and that's an alternative hypothesis. And I'm sure that it isn't the only one. It's just the only one that I'm aware of. But there are people working on this and trying to get these alternative theories working. So you're exactly right. Not all scientists think that like Rob. There are a lot of scientists who don't think that there's extra matter, who think that there's something fundamental with our understanding of gravity, of gravity. That the acceleration, that Newton's law is actually not complete, that there's another small term that we've gotten away with sort of neglecting, but that becomes important in some areas.
Well, I'm interested to pick your guys' brains, but first you're going to have to maybe like check out the new findings. Like, I'm sure you heard of baby galaxies and black holes that are where they shouldn't be. This is where the meat and potatoes is right now.
Yeah, well, that sort of stuff I have heard of, and that points to inadequacies about our model for the early universe. There seem to be galaxies that are larger than can be accounted for, black holes that are larger than can be accounted for in our current models of the early universe. So clearly, our models of the early universe need to be seriously revised, and that's kind of exciting. But it also doesn't overturn, for instance, our understanding of what the sun is made of and how it works and how far away it is. So those fundamental principles aren't going to be overturned because we learnt something about galactic formation in the early universe.
Well, we can get into how suns work, but think about it, right? The most fundamental ideas of how our universe started, right? The Big Bang, expansion, inflation, all that stuff, right? All that seems to be wrong, guys.
Like no, it does not seem to be wrong. It seems to be incomplete.
Well, that's the problem. That's the word they use to be polite.
No, there's a very real distinction. So if you make an estimate that is completely off the charts and just absolutely wildly wrong, for instance, so the Big Bang Theory predicted that there would be a universal sort of radiation field as a result from all of the matter slowing down and releasing energy, and they predicted at what wavelength this radiation field would be found, and
The CMB.
the CMB, and then it was found. So there's a prediction there, and then that prediction is matched by the observations, which is exactly the way you want it to be done. So we make a prediction, we look, we find confirmation that our prediction was correct. So there is strong evidence that at least the basic building blocks of this model are correct, but there's details
That
in
was
it that we
super
need to revise.
fallacious. That was like super fallacious.
Your assertions on this are noted.
All right. Yeah. I mean, everybody can hear how it's fallacious. Like, if I don't even want to go through. It's super fallacious.
I mean, Tony. To be honest, you got a little bit backwards. It's actually kind of a fun story. The CMB was actually discovered first independently, and then the guy who figured it out actually got a phone call from somebody else and kind of was a little irritated about it. I was like, damn it.
But the prediction had been made before these guys picked it up, and that's the bottom line. I am aware that it was found out by some other people who were trying to figure out why they were getting this hum, and they thought it might be birds crapping in their stuff.
Gray dielectric material, yeah.
Yeah. I left that out of my revision. But yeah, it was predicted before it was observed. It was the main, and the argument that that's fallacious somehow. Would you care to comment on whether or not what I just laid out was fallacious?
What's fallacious? Thanks. Tell him. What do you find fallacious about it? Okay, so look, there's more than just one thing, right?
Yeah.
And to say it's incomplete, I mean that's kind of being generous. Like, let me give you an example, right? When they looked for galaxy formation, right, and they looked back in quote unquote time, they expected to find young clusters of galaxies just forming in the baby stages, right? So in other words, sorry,
I was going to say they expected to see galaxies of a certain mass, and what they saw were galaxies of a higher mass than what the the cold dark matter, the lambda CMD model would predict.
Correct. Massive. In other words, in plain English, so we don't get caught up in the jargon, right? They expected to find a 4-month-old baby, but they found a teenager. In plain English.
That's not how I would explain it.
Okay,
that's not how I explain it either.
Would you say it?
So they expected young galaxies to be 6 inches tall, and they found out that they were 2 feet tall. Or something like that. Like, they expected them to weigh 2 pounds, and instead they weighed 8 pounds.
It's not just size, right? It's maturity as well, right?
Yeah, it's the mass. It's the mass of the yes, and that is a problem for our models are challenged, and that's a great thing. We will come up with better models, but what we won't do is look at that and say, oh, maybe the sun isn't 150 million miles away. 150
that's
million.
Not it. That's not it, bro. Don't go to the sun, right? If you don't have enough mass in the early universe to create such set size of galaxy, then you have a problem. You have a mass problem, amongst other things.
So so there are a couple of things there. Yes. So basically, what that would indicate, in order to get galaxies of that massive size, then our understanding of how dark matter came into being and into what amounts dark matter came into being, again, assuming that it is actually particle in nature, that would need to change. That doesn't mean that it's completely wrong. It just means that we need to readdress that part of the equation. But the other issue, and I think this is, I haven't looked into it more, but this is, I think, to me, is the big red flag, is that they are assuming the initial mass function for the galaxies is the same as the initial mass function now. And I do not think that would hold, particularly when you look at the fact the first stars are suspected to be anywhere between 100 to 150 solar masses. So obviously something is different in terms of the sizes of stars generated in the early universe than they are now. So I would suspect that what this indicates to me, bottom line, is that this may not in fact be a problem for this may not in fact be a problem for the Big Bang. This is a problem for stellar astrophysics, specifically the initial mass function.
Well, you can lay it out in those terms, right? But the fact of the matter is, if you don't have enough matter, like in other words, in English, right? You want to build a skyscraper, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need a million bricks, right? But all you have is 100,000 bricks, let's say, or pick a number smaller than the amount needed. That is the problem. There's no explaining this away, right? You don't have the matter needed to form the galaxies.
No, that's actually not what the problem is. The problem is the time. So we expect galaxies to get that big. We just don't expect them to get that big that early.
Exactly. But it's not just time. It's the matter needed. The matter wasn't there, according to what I've been reading.
I would need to read that, but as far as I'm aware, that is not the issue. Is that the matter is there? What you may have been reading is one possible explanation for this is that there wasn't enough dark matter present in order to bring that baryonic matter together to form galaxies that massive that quickly. That might be what you're meaning by not enough matter there. But again, I don't know if it's a issue of not enough matter or an issue of not high enough density within the dark matter halo. And again, one explanation is that our understanding of galactic formation at that early stage, particularly when you're dealing with pretty much just hydrogen and helium, may be wrong. So it may not in fact be a problem with the dark matter model. It may in fact be a problem with our understanding of stellar formation at that young age, or rather stellar formation at that low metallicity.
Well, I think it has all to do with that, because I think it's around 300 million years after the Big Bang that they say that they started forming. And like, I'm pretty sure I got this right. Like, there wasn't enough matter and time, of course, for the formation, because they're saying our galaxy took 14.5 billion or whatever, 13.7 billion years to form. And those ones some of them appear to be bigger, and they formed much earlier. So I think it's both time and matter and stuff. Yeah.
From my understanding of what I've looked into, it isn't an issue of mass. It's either an issue of, mainly it's an issue of, well, let me put it this way. Sorry. To me, it's an issue of how much dark matter is present. I would imagine, if I looked into it more, I would imagine that it would be a case of the dark matter is essentially too smooth. Or it could be, you might be right, it could be that the dark matter is not, we think that dark matter comprises about 25% of the universe. Could be that the dark matter comprises 20 or less. But I will look into it and see what you have to say. But I don't think it's such a killer to our current understanding of physics or astronomy as you seem to think it is.
Okay, fair enough. Look into it. Also, when you look into it, you're going to find that somebody else had your concern about dark matter. So believe it or not, I'm not making this up. He came up with a double Big Bang. In other words, the first Big Bang, and then right after the Big Bang, I believe he said 100,000 years, there was a dark matter bang. So look into that one. Crazy.
Okay. All right. That one I haven't heard of, but yeah, I believe you. I believe you. You've definitely been able to do when you've researched something. I found you to be correct in what you found. So,
I'm not going to lie about that. Also, check out another one, another professor here in the University of Ottawa. He doubled the size of the universe. I don't know if you heard that one. You must have heard that one.
Oh yeah, I did hear about that. I haven't really looked into it until more research gets put into that. Because from now that I'm thinking about it, his theory would basically requires the theory of the tired light theory that has not been observed on any sort of timescale. So if my memory is correct, which it very well may not be, his supposition is that energy decreases with or light decreases with energy as it propagates, which would mean that our redshift measurements would be off by a factor of 2. But that underlying assumption that light loses energy as a function of time has never been observed in any other situation. So,
yo, Etsy, bring up the 5 sigma.
Oh yeah, the 5 sigma. Yeah, you must have heard that one scientist, prominent one, I forgot his name. I can get it though. He says that he disproved dark matter by a magnitude of 5 sigma. You heard of that one?
No, I didn't. I would need to know in specific what he was referring to.
Right, he's referring to how 2 galaxies merged.
Okay.
And the way that they merged doesn't give credence to dark matter. I don't remember exactly the details, to be honest with you, but yeah.
It has to do with the Big Bang Theory too, but the 5 sigma is a statistical analysis on the probability, or
yeah, I'm aware of what
the
5 sigma event would mean.
Yeah, so it deviates away at least 5 times.
Well, what that means is out of 3.5 million times, like one, you can get it once wrong. Like the probability is like 3.5 million to 1. I'm sure professor and a PhD could correct me on that if I'm wrong.
5 standard deviations away from the hold on, 5 standard deviations away from the expected result.
Yes. So, again, I would need to look at specifically what he's talking about in terms of the collision of the 2 galaxies. I mean, it could be that he discovered that the speeds of the stars or the speeds of the gas of the 2 colliding galaxies was slower than would be predicted by a factor of 5 sigma.
Exactly.
That could be what's going on. Like I said, I would really need to see the paper and read it.
It was I can tell you it was Professor Kupa. And he said
University of Ottawa.
He said that it was how these galaxies fly through each other was too fast. Like they expected them to fly through like molasses, but
okay.
Like the dark matter doesn't seem to be there the way they flowed through. Yeah.
New study challenges the current model of the universe by showing that, in fact, there's no room for dark matter. Is this I don't know if this is the paper, but it's definitely. I'm on a website that is fairly technical and is talking about Dr. Kupa, and let me see here. Maybe it's this one. Cosmological Yeah. So this paper, I don't know if it's the same one, but he's referring to, or he's using a combination of tired light theory with lambda CDM. So he's including in his explanation for this particular paper something that has never been observed. But that may not be what you are referring to with the 5 sigma thing.
No, the tired light is something else. That's another good one. Tired light, yeah.
No, this actually. Oh, hold on. Published today.
Well. What do we have here?
I don't know. Like I said, I'll look into it. I'll get back to you.
Yeah, that's the honest thing to do. Yeah, you don't know something, you look into it, and that's that. Yeah.
Hmm?
I heard this is the opposite of the flat Earth Discord.
You that guy.
I think they're trying to make it more equal, so it's not like a Gem Panda situation. But it ain't my server, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think we're just here to have conversations.
Yeah, I appreciate talking to people that don't bullshit about the model, right? That's why I like PhD and professor. When you ask them a question, they'll tell you what the model actually says. As opposed to what some ballers think it says or think it means. Yeah.
You don't think you've sometimes been under similar misapprehensions?
Of course. I mean, I could, yeah, of course. But when we talk about the model has certain parameters, certain things, and a lot of people are just not aware of it. And when I say stuff, they think I'm bullshitting. But when you talk to a PhD and guys that know the model, then you can get straight to the issue.
So we really are doing that thing.
What thing?
We have observations of galaxies and stuff and the distance around a spherical Earth, but we're going to say that the globe is not true because of it.
Well, I don't think SE was saying the globe wasn't true, but I think he was trying to. I don't want to speak for him, but I think he's trying to say that our understanding of the Big Bang is crap.
Yet the reason he's doing that is to say that the entire model is broken. That is to say, our understanding is wrong that the Earth can't be spherical.
No, it's just that we're taking our understanding of just looking up at the lights in the sky and making predictions and then saying, yay, therefore, sphere Earth.
Isn't that exactly what I just said? I just said that.
I'm begging the question.
It's not begging.
Doofus, we're just trying to help you step down,
Yeah.
step away. It's like you do like an internal critique. It's like kind of like a deconstruction of your mind, right? You're like, okay, I hold this model in my mind. This must be true, and then you find some holes, right? And you kind of step back further until you're back down with your feet on the ground, and then you're like, okay, what is this I'm standing on?
Some pretty heavy math.
Just -1, -1, -1. Just take things away.
Right. So as I said, what you're trying to do is take observations of distant galaxies that we can only make those predictable observations around a spherical Earth, and then claiming the Earth can't be spherical because of those observations.
I mean, that would
You're saying that observations are proving your model.
I mean, would that be conclusive though, Doofus?
They don't get it. They're just here saying words.
No, I'm asking you, would that be like a logical
You're saying words as well. Sorry, no tanks. Go ahead.
This is going so well.
No, go ahead. You go ahead. You're just go ahead.
Oh, he's just making
No, you go behind me. Right.
Look, as you guys can see, I wasn't making stuff up. I was bringing up concrete stuff from their model. I wasn't making stuff up.
Observations. Yes, we have to say where these observations are made and what direction and all that stuff. We have to know what we're looking at and where we're looking at it from. So if we're going to take the model and observations we make using it, we cannot then say the model is wrong, because then you're disproving the observations even happened.
Well, you see, you're conflating the shape of the Earth, right? When I talk about cosmology, you're assuming right away that I'm thinking shape of the Earth, but I'm not thinking shape of the Earth. I'm basically thinking cosmology before the Earth was even around, right? We're going to the fundamental beginnings of your model. I'm not sure you're aware of what I'm doing here.
Yeah, you're saying cosmology and then excluding the Earth at the same time.
I didn't once mention the Earth with Professor or Tony. I didn't once mention the Earth.
I know, but your entire goal is maybe you don't know enough about reality, therefore it's plausible that the Earth could be flat. That's your entire goal.
Negative. My goal is to show that even the brightest and smartest amongst us, right, have no idea how the universe formed. These are just ideas. These are mathematical formulas at best, but they don't comport with reality. The cosmological model, hold on, one more sentence. The cosmological model, upon observation, does not conform with reality.
Yeah, but that doesn't take away from the observations that we've already made, right? Just because we don't know how we don't know how the universe formed, but we can observe our local solar system, right? We can observe the planets, we can observe their movements, right? Without looking out in the distant galaxies to see those things and try and figure out how they formed.
You can observe. It's called the observable universe. You guys think? I mean, that's fine. Doofus, you guys think it's trillions of light years or whatever. It's right there. You can just observe it. But that's whatever.
Have you ever seen anything besides lights in the sky? So you sit there and call me a planet, and then you're looking at a light. I've never seen a planet. I've only seen lights.
Well,
you could probably get a telescope and stop involving your thoughts about what things are.
Well, I mean, no, lights.
The telescope makes them solid objects, not lights, right?
I mean,
yes, if you look at Venus, you can see phases of Venus. It depends on the position of the sun. You can see that these things are observably the same behavior as any other physical ball would be. But you're going to claim that it's just a light in the sky and just ignore all those observations.
Because that's all you can do is observe it.
Yeah, and we observe it to be spherical. That's how we observe it to be.
Of putting two, so he's like,
well, there's also predictions built around those observations, right?
Exactly.
All right, settle down, Doofus. You're getting crazy here. It's almost like it hurt you, like with that conversation. They were just having a conversation, man. You know.
Let Rob talk.
Gaslighting time. It's gaslighting time.
Yeah, exactly. Time to talk about life. Rob had something to say. Let him talk. Go ahead, Rob.
You call it gaslighting, but I'm just trying to reiterate the fact that all you can do is observe it.
We observe it to be those observations.
Of course, that's all you can do. Yeah, we agree. That's all you can do. But you can put two
and we
and two
observe
together.
it to be spherical.
You can put two and two together. And you know what? More than likely, this resembles this.
All right, and
yes,
you're
correct. That's all we can do. That's all we can do is observe it. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, your perspective. I got you.
Yeah, we can only observe a basketball, and guess what? It's around here.
Nice. All right.
Yeah,
All right,
you can
Doofus,
put
you're
the
good.
basketball in your hands, Doofus. Fuck's sake,
What about it?
Well, I observed you have it in your hands. Now what? It's a dumb statement to say all we can do is observe it and then say it must just be a light in the sky, because that makes no sense. That's not actually logically connected in any way.
Put a star in your hand.
Okay. Can you fix your mic, maybe?
Yeah, no, I can't fix my mic. I'm sorry. Can you touch a star?
No,
Don't
If you can touch the basketball.
You can just
Be
observe it.
incinerated before you got close enough.
So I can do experiments on a basketball. Can't do any experiments on a star. I can just observe it and make up a story.
And you go
Why
ahead
couldn't you do
and
experiments?
you can compare what light does when you're holding a sphere.
It's simpler than that. You don't need an experiment to figure out that a basketball is spherical. You require an experiment of the. You require an experiment of. You require. Jesus Christ, dude. You require an experiment of the motherfucker, dude. You require an experiment of a Venus, for example, but you don't require an experiment of a basketball to confirm that it is round.
How do you confirm that Venus is round, spherical? Because a quarter can be round.
Because it behaves like a sphere would when a light is cast upon it. A quarter does not behave like a sphere. A quarter will not behave like a sphere because as soon as you move, it's going to look like an oval. See the difference?
You guys are funny, man. Holy shit.
That's not a response.
Yeah, these guys are funny. I like it.
That's also more deflection.
I mean, you have to agree that does kind of make sense, right? A quarter will not behave like a sphere.
They don't have to agree that 1 + 1 = 2.
Yeah.
Touch the quarter, but I cannot touch the star to confirm its flat or sphericalness. Thank you.
Of course not.
Venus is not a star.
Looks like fire to me.
Yeah, that's
because you don't have a telescope and you're using your uninformed opinion on things. Please bring an actual informed opinion.
We don't actually know what.
Informed opinion when you're looking into the sky.
Yes.
Informed opinion. You look into the sky and you see light. Now,
Yes, Venus does not look like fire. Venus has never looked like fire.
A light in the sky. All the lights in the sky look like fire to me.
So what you could do is you could look at the hundreds of thousands of videos of people with telescopes in their backyard.
And that's all you can do is look at it.
Yeah,
I really wish you guys would stop glossing over
Maybe
that.
you should do that.
You got some sort of science going on. You've proven something, which science doesn't
These
even
are your
prove
people. These are your people, Effie.
Never more than a
Maybe
light.
you should do that and start there.
Yeah, go look
Start by
at
observing.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to talk
No,
about
you do
dark
it. No,
matter,
you-
but then
no,
we're going
you
to say
do it.
Venus is fire.
No, you do it.
Well, you guys are the ones that are lying about it. All of us look up there with telescopes and we see light.
No, you don't.
Oh, there's a light.
Saying their lights in the
Steve,
sky.
what makes you think that the people that are studying these things are lying about it?
Because he looked at it without a telescope and claimed it was fire. That's how.
No, they looked at it. They looked at it with a P900 out of focus.
But Rob,
That's
to your
the
point,
PhDs are-
if you don't mind me asking, like for an example, just to use this as an analogy, right? If we had a basketball that was hanging from a string at a far enough distance away, and we consistently observed it without being able to physically touch that object, when would it be safe to assume that that object is indeed a sphere hanging from a string?
No, not at all.
I wasn't asking you,
Yeah,
Steve. I was asking Rob.
Go on, Rob. That's your answer. What's your answer?
So your question is, so you have a basketball on a string that you've put somewhere and you want to somehow confirm that it's a basketball, like a spherical object, without actually touching it.
That's right.
You just keep looking at it. So how do you
know that it's round?
how do you confirm that it's a sphere?
Because it behaves like a sphere when light is cast upon it. Different locations.
All right.
You can't. Can you not
Yeah, if you're
make
happy
that
with that
distinction?
confirmation.
Is it that difficult to make that distinction though? I don't get
It's
it.
not confirmation.
The reason why logic doesn't work on the flat Earth
No,
side
it
is
is
because the
in
logic
the
leads to
interest
the
of
Earth
the
not being
truth.
flat.
You're
That's
talking
why they
about
have
the
to reject
planet.
it.
Correct. Yeah, that's why.
We're talking about the planets and trying to confirm what they are, but we don't know what they are. That's what you have a problem with. You don't know what they are, and you're trying to
We do
confirm
know
them
what they are.
from here on Earth. That's an impossibility. You have to go
Well,
to
it's
the
dumb to
planet
say that
and
Venus
have
looks
a
like
look at
fire,
it
though,
and
isn't it, Jim?
confirm it that way. You can't confirm it looking through a tube and two lenses. You can't do that. It's not in good faith.
Can I tell the difference?
Thank you.
Can I tell the difference between a quarter hanging in the air and a ball hanging in the air?
Yeah, because as
Can
soon as the
can I tell the difference?
yes, you could.
How would
Because
I
as
tell
soon
the
as that
difference?
so
Light
because
will
as
hit
soon
it
as that
differently.
quarter as soon as that quarter moves, you're
It
gonna know
can't
it's
move. We're
something
not going
flat.
to allow the quarter to move. We're not going to let it move. It's impossible. We're not going to do that. So we got the ball. We got the ball. The ball can't move, and the quarter can't move. So tell me which one. Yeah. So you guys are just liars. You're liars.
Well, if you can let us finish, right? That'd be great.
No, it's not a
Right,
matter
so
of finish. Don't lie about
if we
it.
can
You can't hang a ball. You're lying. Why do you guys get away with lying?
I'm sorry. Thank you. That's great, Steve. If we could cast an artificial light on the object, right, then we can obviously see
on a simple
how the
question.
light affects with that
Simple
object.
question that you guys just want to skip over.
We're
Isn't that
not. We're
crazy?
answering you directly. You just
You're
won't shut
not
up long enough
answering.
to listen. Thank you.
There you go.
Right. So we have these two objects, right? We could even assume, just for the sake of the hypothetical, that both of these objects are side by side, right? A quarter in the basketball.
Exactly.
And in order to determine what's happening with these objects, or to better understand the observation that we see, we can cast an artificial light onto these objects, right? And see how they behave, or at least see how the light behaves.
Yeah, but you're standing 500 feet away. So make sure you keep this thing correct.
Yeah, we observe Venus to change positions, so your analogy that says the quarter cannot move is stupid.
No, it isn't. No, it's just a basic little fact. When me and you were standing here, he made the example. Can I tell the difference? And if I'm standing 500 feet away from that ball in that quarter, both the same size, I can't tell the differences. You guys want to lie about it.
Well, we see phases of Venus. We see that the light casted onto Venus reacts in a way unlike a quarter would.
Yeah, because it's a light. Like, do you guys not understand light?
I specifically work using optics knowledge. I do understand light.
Yeah, well, apparently you don't.
Okay, you cannot make a quarter exhibit phases like Venus has. The observable object itself, Venus, has phases. A quarter cannot do that.
That wasn't the question. So now you're going to a different question. Go ahead. We're going to go to a different question. Go ahead.
It's not a different question. The question was always about Venus and what we can observe it to look like. That was the original question. What does Venus look like? Venus looks like something spherical, and you want to talk all over the fucking clarification because you're a triggered child. You're here just to be a man baby in the VC, just so that nobody else can actually get anything out of their voice chat. Experience here. All you want to do is fill up the VC with noise when somebody has a point to bring to the conversation. And we're just going to keep this thing going. It's going to give you massive train.
It's my turn to talk.
Well, if Steve A could just give way for a little bit.
Even if we think we're lying and then we...
Go ahead. My God.
Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, the original question.
Let him finish.
It's like we just agreed, SE. We just agreed. And I think the whole room agrees with this. We hang a ball, we hang a quarter. Me and you are quite a distance away. Me and you cannot identify it. From that point, now we all agree on this statement. Now he wants to go to a different statement and act like so go ahead. Now make your claim about the light, which is a light. We all understand light. It isn't anything but light. You can't see it, right? Is that correct? Let's make this statement.
You can't see it.
Saturn or whatever you're looking at, it will be a light.
Okay, it's weird for you to say we can't see it. First. Second,
I didn't say
Venus
that.
was the original part of the conversation. We started with Venus. We wanted to know what it is we observe Venus to do. The thing that we were talking about was always Venus. If you want to look at Venus the way we actually see it in reality, we see it has phases. A quarter cannot do that. A ball can. So it looks to us, the people who have actually looked at Venus through a telescope, it looks like a ball does and not like a quarter does.
Well, that'd be wrong, but go ahead.
Yeah, let's
If
just
you have to explain why it's wrong.
Because
The
you can put a quarter.
confirmation.
Because you can do it. Is it my turn to talk? Yeah, because if I put a ball up there and looked at it as Venus, or if I put a quarter up there and looked at it as Venus, they're both going to appear to do the same damn thing. The light I'm looking at is going to be coming off the face of it. I mean, what's wrong with you guys?
Can you make a quarter have phases?
Yes, I just said that.
Show me. Show me that happening.
Well, you show me it not happening.
I can show you a ball having phases as light hits it. That's easy. What I can't get from you is ever, and anybody, no flat earther can ever do this. Show me a quarter that has phases.
You're talking one way up in the sky and then down here on Earth. So now you're going to switch. Now you're back on the ground again.
I didn't switch damn thing. Nothing switched. I said Venus.
You can't demonstrate
I said a ball.
nothing.
I said a quarter.
Yeah,
nothing
you
ever
can't
switched.
demonstrate fuck all. You can't demonstrate. Oh my God.
Are we ever going to get a quarter that has phases?
Are we ever going to get a ball that has phases?
To scale.
Jesus Christ. Yes, we can get a ball that has phases. Let me go get one for you. Jeez.
On the ground. Yeah, we're on the ground again now. Cool.
Yes. What we know a ball can do is have phases. On the ground we know this. On the ground we know a quarter can't do that shit, but you're saying that it can.
On the ground, you can't. Not. So now you're switching again. Try to confuse everybody. Make a liar out of yourself.
The original point, the start of this conversation, we observe Venus to do the same thing that we observe a ball to do. We don't observe Venus doing the same thing as a quarter does. These were always the observations at the beginning of the conversation, and nobody switched, you loudmouth asshole. Nobody switched anything.
Yes, you did. This is what we're calling bullshit on. We're calling bullshit on what you're seeing in the sky. And so you sit there and going with the same bullshit day in and day out. And we're saying, hey, it's a light in the sky, dude. And all of us has looked at them with telescopes. A light in the sky. And you can't tell me it's a ball. I mean, if you got better imagination than I do, I guess. Oh, we know this is a ball. No, you don't know shit.
You see, the thing is, right? We all see the same things. We all get the same information. It's just that the interpretation is way off, way different.
Way different, exactly. How you can make a ball.
That's me. There's no reasonable interpretation of looking at Venus and saying it looks like fire. That's not a reasonable interpretation.
It's light in the sky. How else do you think it's going to be? What is it?
What's an LED light?
What is it? What is the light in the sky? Thousands of stars. What are they doing? Are they on fire? I thought stars were suns. Is the sun on fire? What are you talking about, dude?
But Essie, you followed the analogy, right, between the quarter and the basketball, and like why it doesn't follow from the observation.
Well, Steve had it correct. You have one observation up there in the sky, and the other one you want to bring down here, right? So I mean, is that an equivalence? I don't know.
What do you mean? Is that an equivalence?
Well, I got part of that convo. You were saying how it phases, how something phases in the sky, and why that quarter doesn't do it. Did I get that right, or?
That's right.
Okay, so in the sky, is that the same environment as you're asking Steve to do it here on the ground?
If we replicate the environment similarly, yeah, presumably. Obviously, it's not going to be perfect, right? Like,
That's not even, yeah, that's not even part of the argument. The original argument was, do we observe Venus to have the same behavior as something spherical? And look in the chat, there's a ball and it has phases.
Oh, that's the question. Yeah, well, if that's the question, I've observed it myself, so it does appear that way. I'll give you that.
Yeah, we appear a lot of things.
And so
right?
Venus does not look like fire. It looks like a spherical object being lit by a light source.
Oh.
Yeah, so how do we confirm?
If we're going to say Venus looks like fire, then we've confirmed the person who said it is an idiot, right?
I didn't say that it looks like
I'm glad that
fire.
you started your conversation while I was still in the middle of having mine.
I waited till you stopped talking.
No, you did not fucking wait, because you didn't listen for the last 3 words that I said. You started talking before I finished saying it.
You're doing it as well.
There's a bit of lag, guys. Chill out.
Okay, if I can hear him start talking while I'm still in the middle of talking, that's not lag, it's not a delay, it's him talking while I'm still talking.
Yeah, I try to wait until your sentence is finished because a lot of you guys just like to monologue and
Take
keep going.
accountability, please. Don't speak when you
There
speak.
we go. There we go. You all do the same thing. I can handle it. But I'm just trying to point out the fact that you do it as well. And what I'm trying to get to is confirmation. That's the key. And that you all want to ignore. Yeah, thank you.
We've confirmed that Venus has the same behavior as a ball being lit by a light source. That's what we've confirmed.
Therefore, it's a ball. Because I look at a ball and it does the same things that Venus does. So Venus is a ball.
Yeah, light years away.
This is the fun part. So we've acquired some piece of knowledge, which is that Venus has the same behavior as a ball being lit by a light source. Now, in order to get rid of that knowledge, we need to replace it with something that is also true or explains it better. So, what we need from the people who say that Venus is not a ball is some observation that shows that it's not a ball.
No, I asked for confirmation.
Yeah.
Yes, and you want to disprove that Venus is a ball. That's what you want.
No, we want you to prove. I mean, are you
There's
deaf?
orbs
My God.
and they block light.
Okay, so we have an observation that Venus has some behavior of a ball. Now, in order to figure out whether or not that's true or if it's false, we need some kind of information that shows that it is not a ball.
Where's the information that says it is?
The thing that I just explained to you. We have an observation where it shows Venus has the same behavior as a ball.
Your opinion. You're giving me your opinion.
It's not an opinion. I've just posted in the chat how a ball hit by a light source behaves. Venus has the same kind of behavior. So now the information we have is that Venus has some behavior like a ball. What I need in order to disprove that position is something that shows that Venus is not a ball.
I don't get you at all. Where's your picture at?
Like the definition of confirmation bias. Hilarious.
It's not confirmation bias if the only information available shows that it's a ball. If you don't have any other information to provide, what you're doing is you're just saying nuh-uh.
No, we're looking at your goofy cartoon and saying,
Okay, it's not a cartoon. It's a photograph of a ball in reality.
Would I have a question? Would confirmation bias be where you just keep trying to show that it's a ball, but not try to show that it's something else? I mean, I think what you're saying is you should try to disconfirm what you think the thing is, which is what you're asking for, evidence that it's not a ball.
Confirmation bias is when you only accept evidence that supports your supposition and ignoring all other evidence.
What is
Right,
it
I don't
called
have
when you
counter evidence yet.
disconfirm something?
Right, I only have evidence that supports my position. I don't have any other evidence to ignore. It's not confirmation bias if I don't have counter evidence to ignore.
Much if tomorrow, right, someone goes up to high altitude observatory, right, and all of the months prior and all the years prior, they were collecting data that showed that consistent observation that Venus behaves like a sphere. But then the next day they go up and they start to see that it behaves like that quarter. That would be a problem.
Then we'd have something to talk about in here, huh?
Right.
Oh my God, you guys are funny, man. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Non-stop nonsense.
You see,
What do we be trying to figure out why is
problem. That's the limit.
Why don't you just post a picture of the Saturn or whatever one you're talking about? Why don't you post a picture of that so we can all take a look at that one? Your confirmation bias.
Yeah, maybe the time lapse where you see it rotating. How about that?
Yeah, why don't you show us that one too? Show us that electricity rotating. Go ahead.
Or even better yet,
electricity.
if you did it up yourself, then you know, there's some studies that show that it would be better for you if you looked it up yourself.
You guys are
you don't believe in what
I
you
just
can
want
see
to see
with
a
your
picture.
eyes?
Show me that picture. Show it. Post it. I don't like that cartoon he just posted. That was a joke. Doofus. My God, doofus.
We'd all love to be flat earthers in here, but we just need a map. You know, a
Flat
basic,
earthers. What's the
basic
map got
layout
to do with the
basic
star? Now
layout
you're
of the
switching-
content. Notice
now
how
you're
the
switching
first
topics.
immediate reaction, flat earthers. What's flat earth?
You're switching topics, dude. Why are you doing that? Why don't you post that picture of that star, that galaxy, or that planet, whatever you guys.
Bud, we'd all in here would love to be flat
post it
earthers.
so we can take a-
Please show us
No.
a working arrangement of the continents.
Well, how could we do
pretty
that?
simple,
You guys
right?
can't-
Can we
you guys can't
ask
show
you
us.
a question for once?
You can't show us. That's what
Just show us a working arrangement of the
Well,
continents.
why would you have to ask a flat earther anything? You guys should be the ones providing everything.
There's 20 people in
Because
here.
the people who make positive claims should also provide something.
We're not making no positive claim. We're asking you to show
The
that
Venus
picture
looks
of
like
the
fire, right?
light in the light in the sky that you guys claim light years away, which the inverse square law kind of kicks the shit out of that. But go ahead, you can invoke it. But show me
There's
that
a positive
picture.
claim you've never done the inverse square law in your life.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, that's how the whole world works. In case you hadn't noticed.
You've never
Another one of
computed
those
anything
science-
with numbers using
Actually,
the
something-
inverse square law. That's
Something
never
like that,
happened in your
it's a
entire
pretty
lifetime.
common-
You've never once done
It's
it.
a common electric term. Yeah, inverse square law. Really common. Plus, it has to do with your physical eyeballs, So you want to pay attention to these claims.
Yeah, inverse
You
square
guys-
law is not connected to your physical eyeball.
It isn't? How are you defining light? What's coming to my eyeballs? Is it light coming to my eyeballs?
Are you going to get to the computation part or not?
Are you dude, you're the teacher, not me. I'm just making double sure that when I talk, I'm saying the right things. Light. We're talking about
So if you
light
make
all
a
the time,
claim,
all
if you
morning
make a
long, right
positive
now,
claim,
no, there's no positive claim.
if you make a
Inverse square
positive
law,
claim that the inverse square law puts what did you say? Puts a nail in the coffin or something? You said the inverse square law shoots that in the foot or something like that. You've never once used the inverse square law to calculate anything in your entire lifetime.
It depends. Inverse square law is power, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Okay, thank you for not showing the computation.
Oh, so so you guys are so funny. So the star.
If you're going to involve a formula, you have
Oh
to
my
use the
God.
formula. If
Go
you don't
ahead,
use the formula, you're
yeah,
just talking out of your ass.
You're talking out of your ass. Because only that's how they determine the distance to the stars is the inverse square law, dude.
The inverse square law is, as it says, an inverse square relationship. That relationship never drops to zero for any finite distance.
Exactly.
So saying the inverse square law makes those distances impossible is stupid.
How light already decreases
Go ahead, Taylor.
distance from a point source.
Repeat, hey, Taylor, repeat. You kind of broke up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I feel like for the audience, we should definitely make these definitions clear. So I'll just read it. The inverse square law describes how light or radiation decreases with distance from a point source.
There you go.
Yeah, and when does that become zero?
Well, I don't know why you invoked zero. Go ahead.
That's when you would not
Right,
be
if
able to
it's
detect
if it's possible to see the
it's
star.
dark. When it gets dark, yeah. When it gets dark, inverse square law, you ran out of, walked away from the flashlight. Yeah, it got dark.
Jesus.
What do you mean, oh Jesus? You're talking about zero. What are you talking about?
Right, if you can't see the light, it's not, that means a zero, okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so
Exactly.
there is no point at which the inverse square relationship gets to zero for any finite distance. That means you can't walk far enough away, some finite distance from something, and it becomes zero.
No, it does.
No, it doesn't.
That's not the inverse square law then. That's just you talking out of your ass.
Oh, okay.
But it's just for the calculation. But we know light doesn't.
And one big misconception is first, stars and other planets and so on are no point sources. They are pretty big objects. They have a surface area. And so that you can still apply the inverse square law for example, a ball. But the surface illumination or the intensity of the light per surface area stays the same. So per angular resolution that you see. So if you go double the way, the object will get half the size. So that's why you get less light from that. It's not that this point changes in brightness.
Yeah, and further to the point, the conversation was about distances being impossible. So specifically, that is the stupid part.
No, you're talking about distances to the stars, as in light.
And you say the distances are impossible.
Yeah, well, there's a correlation. You understand that power. See, inverse square law is directly related to a thing we call power.
Intensity.
Yeah, power, intensity. Yeah, very good.
Okay, and that never reaches zero for any finite distance using the inverse square law.
That's fine.
Okay, so it can't be that it's impossible to see stars from that far away because of the inverse square law. The inverse square law doesn't say that.
Okay, fine. But we all know a flashlight is only going to shine so far.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You're
so close to learning what this actually means, and then you go back to the flashlight and say it must be zero at some distance.
My eyeballs can only see so far, right?
Why? It's not the inverse square law because the inverse square law doesn't reach zero.
So my eyeballs.
Really good implication, dude.
Also, eyesight is not emitted from your eyes. That doesn't make any sense either.
No, who said that? Why are you lying again? Go ahead, Taylor.
Okay, because you said we can only see so far, as though the eyeball has a maximum distance at which it can perceive objects. That doesn't make any sense. The only thing that eyeballs do is receive light and change that into an electrical impulse. That's all they do.
Exactly. Power coming into your fucking brain, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you?
So then there's no maximum distance.
Yeah, well, when you're standing on the ground, there is.
then it's not due to the inverse square law, because the inverse square law does not say that light reaches zero intensity at any finite distance.
Would you mind letting Taylor speak and not interrupt her, please?
I was just talking about in real life, you know. I think y'all just keep jumping back and forth between real life application and like the inverse square law. I think that with flashlight, he's talking about real life application.
And in the real life application, the light from the flashlight never reaches zero.
Did he say that?
The other thing is, if you're talking about real world applications, then if you're looking through a terrestrial atmosphere, you have a significant amount of attenuation due to just crap in the air, which you don't have in space, or a significantly less amount of attenuation in space.
Yeah, that's why we see it with like a dome, right? Is our vision, each individual has his own dome, right? That's why.
No.
Oh, we don't? Oh, we don't?
No. I hate
that way.
That is what Shane St. Pierre puts forward, and it is utter rubbish. It does not make any sense whatsoever.
The furthest I can see is directly above my head. So go ahead.
Yeah, I was actually reading a paper the other day on the moon. And it was somebody had the moon like arcs above us in our dome of vision. I was like, whoa. Yeah, let me try to find that link.
Yeah, 360 vision. Isn't that crazy?
Link too.
It appears like your own personal dome.
Yeah, because like if you go like an equal distance away from you as far as you can see and you do like a 360 from all directions, that would be like a dome.
Yeah, exactly. And you see through air, you're not, you always got interference.
That is not a physical object.
You always got interference. Right? Air is interference, right?
Yeah,
Also,
Concept
360
Earth
would
has
be
a
here.
3D model version of that ready to go already.
It'd be a dome because the ground's underneath you, but
Light goes until it hits something. End of story.
okay.
Yeah,
See
right.
the ground.
The whole reason for this dome thing is trying to explain why Polaris, sits at the equator and how the sun, like me being in Texas and Bandy being in Australia, we both saw the sun. I saw it at sunset, flat across the ground. He saw it almost straight up. And you put those two lines on a flat Earth, it don't make sense. I got one line straight across the ground somewhere southeast of him, and he's looking straight up. We're looking at two different objects according to flat Earth. That's what this dome is about.
No, it's about your eyeballs. What the hell's wrong with you?
Planetarium dome.
The domes come from. I put a thing in the chat to explain where the domes come from. It is true that each of us, because of the fact that the Earth is a sphere, see a hemisphere, a different hemisphere of the celestial sphere, which is a fixed thing, right? But that's easy to understand when you're on the Earth. No matter where you are on the Earth, you get one half of that sphere. Could I just finish? When you take those domes, those hemispheres that we see, and then you take the Earth and you poke a small hole in the South Pole and stretch it out, those domes all come along for the ride and turn over by as much as 180 degrees, depending on where they were at the beginning. I'm almost finished. I'm almost finished. I am almost finished. So look at the chat. Shane's model, of course, was from Walter Bislin, who showed how you could make things look exactly like they do if you are willing to do the magic that takes the sun and the moon from where they are in the flat Earth model and move them with incredibly bendy light to the place they have to be on each person's personal dome. It was intended to show how stupid the
That's
idea
the point we were
was.
making. You made the point clear. You made the point. Wait a minute. You made the point clear that exactly what we're talking about. Individually, we see a hemisphere. See, that's kind of critical. That's what we were talking about. So you appear, in this perspective, which we all know that's how we kind of operate by, right? Go ahead, Taylor.
Well, like
You don't see in domes.
perspective, if you look down like a hallway, the ceiling and the ground are going to appear to merge. And I did post a little link. I thought it was pretty funny. It mentioned sky dome, but it was like an Earth.
The walls.
Yo, John, I have a question. When the sun sets, right? When you see the sun setting, about how far are the objects it's like setting behind that you see in the farthest of your distance of your optical view?
What's the question? How far is the sun?
When you see the sun set or rise, like about how far, like
Yeah.
like let's say in the ocean, right? How far is like the limit of like the physical objects you can see? Like what's the farthest physical object you can see?
It depends on your altitude.
There's no limit. It just depends on how bright the object is. If the object's bright enough and there's nothing blocking the light, you're gonna see it.
Okay, well, what's about the farthest like you've seen something? Like just give me like.
I've seen things that are billions of light years away.
Oh my god, really, dude?
Andromeda Galaxy.
You're just gonna beg the question? I'm talking about like.
Professor Parks, can I ask you a question?
Well, on the ground, let me just quickly say, on the ground, the furthest you can see is about 150 miles. You can see the very tippy
Is
tops.
100? Okay, good.
The very
We'll say
tippy
100
tops of
miles.
mountains
All right,
that are 150 miles away.
Got it.
Yeah.
We'll say 100.
But that's just because they get if they're further away, they'll be blocked.
100 miles in each direction. Is that a fucking hemisphere of the Earth? Is that the whole hemisphere?
Did you get it? Did you get it? Did you get it?
Is it a 200-mile hemisphere Earth?
Nobody said that
What
was
are
a
you
hemisphere.
talking about? The
He said that
hemisphere is the stars.
he said that the part of the celestial sphere that you see is a hemisphere. That's the part that he was talking about.
Yeah, so if you only see 100 miles in each direction, then how is the optical?
No, it's not that you only
hemisphere of the Earth?
see. It's that things that are further away than 150 miles, let's say, on Earth, you can't see because there's something blocking them. It's called the Earth.
But then why is the sun and the moon rising and setting at that
For fuck's sake,
location?
because there's nothing blocking them. When the sun is in the sky, you're gonna see it. And
So
it's
why aren't they lighting up
always
cities when they
on
set?
the
Why don't they light
flat
up city
Earth
and landscapes
model.
behind
In the flat Earth model, the sun is always in the sky. You will always see it.
Unless
I don't understand how. Yeah, I mean, we know the GP of the star, and I can see I live at the 62 degrees north. Let's say the GP is over a crater, I can see the sun. So of course we can see it more than, what was it, 200 miles?
So I'm fond of pointing out that on the Earth, if you were 300 miles away from Mount Everest, that's roughly on the Bay of Bengal. If you were on the Bay of Bengal, Mount Everest would be an enormous thing on the horizon. It would be twice the size of the sun or the moon. That's a 6-mile high object at 300 miles. That's a degree. And the sun and the moon are half a degree. Everest would be an enormous thing on the horizon. Nobody has ever seen even the tippy top of Mount Everest from the Bay of Bengal.
When a car drives away from you on the highway, is it not getting smaller or is it the same size? Does it look the same size?
If anything that's a degree in size, and the sun and at Mount Everest would be a full degree in size from 300 miles away, would be enormous. When the moon goes behind it, you would know because you would see the silhouette of the top of the peak. Nobody has ever seen that, and there's a very simple reason why.
Also, the sun doesn't change size as it passes overhead.
It changes
I was
size.
just, I had one, the astronomer, I had one question. Since Polaris is a variable, is it variable enough to do the distance calculation as by us? You call them Cepheid stars?
Well,
yeah, and so it has. You can do. There actually is a discrepancy in the distance to Polaris because you get one distance using the Cepheid, the period luminosity relationship on Polaris A, but if you look at, I think it's Polaris C, which is an 8th magnitude star, you can do trigonometric parallax on it, and those two distances are inconsistent with each other. It's been a while since I looked at that to see whether or not that's actually been resolved. But the problem is that they probably mischaracterizing where in its evolution the Polaris A actually is, which would affect the period luminosity relationship.
There's two types of Cepheids, right? I just learned that recently. Apparently, they have to figure out which one it is.
Yeah.
How do they do that? How do they figure out which type it is? Is that just spectra?
Actually, pulsation curve. By looking at
the pulsation curve is what they're using to figure the distance, and they have to know which kind it is to get that distance. Right? It seems like there's a chicken and egg thing.
It's the shape of the pulsation curve that tells you.
I see. Okay, thanks.
Isn't it the luminosity and the consistency also?
Oh, they pulsate that into my curve.
What now?
I was talking about.
You're talking about the pulsars, the quasars. What are you talking about?
Cepheid variables.
Yeah.
Well, the Cepheid variables, right. The first ring in the ladder.
No, Cepheid variables are the third rung on this cosmic distance ladder.
Which would be the second and the first?
The first would be radar finding, and the second would be trigonometric parallax.
Okay, I was talking about actuals. Okay, gotcha. I was talking about the actual, the quasars, the Cepheid variables.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's VLBI.
Quasars are very much different than Cepheids.
But don't they use quasar for VLBI measurements? Or as a reference?
Yes.
Well, they don't use quasars for distance measurements exactly. You can use the Hubble flow to determine distances to quasars.
Yeah, but VLBI use quasars as a external reference point.
Oh my.
I think when you say they use them as an external reference point, what do you mean by that?
I think they use the radio signals coming, and then since the distance is that great, the radio waves are sort of coming in horizontally. And and then they measure the different time it takes to reach the different antennas. And the time delay conforms nicely to a spherical Earth.
Oh, yeah. You're talking about interferometry.
But a long-based, radio.
Long-based interferometry. Yeah, that's one of my specialities, and that has never been broached. I've tried to broach it with the Aether boys, and they just don't seem to get what I'm talking about. In order for aperture synthesis to work, the Earth has to basically be a sphere.
Yeah.
You want to put that in layman's terms?
Okay, so interferometry is a bit advanced of a subject. I will just put it that way.
Nothing's advanced if you explain it simply.
If you have a look at my what do you call it, emoji or on my name, that's a very simple depiction of it.
Profile picture. Are you going to be using an electric tool to measure it? What are you going to use to measure it?
Interferometry?
Interferometry, yeah. Is that a tool?
Interferometry works different in the visible range and the radio range. I always like to say that radio folks are dirty, dirty cheaters because it's much easier to do interferometry in the radio than it is for optical. But effectively, what you can so the angular resolution limit of a telescope is based on its aperture or its light collecting area. So a 10-meter telescope will have a angular resolution limit that is 10 times finer than a 1-meter telescope. So that limits us greatly in terms of our ability to see fine detail at basically faraway distances. And so the radio folks figured out that what you can do is you can look at the same object using the using multiple telescopes at varying distances, and that will synthesize or simulate the angular resolution of a telescope that has the aperture that is equal to the separation of the telescopes. So, for example, the VLA, the longest separation between two telescopes is around 24 kilometers. So if you take data interferometrically, you can then get data that has an angular resolution as if you were using a radio telescope that is 24 kilometers in size. And the way that sorry, yeah, go ahead.
How do they communicate like the time difference between those? Like if they're adding them up, basically, right? Like how do they make sure that that's exactly at the exact same time? You know, like
that's an excellent point because, and this is why radio cheats, is because radio transmissions you can record, and those can be time-stamped very accurately. In optical and IR interferometry, which is where my specialty is, you actually have to do it in real time. So it limits the baselines that you can have using an optical or IR. So that's how.
You can use the amplitude and the phase of the radio signals to compare that, can't you? Or something like that.
Yep. The amplitude and phase, that gives you also, because of the fact that they're in long wavelengths, you actually get phase information independently. So again, they cheat. Whereas with optical, you can't get specific phase information independently. You can only get a closure phase, but this is really starting to get into the weeds.
Yeah, did all that, or was it too complicated?
No, if you use an array like that, is the what you would call the aperture, is that additive, or are you still limited by like your largest dish?
Your limit. When you're doing interferometry, I don't believe. Yeah, if you're doing interferometry and you, for whatever reason, decide to mix and match your individual telescopes or antenna, then that's not going to affect your resolution per se. That's going to affect your brightness limit, how faint you can see. The resolution is simply a function of how far away the two telescopes are.
Yeah, the important point is that you're effectively getting little pieces of what would be the light gathering of an enormous telescope, and you get something like the resolution that you would get from that enormous telescope. I put a presentation that I give sometimes on diffraction that gets into why resolution goes as aperture over wavelength, and that's really the important thing to understand.
This goes to how this is relates to the spherical Earth problem is I use the term aperture synthesis. As was just pointed out, if you have two telescopes and you take one observation, you are basically getting. You can kind of think of it as you have this ginormous telescope, but you're only filling in the amount of light that would have hit that large telescope at those two positions. And so what we try to do is we try to fill in that empty space. And the way to do that, or the easiest way to do that, is to basically allow the Earth to rotate, and that is going to cause the projected distance that, say, the distance that the galaxy is going to see the two telescopes separated by, that's going to change that perspective on the angle or the size of that. And that allows you to fill in more of that aperture and get more precise data.
What about this is like only works on a globe Earth?
Because the aperture size is changing. He just said it, or not the aperture, the distance between them. The projected distance between
coming in low. Is it just me, guys, or is Q up low?
Imagine you getting the same radio signal coming in, and the radio waves are sort of coming in horizontally towards the Earth, and you have telescopes. What was the aperture when they did that black hole?
The Earth.
Yeah, the complete side of the Earth facing the black. Yeah. So basically, you can have interferometry, radio interferometry, with the size of the one of the face of the Earth, and the same signal has a longer way to travel at the outskirts or towards the horizon or whatever you want to call it. What do you call it? Than it does in the middle. If you think about the middle telescope is pointing directly straight up, zenith, and the telescope way off to the side are angled to the same source. The radio signal received takes a longer time to reach, a shorter time to reach the middle one than the outskirts one, which means they are further away. And
Yes.
I don't know if my explanation was giving.
Yeah, no, it's good. With optical, we actually have something called delay lines that we need to worry about in order to take care of that effect, because we want to make sure that we're getting light. The photons that we are combining to do this process, we need to ensure that they are in fact collected at the exact same time. And so we use what are known as delay lines to do that. But I think someone asked, how does that aperture synthesis relate to the globe? It relates to the globe because we can look at we can basically map out what portions of that simulated telescope would be. And that geometry changes if you're on a flat sphere or a flat surface or a sphere, and it conforms to a sphere.
Yeah, but the model doesn't. The model you make like after the fact doesn't matter, right? All that matters is that the radio wave you're getting or whatever, like you send it in the right way at the right frequency, whatever aperture. It doesn't. You still don't know what's happening, right? You have a theory on why it's easier.
You're not sending radio signals. You're receiving radio signals. You're not sending any radio signals.
Either way, you don't know where they're coming from. You just know at different locations you receive them. Whatever. You don't know what you've never traveled to space, so
the angular resolution of the VLBI is such that you can rather pinpoint these sources quite accurately.
Yeah, you're claiming to pinpoint them, but you're just making a model.
No, this is based on measurements.
That's not a measurement.
Yeah, it's not an assumption anymore once it's been measured.
Yeah. What is the angular resolution of the VLBI? Is it 0.00 something micro arc seconds? It's insane.
Oh yeah. Oh, that VLBI. Yeah. I don't know. Let me look it up.
I think it's like you can almost have the resolution of a penny on the moon or something like that. It's crazy. It's amazing.
VLBI. Angular resolution.
Yeah, you guys are given one model that works, and you think it just proves it because it matches up with what you're doing. Like that's it. It's like
what else you wanted to do?
Forget we're in the flat Earth.
And you're like, you trust me.
Yeah. Could I ask you a question? What do you mean by that? I mean, they have equipment, they do measurements, and the measurements give us a result of some sort, gives us data, and then you look at the data. You think the data is wrong?
So do you think science experiments like they tell you the answer when you do them? You don't have to like come up with theories on why your results you're getting what they mean. You think it just tells you? You think the sky just tells you?
The measurements tell us.
Hang on. Do you have any idea?
The measurements are speaking to you?
Yeah. Have you any idea how these measurements are built up from scratch? They start with basic physics, known physics, and has been built upon, and more has been learned. It's not like someone's taking it out of their ass.
So you have to. So you don't just do the measurement. You have to appeal to consensus first. Is what you're saying?
No.
It's not an appeal to consensus.
You just said you're appealing to physics that is a proven consensus.
So if you measure radio signals coming into an antenna, what assumption is made?
Or where they're coming from, what direction, if they're traveling straight, all kinds of things.
Do you think it could be measured where they're coming from?
There could be. You could have like a model, and and you can have a
No,
kind of like a direction, but
that's
you
nothing
can't
to
know
do with that.
distance, you
No,
can't know
Right.
the
Has nothing
exact
to do with the
location.
model. The
What?
question was, can one figure out where they're coming from? Because quasars can also be observed by optical telescopes.
No, you can't. You can't figure out where it's coming from.
Oh, just for a quick,
so we got
the best resolution for the VLBI is 1 milliarc second.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah. 1/1000th of a arc second. Is that right? Yeah, it's definitely 1/1000th of an arc second. That's a milliarc second, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fact that we could measure that is wild.
Mm-hmm. Chara, the one I was using, we our best resolution is 0.25 milliarc seconds. So, suck it, radio.
0.25, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the record? What is that? That's gotta be some type of record.
Yeah, I think unless somebody has built a larger interferometer in the last 5 years that I don't know about, yes, that is the best angular resolution one can get using interferometry at this point.
I have a question.
Yeah,
You guys. I have a question. If the model you guys were given, right, that from the people from the government that goes to space and figures out these things for you, if they squish down the scale of the model, or if they expanded it to infinity, would you be able to tell a difference based on what you're doing, or is it just you just kind of believe whatever they say? Like it's the same. It's kinematically the same if they squish it all down, right? Symmetrically, right?
It's not kinematically the same.
No.
How would you know the difference?
What
the measurements that they got, the measurements that they got, the measurements that they got, you're already starting back up again without waiting for an answer to come in. You didn't actually let the answer come out before you started again.
He doesn't want the answer.
I'm just adding a little more caveat because I know you guys are going to be.
You don't need any more caveats. If the measurements didn't fit the model that we have, which includes a specific size, then scaling the model would not fit anymore.
No, I'm saying they could change all the formulas for like how you come up with all this stuff, like everything. They just scale it all down, scale the whole thing down.
Yeah, let me ask you this. So, you know the distance between the different telescopes, and you are saying if we scale that distance,
we'd have to scale the speed of light. Right.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, and I can measure the speed of light myself. I don't have to depend on somebody else.
The density of the medium could be different, and it could be traveling different through that density.
Okay, light, and for example, through air, it's what? It's 0.3% of a difference in between that and the speed through a vacuum.
Yeah, and that's at 0.03 sea level pressure.
Yeah, 0.03, not 0.3.
Yeah, just for the hell of it.
Just for the hell of it,
the other day.
Would it be able to work?
Just for the hell of it, on the other day, I went to Google Scholar, and I searched for papers regarding astronomical refraction through the atmosphere since 2021, and there were more than 16,000 scientific papers published. It's not like the effect of the atmosphere is unknown to astronomy.
I'm not saying our atmosphere. I'm saying space could be like. I'm saying if they change the scale of space, made everything closer, changed the vacuum into something else, you guys would still be doing the same thing, and you'd just be like, oh, this proves that it's this distance because it works because I get the thing when they say I'm gonna get it when I do the specific thing. Like it's just a model.
So we're into before you get into it, because I actually. Because I have a very concise explanation as to why we know that's not the case. We can do anything in any spectrum of light we want. Radio, visible light, infrared, they all, according to all the knowledge that we have a different amount of effects of refraction for one media. If I choose one media, like glass, different wavelengths of light go through that different speeds. So we're not only confirming this with visible light, we're also confirming this with radio. We're confirming this with infrared. We're confirming it with ultraviolet. They all come up with the same answer. If the medium was causing the light to slow or do something else really weird, we would be able to detect it because of the difference between the different wavelengths.
But they all bend the same way, fundamentally. They're all going to bend towards a more dense medium.
And they do it by different amounts for each wavelength. That's the part that you missed.
Okay, I didn't miss that. I knew that.
Okay, so just saying the thing that I already said doesn't really change anything.
They're all affected differently. I just want to say overall, they're actually fundamentally responding the same, bending towards a more dense medium.
By differing
Yeah,
amounts.
that's valid.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
by differing
exactly
amounts.
what they said.
I agree.
So
it's known.
So if the amounts of the effect would be different for different wavelengths, and we observe the same thing with all of the different wavelengths, that means refraction is not at play here.
What observation are you talking about? Do you have an example?
Observations of distant galaxies done via radio, via infrared, via visible light, and via ultraviolet all come up with the same answer.
Yeah, radio and X-ray.
What about it?
So if they all come up with the same answer, we know refraction is not going to cause the difference that QOP is expecting.
They don't come up with answers. You guys make theories and then you claim it's just an answer.
These are observations. No. These are not theories. We observe, we get the same answer with all of the different methods we have available to us.
Because you're doing the same thing over and over, and it's like it's set up to work
with different wavelengths, which we know have different effects. Well, if the different wavelengths all come up with the same answer, then we know that the thing that causes different wavelengths to have different effects is not at play anymore, right?
It's like you could test that, let's say, using water, glass, gases, so on and so forth, with the different wavelengths, and you will notice then they will have different refraction. But when you do it in the same medium, they have the same, or within the same paradigm. So yeah, I don't know. Just saying, if what maybe, could be something magic or something this or that, it doesn't do it for me. You have to come up with a proper scientific way of giving us the evidence that yes, there are things that are affecting all the electromagnetic radiation coming from, let's say, stars and galaxies and whatever.
Specifically, we have a piece of information. That piece of information tells us that these things are that far away. If you have any positive information that says that they aren't that far away, that would be wonderful to present, because so far as we have, there's no conflicting information here.
Because you guys are all doing the same thing, and did you hear what you just said? You just said that I have to prove your theory for you. That's what you said. You don't have to prove your own theory.
That is incorrect. That is not what I said. That is absolutely the opposite of what I said. What I said was, we have information using different wavelengths of electromagnetic spectra to come to a particular piece of information. They are that far away. You want to know if it's possible they are not that far away. So for you to support your position, you would need to bring something that says they are not that far away.
Okay, so how are you measuring the distance? How do you calculate time and distance from the measurement you're getting from the radio wave?
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
You have to go through this.
Do we have to start from the beginning of the conversation from an hour ago just to satisfy your current need?
No, it can't be that complicated, right? When you measure distance, like if I hear a sound wave, I say, you just time it, right? And then you got to measure the distance. You guys can't measure the distance. You can't time it. You don't know when it started and it's sent. So how would you measure the distance?
Okay. So at the beginning of this conversation, when you said, if it's simple enough, it can, or even if it's complicated, it can be explained simply, something like that. And at the time when you said that, then there was an explanation. I think it was Rob Parks who explained the interferometry being used. I asked in the VC, was that simple enough, or is it actually complicated? And you didn't respond at that time. But that's when the explanation happened. The explanation was at that time, and now you're back asking the same damn thing again.
Just explain it.
I'm asking for more specificity on how you do the actual measurement of the distance and the time. So how do
But
you
how
know
many
when
times
the
does it take for you to understand it? Does it need to be
you
multiple
guys didn't
times, or
say
can
you
it
guys
just?
didn't say how would you start the clock like for checking how long it takes?
Break it down.
This is not a.
Is
This is not a.
it based
Somebody
on
emits
looking
a
at it?
pulse.
Is
This
it
is
like a
not.
pulsar that flashes? Is it a pulsar that flashes and then you start the clock?
No, this is not an observation of somebody starts a light source and then has a stopwatch. This is not one of those observations.
Exactly. So you're just
The
begging the
explanation
question.
in
Then.
the
So how do
chat
you do the
was
how do
given
you do the
to you
calculation?
about how these distances could be achieved. Part of that involved what was it, SE? You involved yourself in that conversation too. You said something about Cepheid variables.
I could have explained it now.
What about the Cepheid variables?
So the light, the characteristic of the light, and the part of the evolution of the star, that's part of the distance determination, right?
How does that make sense?
According to you guys,
the evolution of the light.
Okay, so there was an explanation in the chat. I just wanted to make sure that that actually happened in this conversation, and it's just being asked again for no fucking reason.
Can you not explain it?
Yeah,
I think I just did. I think I just did.
That the evolution of the light and the distance
Evolution
of
of the star and the variable and the luminosity changing.
That's not even an
That's
explanation.
the basic. That's the basic.
just
but
begging the
it's,
question.
What
yeah,
kind of
it's much
explanation
more
is that?
complicated. Begging the question, observing how a star changes luminosity is begging the question.
No,
No, you're begging the question of what that means and what it's sending to you.
No, it's
y'all
not a
are not
satisfactory
you guys aren't-
explanation
you guys are-
for a layman.
you guys
I
aren't
don't
even-
understand
it's
what
not,
you're saying exactly.
nuh-uh is not as a satisfactory rebuttal either. You don't just get to say nuh-uh and be,
Well, the
reasonable.
thing is, like, I thought we were doing like a bouncing off the moon kind of thing, where like you send it and receive it, and then you can time it. You're just assuming you know how far it is to begin with. You know when the wave is being sent from like whatever pulsar or star, whatever you're receiving. All you're doing is receiving a signal and then begging the question. That's all you're doing. You're not getting any information from the signal. You're just begging the question and reaffirming your.
Could you tell us how the signal is made?
That is, hold on.
I have
that
no
is
idea.
the
You
thickest
tell me.
layer of bullshit I've ever
You
heard.
tell me what the-
We're
what the
receiving
basic-
a signal and we're not getting any information from it. Is impossible to be a reasonable
So the
sentence.
radio wave
A
tells you where it
reasonable
came
adult
from?
cannot utter that sentence reasonably. It's not
Okay,
something
we
that
got
a
this.
reasonable
Tells you where it
person
came
can
from?
ever say. We're receiving a signal and we're not getting any information from it. That is
So
the
when
shit
the wave
you say.
when the wave comes to your radar, it says, "I came from Galactus, Drake, whatever, blah blah blah, Sector B." Like that's what it says when it's like a
begging the
sound wave.
question.
Hang
It's
on a
sad
minute.
that we
Do
got
you
to break
think
down basic logic for these scientism cultists, and they still won't freaking see it.
I was just wondering, are you now talking about radar or the VLBI that we were discussing?
Well, light or radio, whatever kind of frequency, whatever electromagnetic frequency it is, it's all the same shit. You're just begging the
So
question.
you were not you were not in here when it was sort of laymanly explained.
he was
how,
here.
Yeah, okay, VLBI, but you didn't
You
get
beg the question the whole time, is what he's saying. Can't you see that?
Yeah, that's a really stupid thing to say because observations are not begging the question.
Yeah, but your premise is.
Yeah, look, this is where the contention is.
What is the premise?
You make an observation. I'll tell you what these guys are saying. You make an observation, it's a variable, and then from that you deduce a distance. The question is, how did you deduce the distance?
Ah, so you want to go through all of it? Well, it would take
Yes,
a
we want to
few
go back an
lectures.
hour because everybody forgot.
Yeah. But by the way, if one wanted to go into all the nitty-gritty details, it would probably take a couple of days of lectures.
It
Not
won't
really
take
not
more than
complicated,
5 minutes.
Not really. The distance is
point
just
out.
based on their model. It's how fast light travels, the distance that it travels, all correctly matching with their model. That's very simple.
And if refraction was at play, we'd get different answers with different wavelengths of light, which I already explained.
Yeah, so that's their answer.
No, but you have to determine a distance to begin with, right? This is the contention here. What are you comparing that to? That's the problem. That's the issue.
Okay, if we involve ourselves in that conversation, we have to come to some base understanding. For instance, when I use radio ranging on the moon, and you guys all say that's bullshit, even though I directly observe a 2.6 second delay, we can't have a conversation for how far away a star is because you already disagreed with the very idea that I can radio range the moon, which is super fucking simple.
So like when the Globers range the moon, they use a constant speed of light. In concave Earth, when we range the moon or something further, light slows down as it goes more up, more towards the center.
Okay, you guys both beg the question.
But you don't have any
You guys
explanation
both
of that.
beg the question.
It's not an argument. I'm just letting these guys know how things work. So their shit is constant, linear, and long as fuck
You guys
because
can't. You
light
guys
is
change the
fast.
physics in the model to fit like your belief system.
And concave Earth's version is light slows down big time,
Yeah, and
badly,
flat earthers don't
as
do
it
any
goes
of that.
up.
We don't.
Thank you very much.
What
We
happened?
don't assume.
You
What
are
happened to
empowered.
energy? What would happen to the energy of the light if it slows down?
Oh yeah, he's violating conservation of energy.
Yep.
You don't know the source.
Moreover, it's more important to just point out that on a concave model, you have to invoke some sort of magic. The light slows down, but it slows down the same for every wavelength.
No, go back to talking about the globe. Go back to talking about the globe.
Yeah, let's talk about dark matter. Let's
Yeah,
invoke
we
dark
can
matter.
talk about things that we can use to do useful work. For instance, like radio ranging the moon. We know radar can give us useful answers, and for some reason it can't when it's the moon.
Yeah, by
no
just assuming
reason for that.
constant speed of light, and building a model off of that, and everything's just long as fuck, extravagant as fuck, big as fuck. Just makes no sense. Sure, yeah, that's the global model. We have that. It works.
Yeah, well, Romer,
It works
I think it
for
was
the
Romer-
local solar
Romer who did-
system. For the
I think it
local
was
solar
Romer
system
who
and down
did the
here on
first.
Earth, things seems to work pretty well. Beyond that, everything is long as fuck. You can't imagine it. You can't think it. The numbers are too big. Yeah, that's your global model. It works.
Could you explain the Romer experiment? Hang on.
It doesn't make sense to you. It doesn't make sense to you. You say
Who
the
said
globe
about
model
doesn't make sense?
for it to be that big.
It makes a lot of sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Notice
But
how the
that's an
Glober
argument from
assumes that just
incredulity.
because
You
you don't
personally don't think that it's
masturbate to their
true.
model,
So
it must
therefore,
not
because
make
of your
sense to you.
personal opinion,
Yeah,
you are
because it's a
rejecting.
religion.
Yeah, exactly.
So
It
could
is
you
a
explain the
scientific
Romer
Personal
experiment?
opinion, it doesn't make sense, and that's not a valid argument.
No. Could you any of the flat earthers or the ones who deny this explain the Romer experiment?
You
Explain
don't
radio
need
ranging
to
to the moon either. They
replace the
can't explain that shit
model.
either.
You don't need to replace the model to point out the obvious issues with the current one that we are taught is a fact when it is not.
Okay, the obvious issues
pretend
don't seem to be obvious to the people that have an education. So could you please elaborate?
You mean an indoctrination in which you
There
can
is
no
a- yeah,
longer
it's a lie.
listen,
Yeah,
don't interrupt me,
indoctrinated.
please. You are indoctrinated to where you are no longer even able to consider reason at a basic level.
That's a wonderful
you
statement.
just-
That doesn't tell me anything.
Okay, you try and break down the steps on how you can measure those radio waves and come up with a distance. If you try and break that down at a fundamental level, it will be unsound reasoning. And I could point it out, I'll ring a bell the first time I hear it.
Quite
Okay,
the opposite, in fact.
light as we measure it goes at a certain speed. And then we use that speed and time to figure out a distance. Ta-da!
Exactly. That's what the doctrine taught you. And you don't even see how
No, they
many
do it. It's a
presuppositions
thought.
and
It's
Do you have any,
demonstrations
do you have
and
any
begging the
evidence
questions
that
there
the
are.
speed of the speed of light
It
is
was
not
demonstrated by Bill Nye the Science Guy. If you question the high priest, you will be shunned.
Okay, real quick.
Do you
I
have
have
any
personally,
evidence?
no, this is gonna get addressed right now because I've personally measured the speed of light. I know how fast light goes. To
You
say it
assumed
came from Bill
many
Nye has
things
nothing
doing
to
that.
do with what my actual observation is. You have told me that it's not a safe assumption that light goes that fast. You have to bring something that tells me it goes some other speed.
To then use that to measure a distance of a luminary is completely fallacious or unsound in reasoning.
How is it fallacious?
Okay, I think
Witchcraft, I feel like.
my favorite
I gotta.
example of how we can measure distances is the SN 1987A supernova, which is a fucking brilliant example of how everything matches up. The angular size of it, how light propagates from the center of the nebula outwards. Now you can easily do some simple calculations to figure out how far away it is. In addition, the measurements of short-lived radioactive isotopes have the same half-life there as it does on Earth.
Oh,
Which
and
means,
also the fallacy, saying it's a fallacy and not saying which, it's also a fallacy. Also, if you're going to say the moon is special, that's called special pleading, which is a fallacy. So now you have to actually label your fallacy that you said it is.
It is it okay. So it is unsound reasoning, and then when you try and explain it out, it is
it's just
begging the
unsound.
question.
No, you need
But you
to identify
haven't demonstrated what the
your
unsound
unsound
reasoning
reasoning. What's unsound?
The unsound reasoning is all the presuppositions that you have to make.
I measured the speed of light. It's not a presupposition. It's something I fucking measured.
So when you presuppose that the radio waves measure the distance of these luminaries, that is your error.
So what you just did again is called special pleading, to say that something has some special behavior that everything else does not have.
No, it's not. It is pointing out the fundamental presupposition that is very ridiculous. I understand that we must presuppose some things to figure science out, right? To practice science, you must presuppose some reasonable things. You should have a reasonable presuppositions.
What is unreasonable?
I wonder.
It's reasonable to assume that radar works.
That this
Yeah, it's
radio
reasonable
wave
to assume
measure the
radar
distance
works.
of a luminary is completely ridiculous to presuppose
Which
that.
luminaries are you talking about?
There's your special pleading again, which is a fallacy. It's reasonable to assume radar works because we can test it on everything, and suddenly, as soon as I pointed at the moon, it's not working anymore.
And how
Because
is
you're
it that the
presupposing that the moon is
radar
a
measurement?
physical object and not metaphysical.
And how
It's
is
a
it
light
that?
on the sky.
How have you
cannot
confirmed
prove
the
it
moon is
otherwise.
metaphysical? There's your positive claim. How is the moon metaphysical?
You can see stars through it.
Nobody has ever
Try
done
and
that.
bounce radio waves off of the moon on a new moon. You cannot receive them back.
Oh, we received it though.
Yeah. Another funny thing is that how the radar measurement of the distance to Venus conforms so fucking nicely to the change of the angular size of Venus as it gets closer to Earth and it moves further away.
What about those
Another
90
example.
As a
degrees?
physical object.
There's direct
It's
impact
not a
craters.
so how
That's a presupposition.
No,
the
you
angular
are
size
supposing
change.
that it's a physical object. You cannot prove it without ridiculous presuppositions.
Well, you can't prove it to be anything else. You have absolutely
Not
no
making a
proof
positive
for the
claim,
moon,
senor.
for the moon
Hey,
not being
hey,
physical.
hey.
Oh, come on, hold on, hang on. You have absolutely not a single shred of evidence that the moon is not physical.
You have not a single thread of evidence that the moon is physical. I have evidence that we
That's
have
wrong. That's
fraudulently
incorrect.
claimed.
That's
Hey, I'm not
incorrect.
finished. I have
Oh.
evidence that we have fraudulently claimed that it is physical by the moon rocks that we have retrieved. Turns out to be petrified wood.
Could you explain the
Those are
spectroscopy
Lordy.
of light coming from the moon?
Excuse me?
The
See,
spectroscopy
that's what the
of light,
confirmation bias thing is.
spectroscopy
Yeah,
of the moonlight. Could you explain why that is supporting your claim?
The spectrum of moonlight?
Spectroscopy of moonlight.
Sorry, I misheard you. I do not make a positive claim. I point out the errors in the basic logic of the scientism model that is forced down our throat.
Well, please, like we're talking about the moon. What is wrong? What is not taken into account?
What is so hard to admit that we don't know for sure? Why are we teaching it as fact? Why do some things not make sense, but we sweep it under the rug and act like we don't have to deal with it? And
because
once
we
you
have
do that,
we have evidence that
you
allows us to
must.
make an inference to the best explanation, right? And that's the only evidence we currently have. So until we have other evidence that shows us that's not the case, then obviously we can dismantle those assumptions.
Well,
But
all
until
the
then,
evidence
we have to
that
work.
shows
We have to work with what we have.
all the evidence that shows you not the case is swept under the rug, much like most of the experiments that are done. They just want to reify this model. And when things don't make sense, things like dark energy and dark matter are
Who is they?
slapped.
We don't need dark matter,
Fix
dark
the
energy.
entire
No. Who is they?
fix the entire model.
Who is
Dude,
they?
it's in shambles. The
Who is
scientism
they?
cultists.
Who
The ones that
is
peddle
they?
the ones that peddle this stick their head in the sand and become coincidence theorists.
Hey, what about this question? I've got a serious question for the amphibious. How much science have you actually taken in any level, high school, college? Have you taken any?
Astronomy in college.
So there were laboratories associated with those classes?
No. Just telescope doctrine from
I question
scientism.
you then. I question that because all scientific classes have labs associated with them.
Okay, the astronomy course 101 in University of Missouri St. Louis did not have any labs. Second,
So no chemistry, no biology.
It was just science. I've taken college biology.
Wait,
lab.
left flame. Did you have telescopes?
Wait, left flame. Is astronomy a form of science that you can do experiments with?
Absolutely is. But the thing is, I don't understand how you can take an astronomy class and not spend any time on a telescope.
Actually,
Well,
that's
I can
fairly common.
understand.
That's
I can
actually fairly
understand
common.
why. Because all we did was study the doctrine from some high priest of the scientism model.
Okay,
All
actually,
we
so
did.
let me tell you more reality then.
Let me tell you.
General astronomy is because I teach it, is generally speaking
You're
not
not biased
associated.
at all. You're not biased at all. I'm sorry.
Bro,
to cut
so
you
it
off. I'm
sounds
just
like
pointing this out.
you're like
He's a high
hostile
priest.
against the
I'm trying
info.
to help you with
You're
this.
the high priest, everyone. Listen to the doctrine.
I'm trying to
Sermon is
actually
in
help you
order.
with this. It is very common in at American universities that when you take an astronomy class, you don't necessarily have to take a lab. It's not like physics or geology or biology. You can take the lab. Sometimes some of the lectures do have a lab associated with them, but it's really just a crapshoot. So it is well within the realm of possibility that this dude did not take a lab at the University of Missouri when he was there.
Thank you. I wouldn't lie. I have no reason to lie about this. I'm not peddling something that I have to believe in because my worldview depends on it. My worldview's already been shaken. I've already questioned everything, and I've tried my best to completely control my ego. Don't claim to know things that other people don't know. I am approaching this at a basic, fundamental logic level, a basic understanding of sound reasoning. And if you approach from the base level, if we start at ground zero and look at the scientific method, and then you try and figure these things out using that scientific method, the rigid characteristics of that scientific method, you cannot do any of these. You cannot come to any of these conclusions.
What is the
with that
scientific
in mind.
method that you're talking about?
Just real quick,
Using controls and variables.
has an observatory. University
It's
of
so
Missouri.
easy.
Controls and variables.
Anyway,
Here's the thing, though. You're forming a staunch opinion about something that you're ignorant about. If you've not spent any time in the lab doing these things, your opinion doesn't matter.
More importantly, you're not holding the alternative position, which is flat Earth, to the same standard. They don't have any variables. They don't have any experiments. There's nothing you can actually do with flat Earth.
Okay, first off, Left Lane said, I am ignorant of the science because I have not even done any labs. I am not claiming to understand all the science. I am pointing out at a fundamental level of basic logic and reasoning If you try and do any of these, if you just listen to someone explain how they came to these conclusions, it is full of unsound reasoning. No
Why
one
are
like the one
you
you did.
respond to what
Wait,
Doofus
hold on.
said?
Which laws?
Unsound reason as opposed to what? The flat Earth version that doesn't work?
No one is making that claim. Well, I am not making that
Okay,
claim.
so
I don't have to make a claim. All my claim is that this model is full of unsound reason.
You have to
you
take a
did claim
position. though.
unsound reasoning. That is a claim. And when I presented
what I'm
a
saying.
measurement to the moon, you committed a fallacy yourself. You committed a fallacy of special pleading.
Saying that I don't know what it is.
No, you committed a fallacy of special pleading by saying radio ranging works for everything except the moon.
Those words never came out of my mouth.
Okay, so why can I not use radio ranging on the moon then?
Because you are presupposing that it is bouncing off a physical object.
I
Well,
get
you
a
wouldn't
return 2.6 seconds later. That's the thing that happens.
Okay. What if there are you're not even considering other controls or variables?
What other variables should I consider, and give me explanations?
Have you bounced a radio wave off of something in the sky, like a plane or a satellite?
So the one case where I've done the thing that you're asking about, you want another case of that.
Yo, why can't we not speak directly? He asked for give me a variable and you gave him a question. Give him a fucking variable, man.
Thank you.
No, that's to you.
That's directed at you, man.
What are you talking about? The variable, you have to check controls. You have to say,
but which
maybe
ones?
there is something. What?
What controls am I not controlling?
You are not controlling the fact that you bounce something off of the sky and compare it to what you say you're bouncing the moon.
So if you bounce
That's
the
not a
signal
control, that's
away
just a
from the
second
moon,
example
you
of doing the
you don't
thing.
get a return. Hang on. If you turn your antenna away from the moon and you send the radio signals, you don't get a return signal.
That doesn't mean it's not. That doesn't mean it's a physical object.
Whatever the moon is, it's 240,000 miles away, given the amount of time it takes for the signal that I sent and received back.
You can say that, but you are full of presuppositions.
What presuppositions are invalid? Which ones?
Presupposing that the moon is a physical object.
It looks like a rock.
Whatever the moon is, and I explained this already, you oh my god, dude. Whatever the moon is, the signal I sent took, it went to 240,000 miles before it came back to me. Say the moon's not a physical thing again. See if that changes what my answer is.
You're not even considering other variables.
What other variables am I not considering?
What?
I love it. How do you?
So many other variables that
What
could
variables? Which ones?
There could be a dome that is bouncing the radio signal.
Right. So if I point the antenna at not the moon, I don't get a return. But the dome's there. It's just not returning the signal because, magic.
Yeah, because of the metaphysical nature of the moon. You're not.
Okay, so when I point the antenna at the moon and I get a return, the dome is 240,000 miles away. Does that fucking make sense?
Or when you point the antenna at the moon when it is in a new moon phase, then what? And you don't get a return signal.
According to who and under what conditions?
You can find the moon in the new moon phase if you know where to look.
Right.
Okay. Provide evidence that someone has.
You are making the claim that someone hasn't. You are making the claim that someone hasn't. You are making a positive claim. And as you like to say,
burden of proof.
Burden of proof on yours.
Actually, he has a
I
good
will provide
question.
evidence. I will not.
But you said that
radio signal being bounced off of a new moon phase.
I don't really need an explanation as to how someone thinks that could happen. What I need from you is why 2.6 seconds later I get a return signal if I point the antenna at the moon and nowhere else.
Because I'm using basic sound reasoning.
No, it's
I'm not
called special
presupposing
reasoning.
things.
No.
No, but you said something very interesting. You said you're using
No,
basic
it's not
reasoning and laws of logic, right? Which laws of logic are you using? Are you using the fundamental laws of logic, laws of non-contradiction,
Don't
identity,
give him a
and
way out, bro.
excluded middle? I'm
So
not giving him a way out.
He's
it's full
demonstrating
of
that he doesn't understand
presuppositions
logic.
No, I'm
right,
asking
out
you,
the
how
radio
did you
wave.
deduce that the moon is not a solid object using the three fundamental laws of logic, which is a concept which are instantiated concepts in philosophy? How did you deduce that a physical object is not a physical object, or it's anything, using the fundamental laws of logic, which you instantiate? How?
Because I never, for one, presuppose that the luminaries in the sky are physical objects.
Non-presupposition is not a fundamental laws of
I
logic.
use logic not to presuppose that the
That
luminaries
is
in the
not a
sky.
fundamental law of logic. The laws of logic are law of identity, law of non-contradiction, and law of excluded middle. Apply any of those laws to the moon being physical or non-physical. Do it. Do it now.
Sound reasoning. I don't care about the
Sound
laws
reasoning
of,
implies that you're using the laws of logic. The way humans sound reason is by using the laws of logic. How did you use the laws of logic to determine if the moon is a physical object or not? You should be able to tell me that because you did the sound reasoning part.
because humans have observed stars through the new moon phase, like behind.
They have
your
not.
motto would say
that has
it was
nothing to do with. That has nothing to
That
do
is-
with.
So logically,
that has
you would
nothing to
say,
do.
logically, you would say, "Oh wait, that doesn't make sense."
There is
that
no
has nothing to do with laws of logic.
There is no
I've taken many pictures of the moon, and I've never seen stars through the moon.
Neither have I, and I've studied it a hell of a lot of
I
time.
can post those. Someone can post those.
Let's go for it.
You can't even see stars when there is a new moon.
Why am I battling like seven scientism cultists?
Because
Why can't I just talk to one, or else have
I'm not
other
even a scientist.
people
I'm
that
a
are
skeptic. I'm not even a scientism cultist. I'm a skeptic.
Bro, you're going against the PhD and MD.
Hold on. We should see stars through the moon all the time. All the time. Not just one time that you saw on some YouTube video. We should see stars through the moon all the time.
Why? That is not logical to say that.
No, again,
It is. If the moon is not able to block the light from a star, it should be not possible for it to block the light all the time. Secondly,
That's not
we
true.
know where
That's making
constellations
an
are, so we
assumption.
should know when the
Making
moon
an
is going to be in
assumption.
front of a constellation that we know about. So we should be able to find an observation where somebody knew that Orion was going to be behind the moon, and then we could see Orion through the moon.
Okay.
Yeah,
you don't see how your first premise. You don't see how your first premise was a false dichotomy. You can't either have it be black or white.
Let me
How do
explain to
you
you.
fucking know that?
What do you mean we can't?
You said stars could be seen through the moon. That means
I
stars
said
can be
you
seen through the moon,
I said
right?
stars have been seen through the moon.
So then the moon
Doesn't mean
can't stop the
all the
light from
time you
coming
can do
through, or else we wouldn't see that, right?
That's a false dichotomy. We don't know
why is it-
what
hang
a
on, hang on.
luminary is.
Dichotomy, you
Hang on.
dumb fuck.
Why is it that hundreds of-
Hold on.
Yeah.
You said we
Why-
don't know. I'm afraid it's you who doesn't know, not us.
You
Why
can't
is
prove
it
it.
that
You're
the
just buying
hundreds
into
of
this
thousands?
faith.
Hang on.
You are
How
just
is it
buying
that the
into this
hundreds of
faith.
thousands of amateur astronomers have never seen starlight going through the moon?
In fact,
What are
we've
you
seen.
talking about? They have.
We have
No, they
seen.
haven't.
There's something called lunar occultations, where we actually see the starlight disappear behind the moon. And again, I'm going back to you to tell you exactly how impossible it is to see a star through a moon that is new. It is in the same part of the sky as the sun. We can't even see stars by the sun, let alone the moon itself, let alone a star behind the moon.
Okay,
So
I'm
what
just
you
gonna
said
have to bring
is complete
receipts and post images. Then you guys are gonna call it fake, but these people that post these images are not perpetual liars like NASA and the government.
What?
I claim
I was just watching. Yeah, it's not that long ago. I watched Saturn being hidden by the moon through my telescope.
Just because the moon hides objects, other luminaries in the sky behind it, like it appears to hide them behind it, does not mean that all the time it can do or it does that. We don't know.
So,
We can't explain a lot of things that we have
magic.
That we
So
we have
the moon
no
must have
explanation.
some. Yeah. So what you're saying
You
is
guys
that the
just
moon
can't
must
handle
have.
that because you're a weak mental mindset.
Demon.
No, what you're saying, hang on.
Not
What
knowing
you're
you have a
saying
God
is that
complex.
the moon.
You have a
What
God
you're saying is that
complex.
what you're saying is that the moon have some properties that sometimes it lets starlight pass through it, and other times it doesn't.
It's magic.
Correct. It is possible.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you
This
have
whole
do you
realm
have
is fucking
any
magic.
idea?
Don't
Yeah,
you
okay.
understand that?
Do you
There is
have
so
any
many
idea
things we
what?
cannot explain.
Hang on.
And
Do you have any idea what's causing that? What physical process is doing it so that the moon can sometimes let starlight pass through it and other times not? Do you have any
He said the moon is
explanation for that?
metaphysical.
It is metaphysical. We don't understand the luminaries in the sky.
Oh,
I
so
have-
did
I
you
have an
did you
idea how
see
that works.
Schumacher
You don't
Levy
understand.
crash into Jupiter and what happens to Jupiter?
Okay, how did we?
Did you see?
How
Have you
did we
seen? Have you
record
seen
this?
the
How did
amateur
we record
video?
this?
Have you seen
Shoemaker?
the amateur video made by a Japanese amateur astronomer who captured a meteorite crash in the moon?
Have not seen that.
No,
That
okay,
is
maybe
that
you
one.
should.
I would like to give a possible explanation for stars seeing through the dark phase of the moon, and it's called pixel error.
Most likely.
Okay, hot pixel.
Coincidence theorist.
I'm still
Everything's
waiting
just
for
a
that evidence.
coincidence. Everything is just a coincidence to you guys.
I'm still waiting for the evidence that
I
you can see it.
I bet there is no video of stars behind the moon or moving kind of or appearing behind the lit face of the moon. I think there's just a still photo, and someone shows there is a bright spot, and on a still photo, a bright spot which is very tiny. You cannot distinguish from a hot pixel or a star.
And another thing is that how much of the face of the moon do you think we can see?
So you guys think that the universe is magic, okay? You just won't admit it.
You're the one who just said the moon is metaphysical.
We don't think that.
I said it is possibly
think we
metaphysical.
think
There are
it's
things that we can't explain
Stop
about it.
making
Isn't
assumptions.
that magic?
At this point of our
Who's the one
understanding,
saying that the
yes.
universe is magic? The only one in here is you.
No, you guys are because you think
that
the
was
sun.
hilarious. No.
You think the
Amphibious
sun
thinks
is
we
far enough
think it.
away from
Unfortunately, we
our
don't think that.
perspective. You think the sun is far enough away from our perspective, and the moon is far away from our just enough of our perspective from this planet that their relative sizes match up perfectly.
They don't.
They don't match up perfectly, but sure.
If you roll dice,
No, it's not
for a
perfect.
million years, you would never come up with that. Those odds, you
first
could
off,
never.
it doesn't match.
You
First
could
off, it
never
doesn't
repeat
match
that.
perfectly. It doesn't match perfectly. The moon
That's why
is
we have a
slowly
total solar
the moon
eclipse.
is slowly
That's why we
receding
have
away from
annular.
the Earth.
You don't understand the difference between an annular eclipse. You know what an annular eclipse is? Where it's not perfect, where you can literally see the ring of the sun around the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
And if we have a total
Not perfect.
eclipse, it's also not perfect because then you would have just a very dot on the bottom, but at the in reality we have a broad area of a totality. So means the moon is bigger than the sun.
So I'm not saying that this whole model is wrong. You guys could be correct about the model, but the fundamental steps that have been taught are not of sound reasoning. So just because you are correct, just because you maybe happen to be correct about the heliocentric model does not mean that what we are taught could never get us there. You know what I mean? Like it's not of sound reason.
Okay,
No,
you used unsound reasoning to come to that conclusion because you used unsound reasoning to say that I can't use radar against the moon, even though I can use it against every single thing else.
Because
You
okay,
use
if
radio
you
signals,
explain
radar,
from a
and
base level,
lasers. Yeah, I mean,
explain it step
ham
by
radio,
step, and
radio
I
operators do
bet you
this
there
all
will
the
be
time.
presupposition in there to an extent
Step by step.
which is not
Hang on.
acceptable.
Let me ask you one
It's
thing.
definitely acceptable if I measured the thing you're claiming as a presupposition.
Yeah, but how much do you think is known about radio or
Begging the
radio
question.
signals? Hang on.
It's
How
not
much
begging the
do you
question.
think?
If I measure a measurement is not begging the question. That's fucking stupid.
It is the method of the measurement that is begging the question.
If I measure the speed of
If you
light,
break
I've
down the
measured the
method,
speed of light. It is not begging the question to say that I have
you
measured the
break
speed of light
down the
once I've measured the speed of light.
if you
Hey, let's
break
let
down the
that guy who had a
methodology,
question. Hold on. Let's let that guy who had a question ask the question, please.
Yeah, I mean, how much do you think science know about the radio or radar and radio waves and the physics of it? You said when if we boil it down to the nitty-gritty details, then they will show us that is wrong. In fact, the truth is the exact opposite.
you're going to
As
have
you
to
go
repeat.
into the nitty-gritty details, you understand more and more of how these things work.
You're going to have to repeat that because I got a call and interrupted what you said.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, radio and radar has been studied for fucking many years in many different ways. So science have a very good grasp of all the nitty-gritty details of how and the physics of it and how it works.
And when
you said
and when I say that
if
all
we
the
break it down, you
fundamentals,
said, hang on, let me finish. And you said if we break it down, it will end up showing that no, it's just based on assumptions or it's not correct. How is that? How does that work?
you just reify, you build a model on post diction, and then you make up math to reify it.
That's not how that works, but sure.
That's not the word.
How it
That's
works.
not what
That's
reification
how
means.
this whole thing came to be. It's a big house of cards.
Nope.
You know that people
Yeah,
make
that's not what reification means. Do not get your education from Nathan Oakley. He's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, by the way,
he's not of the. He
this is
doesn't
built
fit
up.
the doctrine. He's a moron.
The whole thing is built up from scratch. You start at the bottom, and as you learn, and science learn, and you go ahead, you build on that next step. If the previous stuff is wrong, then your next thing will not work.
That is
quite
false.
simple.
That is why they had to add dark matter and dark energy to account for all the missing mass that would make this whole house of cards work.
What's that got to do with radar?
And could you tell me how they came up with dark matter and dark energy?
I can't tell you the specifics.
You can't.
Right.
Yeah, there was
think
No,
you
the
should.
ship proved that there was missing mass.
It was
that
based on
wouldn't work.
measurements and observations.
Oh
yeah.
my god!
It's
It was
based
on a
They
mathematical
never
model.
made any observations of it, dude.
Oh,
what are you
Jesus
talking
Christ.
about?
You
yeah,
cannot
it's a
observe
fucking theory for a reason.
We shouldn't even
reason it
allow
came
the
up-
dark matter, dark energy into the combo.
Hey, I gotta go.
No, it's-
I gotta go to my
no, it's
son's
just not-
baseball game. I will resume this. I will resume this later. Cheers, y'all.
Yay.
Yes.
He's going to
Think
come
about
back with more Nathan Oakley, by the way.
Did he have to have a
And
talk? Is it Papa Fluff?
I've heard him
Well,
say
that's the
all
only
over.
place he's going to get reification from and use it incorrectly in the way that Nathan Oakley does.
Yeah, and he used basic logic as well, supposedly.
But I mean, the whole thing with radar is just like we made experiments with different wavelengths. We realized that some wavelengths are very good in being reflected from materials, and we can measure these things so that we can create technical instruments with it, where we can find planes, rockets, and we can guide stuff. And we know how speed of light works, so that we have laser rangefinders, and they are used thousands and thousands of times every day in constructions everywhere. We use the speed of light and the knowledge of refraction in fiber optics. All these things, even the navigation systems and all that would not be possible if we wouldn't know the nitty-gritty details.
I just want to point out that he said the moon is metaphysical. Basically, he's using it's because God in a different.
Yeah, and then he said we are claiming magic. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. All happens magically, but we are doing magic. That's cool.
It's basically just denial, and it has to be denial because it breaks.
I don't know magic.
Yeah, because it breaks their model or their faith. It's quite simple. That's the motivation for trying to disregard, deny any kind of measurements going against their narrative. It's quite simple.
There is no faith in flat Earth. It's not a faith-based existence. It's actually dealing with reality and what isn't there. For example, no experience of curvature, no measurements, no rotation, extended horizontality and motionless of Earth is what we experience.
Why is he back in this room?
That's actually going out. Boots on the ground. Boots on the ground. Everyone else is talking, so I can't talk now. Shut up.
There were boots on the ground in Antarctica too. There were boots on the ground.
On the ground. And we do our due diligence, okay? And radar
boots on the ground. Boots on the ground.
Are proving
on the ground.
Boots
on the ground.
Because
boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground.
Boots on the ground.
Extended horizontality is what we've got. Thank you.
Jin, were there
extended horizontal boots on the ground?
And you feel a plane moving and it's cruising. No, you can't.
Wow, you guys are a bunch of children. I'm out. Boots on the ground.
Yeah, reality's coming. You see.
Well, Jin never shows any evidence. He doesn't know the details of what he says. He just talks and preaches.
That's what I'm trying to show you here. Okay? So welcome to the field of reality. Thank you very much. Excellent. So I'm preaching now. The other guy was delusional because he was following Nathan Oakley. Now I'm preaching.
We love
you,
Jim.
I'm not preaching. Silly asses. Shut up.
I mean, if Earth was flat, then Southern Hemisphere flights would take double the time as compared to Northern Hemisphere flights, something RTH crashed out over. And of course, as evidenced by me, they don't.
And 69 miles per 1 degree does not conform to a flat Earth either. If you use simple geometry, it does not add up. Yep. Neither does the measurements like last to the sun. You know, the GP, you have different observers. They measure the elevation angle to the sun. By doing so, they should be able to calculate the height of the sun, but it will be different for every observer. So, no, nothing works on a flat Earth.
I want simple logic guy to come back and say how 60 nautical miles per degree is false because it has poor logic.
Doofus, while you can I ask you a question?
We don't accept that. I don't anyway. I won't be accepting that. Yeah.
Can I ask Doofus a question? If that's okay. Can you put yourself on mute as well so we don't get the echo through it?
Who's got an echo?
Okay, hang on a second.
Jin.
No, it's me. I'm the one with echo, as per usual.
So I'm interested in this speed of light measurement that you did because I know I watched it once, a little video on you. I'm getting the echo, Jen.
Yeah, I'm going to do it right now. My screen was off, you see. I'm now doing it right now.
Thank you.
That's very nice.
I watched this video where they were measuring it through like cogs or something like that. I don't know if that's the method that you use, but specifically, I don't know if you ever saw that TED talk that Rupert Sheldrake gave, but he talked about they fixed the definition of the speed of light in 1978. Did you ever hear about this?
I did not, but the method I used involved using an oscilloscope as a timekeeper and a trigger for the laser, a mirror off in the distance, and a photoreceptor coming back at it. So the oscilloscope triggered the laser and measured the delay in time from the.
How do you know the delay was the light and not your equipment?
Because the signal didn't come back to the oscilloscope until the laser was triggered.
Yeah, but your equipment is still the thing. Like, it's getting triggered and whatever, and like measuring it, right? So why would you say it's the light that's slow and not your equipment? Your equipment's perfect. The light is slow.
Here's the fun part of the setup. In order to eliminate the rise time of the laser and the photodetector, you put them right on top of each other first. Then you measure the time that comes back from the oscilloscope. Then you set up your known distance measurement. Then you fire the laser and you subtract out the time that you got on the first measurement, which removes all of the delays that the equipment could produce from your answer.
And what's left is this the delay of the light, right? Because
yep.
Because your experiment is perfect. It can't be improved at all. Wow, you guys are amazing.
Okay, can you tell me what's wrong with it? If you're going to hold the position there's something wrong with it, you have to provide something that tells me it's wrong.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Dude, like, do you know what kind of like thing you're dealing with here? Like, you think you're really like your equipment's that accurate that you can measure that kind of delay? It's ridiculous, bro.
It's because Earth is flat.
It's important to note that I do measure a
Nice,
delay.
thank you, left lane.
Right, I do measure a delay with the equipment that I have. To say that the equipment cannot, like it's inconceivable that I could measure this delay, doesn't make any sense if I have a measurement.
I'd have to look at your whole experiment, bro. I can't do this, like, you know.
I just explained the entire setup. There's nothing left out. All of the details were in the explanation that I gave to you.
I don't even know, dude. There's so many things involved, dude.
There's so many things that I got the explanation out in less than a minute. It was so complicated. I know, man.
Hey, Guap, I have 99% of the same stuff he does, but I almost guaranteed a different brand of oscilloscope. I get a different laser. And then if we compare our results and they're extraordinarily similar, then we can rule out equipment as an issue, probably, right? Does that sound reasonable?
No, it's not. There's like so many things involved, right?
So many things.
I'd have
Can you list
I'd have
them?
to look at your
What things are
experiment.
involved?
It's not like we could just what?
Let's list some of the so many things that haven't been mentioned already, so that we can try to account for them.
You can't account for. You can't do anything instantaneously, bro. Only electricity.
That's right. Let's see you do this experiment that you said you did. Can you actually show us it with you there? You there in person doing this thing, showing us and telling us exactly how fast the speed of light is.
So
that's what we want, you know?
So that we could double it.
Yeah.
Your oscilloscope. How many channels is your oscilloscope?
Yeah, let's
the
see.
one I used was a 3-channel.
Down, put yourself in the video and show us.
Is one of the channels the trigger, or the trigger's like a...
Wait, no, he told you everything. Why are you asking questions? He told you everything.
Hold on. Hey, don't try to squash on progress here.
He got mad at me. He doesn't need to tell you anything else. Everything's been told to you.
Right, because the exact model is unimportant, because I told you its capabilities, which is that it can time the distance between when it sends a pulse out one channel and when it receives a pulse on another channel. That's the only capability that matters in this explanation.
Trust me, bro. Just say trust me, bro. Like, why would we even ask more questions?
Was the send pulse?
Well, because the way to disprove what I'm saying is to actually do something, which notably flat earthers never do.
I don't think like there's a delay of the speed of light.
I don't think so. Comes from
why would I try to
only ignorance.
It's different for what actually happens.
Was the trigger part of a signal
Yeah,
generator
all you've
function,
got to
or
do
is
is.
it...
Good question.
When I did this was like 20 years ago, so I don't really remember.
Okay, so I'll get set up and I can measure it live. Would you all like that?
Live is good. Yep.
That'd be cool.
I just clicked in. What did you return on the speed of light?
Who, me? So I was busy typing it in the text chat, but I didn't. So I don't have the exact number with me now, because obviously 20 years ago I didn't write
roughly,
it down.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah. So, I mean, it was good within 4 significant digits.
Oh wow! It wasn't even the speed of light. Wow! Like, so it's not it's the speed of light that changed for you. It's not your equipment. Wow. I guess we're getting somewhere here, right?
Hold on, real quick. Before we get too far off on this.
What is changing?
Your
Light
interruption
speed
only
for
highlighted
your
your problem
experiment?
in understanding the situation. Your interruption only caused you some more
You're just
grief.
mad, bro. You just proved my.
If I have an answer that is accurate to within 4 significant digits,
It's close enough.
then I have the speed of light. For you to say I don't have the speed of light is you not understanding what I'm doing.
And keep in mind,
understanding how anything is done ever.
And keep in mind, in a lot of calculations,
Can you give us that number? What was that number that you had? That was 4 digits. What was it? What was the number?
At the very least,
the speed of light.
What was it?
Yeah, at the very least, we're talking about something that's around 299,000 kilometers per second, right? Somewhere in there.
Anybody else have an oscilloscope, preferably a non-glober?
I didn't hear that at all.
In many calculations,
You know there's no non-globers with oscilloscopes.
And in many situations, you only use 3 or 4 digits of speed of light. Sometimes you just use 3. Like just use
For
3
everything I
million.
use it for 300.
Well,
300 million. Yeah, 300,000 is a perfectly good number for everything I use the speed of light for in real life. Or
well,
specifically 300 because the megahertz and the millions cancel out.
Has anyone seen these
anyone
seen these ultra high speed cameras when they film how the light moves?
Yeah, the guy did it with an oscilloscope, right, in his
Yeah,
garage.
the one that's like 8 million frames per second or something like that. I've seen that.
Yeah.
There you go.
Fascinating.
There you go. Yeah, I'm talking about what I read, and it stated that cosmic ray particles, cosmic ray particles travel at almost the speed of light, and that was, the particle traveling was 616,629 miles per hour. Okay? 670 million.
It's not 4 times the speed of light.
Almost at the speed of light. That's what I read. Documentary. So there you are. I mean,
cosmic rays travel relativistic. They travel near, but not at.
Well, was that miles per hour or miles per second?
Number, that's all.
No, was that miles per hour or miles per second?
Miles per second. Yeah, sorry, miles per second. My mistake. Per second. Thank you.
So we know that it's about 186,000 miles per second. And what did you quote?
670 million. 616,629 miles per second.
Of course, he knows it word for word.
Oh, that's kind of a gibberish.
In space, apparently.
Anybody? Is that like a fantasy number?
Are you saying the speed of light was measured to be 6 million?
That was the number that was given.
6 million miles per second. Yeah. Is that what you're saying? That someone measured the speed of light to be 6 million?
Yes, correct, 670.
No, that was a subatomic particle near the speed of light.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the cosmic ray particles. Yeah.
Right.
Cosmic ray particles traveling at almost the speed of light is what they've said, and they gave us the number of that particle traveling was 670 million.
Oh, you stepped right on his number. Let him say it again.
9 miles per second. Thank you.
Yeah, please repeat the number. Somebody stepped on you.
Oh, sorry. The number was 670 million, 616,629 miles per second.
And Jin remembered it word for word.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I haven't got
because it has so many sixes. It's sus.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well said, that man. Yeah. Exactly.
So, who else has an oscilloscope, globe or non-globe?
Yeah.
Let's double this
Yeah,
up.
just post that in the chat when you get a chance, Jin.
I mean, that doesn't sound too unreasonable in miles per hour. That's not miles per second.
No, that was particles.
I feel like Glory, or whatever his current concave Earth name is.
I was just going to finish off. Okay. Glory, go ahead.
Because the speed of light is 669 million miles an hour.
Then it's miles an hour, then per second. So the thing is, NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, stated that if NASA was to fly a spacecraft into space and encountered these cosmic ray particles, they would have needed 2 meters of shielding. 6 feet of shielding would have been required that NASA never had. So how did they protect themselves from the cosmic ray particles that travel at almost the speed of light?
A, I would need to know the citation for that, and B, cosmic rays are extremely rare events given the cross section of the ISS.
Just one question, Jin. Was it 617 or 670?
Yeah, it's about 670 million miles an hour is the speed of light.
The question was for Jin.
Yeah, he said
617 million or 670.
No,
Yeah?
I said 70.
70?
Okay.
70 is what I said. Yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty much exactly the speed of light in miles per hour. 670,
Yeah, that's what I'm
660,
saying, yeah,
629. Yeah, that's the
we
speed of
cleared
light.
up the unit. Yeah, we cleared up the
I said
unit.
miles per hour at the beginning.
I got it.
Miles per hour at the beginning. Yeah.
We got a little clarification. We're good. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'd like to add a little bit more clarification for you. As I said, I quoted Noah. The source is also from Ralph Renee's NASA Mooned America. NASA Mooned America by Ralph Renee. What I said is in there, that information. And NASA didn't have the required shielding for this to encounter. And cosmic ray particles are not rare at all, because when stars go into supernova and die, they shoot this material everywhere. And they said it would have been like flying a aircraft in a monsoon. You couldn't avoid it.
No.
For every
I have a
for
question.
every square centimeter. Hang on, let me just finish off, please, because there's information coming to you.
Spoiler, he never finishes.
For every square centimeter of your spacecraft, you get 4 particles per second, every second that's striking. So your spacecraft would have been shredded, completely destroyed. But carry on, please.
But not all of those particles are near light.
Four particles per second, every second is what would be striking your spacecraft. And you would need 2 meters thick of shielding to contend with that. There's no escaping
What kind of
those facts.
particles? Can you specify the different type of particles that the cosmic radiation?
Are they gamma, delta, gamma rays,
alpha
rays,
alpha, beta?
And not all of them are going to be
Maybe
that
neutrinos.
energetic. Yeah, and not all of them are going to be that energetic, is my point.
Gamma radiation and
But maybe neutrinos.
radiation that change your DNA.
Let me help you out. A cosmic ray is actually
when we want to believe what NASA says.
a cosmic ray. The most common form of cosmic ray is actually a relativistic electron.
You have an oscilloscope, Parks?
No, but I have access to one.
Okay, it's better than
Neutron
0
rays, yeah,
oscilloscopes.
neutron
Better than 0 oscilloscopes.
Yeah, I get an oscilloscope from the physics lab, so I don't own one personally.
Very rare.
Can you carry it out of the building for a little bit and then put it back?
Yes. Yeah, I can.
Sweet. All right, here we go, folks. Let's 2 parties measuring the speed of light with oscilloscopes, and then we'll verify that. We'll see how that measurement corresponds with the speed of light measured by a chocolate bar at a microwave. Cool.
That'd be great. And then they can come and say that both machines were incorrect.
Exactly. And my oscilloscope is about 20 years old.
Then
Still more
venturing
than
out
able
into
to do that.
Okay.
And when I use my when I use my laser ranger, I have to compensate for the density of the air to accommodate the 10 or 12 parts per million of the speed of propagation through air. So it's fairly well known.
If you used it and the endpoint was like in the bottom of a swimming pool, it would read further away, right?
Well, yeah, because I don't have the modeling for water, whatever the propagation delay is through water. But for my instrument, just going through air is the only one I know. And there's a simple formula to deal with the atmospheric pressure and temperature and humidity, if someone so chooses. That's a very, very minor. So yeah, the speed of light is known well enough that in air, for me to measure 2 or 3 parts per million at a kilometer, I have to attenuate or accentuate the format of the instrument by a few parts per million.
So about how long does it take? Like how long does it take to go back and forth?
Well, it's about a nanometer per second. So, I'm sorry, nanosecond per meter.
Okay, just tell me like the full
nanometer. It's
like how
3
long does
nano.
it take, like the whole
It's about 3 nanometers per meter, or 3 nanoseconds.
About a foot.
I don't know, something like that.
Foot per nanometer is what I keep in my mind. About a foot per billionth of a second.
You will note that speed of light number came from a flat earther, by the way. You know that I brought you that number. You were talking about it, didn't mention it. I asked for a value, no one gave it, and then we're going. Hang on, don't talk when I'm talking. That's what happens here. Now we're looking at the radiation. There's gamma ray radiation, neutron radiation, and X-ray.
Can you just ignore the last like 3 minutes of conversation, waiting to butt in with something unrelated?
I can't hear you. You're talking when I'm talking again. Right? The radiation that of great concern is neutron rays, gamma rays, and X-rays. Alpha and beta rays are very, very scarce indeed in space. They're as rare as hen's teeth. Okay? So there's no need to go with the alpha and beta. They're not of a concern. The concerns are neutron rays, gamma rays, X-rays. These things change DNA. And NASA was not prepared, not adequately prepared at all to encounter this material.
Oh, we're going back between two conversations.
So now we do believe what NASA says?
Yeah, and what's the population of the Van Allen belts?
Yeah. I'm listening to NASA, but I'm quoting NOAA, NOAA.
National Oceanic and Atmospheric
Administration.
Yeah, NOAA and NASA, they're sisters. Yeah, there's two sister agencies.
I don't give a shit about. I really don't give a shit about that. The point is, they brought out the facts. Look into Ralph Rene, NASA Moon America, NASA Moon America by Ralph Rene. The data is therein. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks.
The perfect demonstration of how we pick and choose what we want to believe.
Regarding the compensation of the density of air.
With integrity, as per usual, as per always. Trustworthy individual.
I mean, you can just get the speed of light by just using a frequency and a wavelength of a microwave.
Yeah, that's the microwave in the chocolate bar.
Fucking assholes.
What was that?
That's me.
Yeah,
hey,
what
which
was
one
that
of
Jin
us is
just
a
said?
fucking asshole? One of us is a fucking
Jin,
asshole, according to Jin.
Do you know what else Noah
I think it was
claims?
directed at me.
You know what Noah also claims causes the rotation of hurricanes?
Pardon?
The sun?
The Earth curve. I mean, the Earth rotation, huh?
Correct.
Did you know that magnetic fields can also cause clockwise and counterclockwise rotation?
Sure, absolutely.
In what?
They don't.
Before we get too far off the topic, I wanted to actually mention real quick that I think I overheard while I was doing something else that Jin forgot how to multiply by 3600. Did I hear that correctly?
Probably.
Yeah, miles per second versus miles per hour.
Yeah.
As an engineer, he claims to have been an engineer.
Well,
as an engineer, you don't forget how to multiply by 3600 in your lifetime. That's not something you forget.
I'm always trying to discredit people.
Or divide by 3,600. You're sure? Yeah, when he quoted 670 million, and there was a question: miles per second, miles per hour, and he said, "Oh, wait," and then he went with seconds per miles per second. Okay, well, we cleared that up. I forgive Jin that one.
I can't forgive an engineer for saying they forgot to multiply by 3,600. It's just
he's not an
it's
engineer.
unreasonable for someone who has ever been an engineer to ever make that mistake.
But he's not an engineer.
No. Boeing can make that mistake, man. Boeing can make that mistake. If this was Boeing, Jin would get a raise.
I'm still here. I said miles per hour. At the beginning, I said miles per hour several times. And then I thought perhaps I could have got it wrong. It could have been per second. But then again, it was the rate of hit that's per second. That's the information in my head. Can be.
I'm sure he's saying something important.
It was the amount
He's actually right.
particles.
Yeah, Jin, we cleared it up.
You're not
It
really
was
listening again. You're not
These
listening.
people want to discredit people.
Jin,
Yeah.
Jin, we cleared it up. It was a simple mistake.
Discredits himself.
It was a
Yeah,
simple
don't
mistake,
even
Jin. We cleared
Yeah,
it up.
I know we did. Yeah, we got it right. I thought it was miles per hour. I was right.
Yeah,
But
good.
I was right
Yep.
in the beginning. I said miles per hour at the beginning. Okay, that's what I said. And when you said, "Are you sure it's not per second?" The reason I was slightly confused is because
He did say 4 times the speed of light for cosmic ray particles, right?
Well, can I please finish before you keep interrupting? What's going on here? You can hear me speaking. I don't interrupt you. Bloody hell! I'm just trying to say to you that I said miles per hour. I'm still hearing voices that I'm not hearing my voice at the moment. Thank you. Now, I did say miles per hour at the beginning. It was questioned, are you sure it's not per second? And the reason I got slightly confused is because the particles are striking your spacecraft at four particles per second every second. That's what I got confused with there, right there. I've always said miles per hour, always miles per hour. Thank you.
Technically, I just looked it up. Technically, the what you are quoting is that the density of cosmic ray particles in low Earth orbit is around 4 particles per cubic centimeter per second.
He just said that.
Well, he said hit, but yeah, actually, I'm giving him more because if you talk about the entire spacecraft, then it's going to be more than 4 particles per second hitting, say, the ISS. What's most important is just how much energy is actually being transformed.
I'm not talking about the ISS at this point. I'm actually talking beyond the lower of it into space.
I thought he said spacecraft.
Remember,
Spacecraft.
please let me finish when I'm talking. We're talking about going to the moon. So we're talking about going from Earth to the moon. Those cosmic ray particles pose an obstacle that NASA was never prepared for. Okay? Low Earth orbit and to the moon. Okay? Bloody hell, what's the matter with you people? Always looking to wriggle out. We bring you such painful, devastating information. It hurts your position and you act like this. Never mind. Good luck anyway. I will always be around to make sure you hear the truth.
See if they can answer. It's okay when they can't answer or give sources, but if you say one thing wrong, oh, we don't believe you, Jen. No credibility.
I was actually
No, it's because your source is always
helping
Oliver,
Jim's
well done,
position.
Tyler, for holding up your own against them anyway. You did
No,
a
no,
grand
it's because
job.
your
I love you for
sources
doing that. And
your
keep it going.
sources
Thank you
always
very much.
debunk you anyway.
Taylor, I was
That's all
actually
it was.
helping Jen because he was underestimating the number of cosmic ray hits that would be hitting a spacecraft, particularly if he's not talking about low Earth orbit, he's talking about traveling to the moon, then that rate would actually be higher. However, what Jen is just negating is that is a low amount of energy over a long period of time, which is very different from a high amount of energy over a short period of time, such as what you would get from an X-ray. So that is dangerous, but a low amount of radiation, a low amount of radiation over a long period of time is actually not that big of a deal. And what I mean by low amount of radiation is that those particles, each individual particle has a very high temperature to it or high energy value to it. But when you look at the entire amount of energy that is transferred to, say, an astronaut in that spacecraft, it's actually very low.
Okay, now that you finish, please hang on a second, please. I want to rebut. Ginny's here. I want to rebut. Basically, you're saying things that I did. That's not my position. Whatever you've said there, it's not my position. You don't seem to be listening. So I'll tell you again from my mouth, and it's this: the numbers that I quoted to you for the speed of light, that was me. No one got that. I got that for you, and I'm telling you that the particles strike the aircraft at 4 per second every second, okay? And when you go through this radiation, the numbers are this. The Van Allen radiation belts contain 2,500 rems, okay, each. That's instantaneous debilitating deaths. And then when you start to go through the space itself, you're still exposed to radiation. During the Apollo missions, for example, the Apollo 16 and 17, in between that, the sun itself spat out radiation at 960 rems on the lunar surface. Had they been there, they would have been instantly killed. Then you've got one more belt, which is at where the ISS is meant to be, at 250,000 rems, created by the Operation Dominic, Operation Fishbowl, and Operation Starfish Prime. from 1959 to 1962. It's still there now, that radiation belt. So there are 3 belts, all of them instantaneous death, no dosing levels at all. You enter, you die. Thank you. I'm finished.
How much
Now you
sieverts?
heard
How
what I
much
said.
sieverts?
How are they able to
How much
measure
in
that,
sieverts?
Jim?
Yeah, well, you work it all out. Go to Noah. I went to Noah. You go to Noah and work it out.
I agree with Noah. I agree with Noah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then go to Noah and
How
work
much
it
in
out. Then.
sieverts?
Go to Noah.
Are there certain things you don't agree with about that come from Noah?
Wouldn't matter.
Oh, it matters. It doesn't matter.
Give the values to sieverts and just compare it. See whether it's harmful or not. And also how much area of the plasma it is hitting. Because if it's concentrated in a small area, it could hit your hand, and that's not as big.
So according to, I don't know, I think it took me all of 30 seconds. According to NASA, and you can take it for or leave it. A lethal dose of radiation is 300 rads per hour. An astronaut going to the moon, the Apollo astronauts received 2 rads over 6 days. So, not
how much
lethal.
is that in sieverts?
What kind of radiation?
Let me look.
Right.
Alpha,
NASA
beta.
spacesuits. Yeah. Now, no, they didn't have any protection for the radiation from the spacesuits. The manufacturers, Grumman, said no, they didn't have radiation protection. Even now, with the Artemis mission supposedly going to the moon, they've got problems with the spacesuits because they can't get the radiation protection into the suits. Okay, so that's the problem there. They never had the protection for the suits anyway. Okay, and 960 REMs, according to Ronnie Strong, stated that's the instantaneous debilitating death. Instantaneous. That doesn't mean you have time to dose up. It means you die instantly. Listen to the language they use. Instantaneous death. Debilitating.
Yes. Listen to the language. Okay? Listen to the language. They weren't exposed to 960 REMs.
You're lying. You're lying now. Now you're lying, sir. Because you're going against National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
I'm going with what NASA
you're
said.
You're lying now, sir. You're lying. That's what you're doing.
Requote that exposure.
So
960 REMs of instant debilitating death.
Except Apollo did not experience that.
What does the word instantaneously mean? What does that fucking mean?
It's poof. They would disintegrate. Poof. Apollo ashes.
Instantaneous.
Yes.
Instantaneous.
They didn't receive that much, but they're not going to die.
Instantaneous.
Yeah, but that was not the exposure. That was not the hazard.
Instantaneous if they received that certain amount of exposure. They did not receive that certain amount of exposure, so it would not be instantaneous. It wasn't even harmful for them.
Just shut up.
Whoa, mature old man.
Shut up, you fucking
Jin, we can prove. We can prove.
Van Allen radiation belts.
Yeah, we can prove.
2,500 REMs apiece.
Yeah, but we can prove it.
2,500 REMs.
But we can prove it.
2,500 REMs.
Okay, yeah, but we can prove it. They were exposed, and their exposure was not 960 REMs. They didn't die. They were exposed to about 2.
I said to you that if there had been, I said to you that on the lunar surface between Apollo 16 and 17, the sun spat out 960 REMs. If you listened, I said if the astronauts had been on that surface, they would have been killed instantly. Mind you, don't forget, please listen, the Van Allen radiation belts have 2,500 REMs apiece anyway. They would have never made it to the moon. They would have been killed in the belts or even at the first belt, the one that had 250,000 REMs. So, they wouldn't have made it to the moon anyway.
Jin, if I might.
Is all nonsense. My stuff's coming from Noah. You're lying. Simple. You're just lying. Desperate.
This is coming from NASA, so you can believe it or not. But according to the radiation dosimeters on the Apollo spacecraft, The entire amount of radiation they received was 2 rads over 6 days.
And according to your Herald newspaper, the Herald newspaper questioned NASA because what NASA gave us, the numbers, didn't match what they had values in space. So they asked for more information. NASA never gave it. And in that Herald, it stated that aluminium is the worst material to use to go to space. Aluminium. NASA wasn't prepared for the radiation. If you ask Bill Woods, the NASA rocket propulsion engineer, Bill Woods, he said that NASA would have required 10 centimeters of aluminium shielding, 10 centimeters, 4 inches thick. And if they had that, it would have been too heavy a payload for the rocket to take off. It would have been too heavy. NASA never had that. Very flimsy, very thin indeed. Bill Wood said, I'm finished. There you go.
So the ISS, the people on the ISS receive 80 to 160 MSVs, and in the background radiation on Earth is 2 MSVs. So over like 6 months, the people on the ISS receive that much.
Okay.
Yeah, I found how they got them through the Van Allen.
Yeah, there you go.
I found a link.
Yeah, I'll post it.
And what is a dangerous dose?
Dangerous dose, I think it's 3 sieverts. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's 3 sieverts, right?
Let's see. Well, let me look at their.
Yeah. Any dose that you encounter in space is instantaneous death. Okay? They tell you that. Debilitating, instantaneous. So that means there is no time to dose. There is no time to dose up. Dose up per hour. You die instantly. You enter. Not only that, your spacecraft's just going to blow up anyway. Too much radiation. All your electrics will be fried. You
just keep saying the wrong thing.
You got no globe. You got no space travel. Cold welding, outgassing, off-gassing. Yeah, cosmic ray particles, radiation. NASA never got prepared for that stuff. Sorry, you've got no.
I just posted a link showing that they did.
Nothing convincing me that we can go to space. Rockets don't work in a vacuum, so they can't propel themselves. And then the off-gassing.
What do you mean? They're literally providing a force. They don't
such
need
a
air to
fast
move.
rate that the contents of the rocket will explode outwards. Everybody dead in space.
That's not how radiation works.
Look, radiation kills you instantly. You're dead with radiation. No, I'm talking about the vacuum itself, the actual vacuum and the cold welding and off-gassing phenomena that deteriorates and erodes the aluminium at an exponential rate that the structural integrity of the spacecraft will be hampered within minutes as you head towards the moon.
But it's an aluminium alloy. It's not pure aluminium.
And the torr value there is 10 to the minus, 11 torr. Your spacecraft is going to die very quickly indeed, and the content inside, pressure inside will be pushing against that. Boom, goodbye, everybody's dead.
That's if it's made of pure aluminium, not an aluminium alloy.
It's aluminium, whatever that material is, will be eroded by the outgassing phenomena. Doesn't matter what it is. You put it there, it's died. If it's an aluminium alloy, it's still going to die. It's not going to survive. No one's coming home. They wouldn't have even made it there. They would have been dead before they got there. Nothing can go to space. Nothing can go to space.
What's a piece of aluminum in space?
We don't have the technology. Thank you.
What happens to a piece of aluminum in a vacuum?
If the aluminium was to go in an aluminium here on Earth, it will begin to deteriorate, albeit very slow, because we can't pull too much of a vacuum. The ones I've seen are 10 to the minus 1 torr, 10 to the minus 3 torr. But if we were to subject the aluminium to a vacuum of 10 to the minus 11 torr that is supposed to be on the moon, apparently on the lunar surface, then your aluminium is just going to outgas very quickly indeed. Every molecule that make up that aluminium is going to outgas. Every molecule.
You want to know something funny?
You know what it is, Left Lane? I've told you this so many times.
Radiation you receive in space is 0.72
time.
millisieverts. That's not enough to kill you or disintegrate you.
You know, it's just so funny. It's just so funny to watch that engineer think that 10 to the minus 17 is a big number instead of a very small near zero number. So if you have a
Frightening
vacuum,
number.
if you have a
Magnitudes
vacuum, I'm
of
sorry,
orders of
I'm sorry.
hundreds of thousands.
So
It
if you
is
have a
mega,
vacuum,
mega
if you
millions,
have, I was talking,
billions of
if
pressure.
you have a
It's
vacuum,
absolutely very, very
if you
dangerous
have a,
indeed.
if you have a
We
vacuum,
don't have the
if
technology
you have
to
a
be there.
vacuum,
We
if
don't
you have a
the technology
vacuum,
to be there.
if you have a vacuum at 10 to the minus 4 torr and compare that to a vacuum of 10 to the minus 12, yeah, that's almost the same because they're still different by almost zero.
Oh.
It's not almost the same because the pressure to pull down a 10 to the minus 12 is magnitudes much more than a 10 to the minus 3 torr or 4 torr. So basically, the outgassing phenomena is exponentially increased dramatically that your spacecraft is going to die quicker. You'd be glad to be in a 10 to the minus 4 torr because you die slower, but you're still going to die. Still going to die. And if you increase that, you're going to die very, very soon. Your spacecraft will be killed. We do not have the technology. Hence, you can't put satellites up there. You can't put probes going there. None of these could have happened because the environment is too hostile for anything man-made. We don't go to space.
Oh, that's really, really, really interesting. Considering the fact that we have fucking asteroids in space.
It is when you know the facts.
They're made of rocks. Rocks is
When you know the
than
facts,
man-made
it's very interesting indeed. When you know the facts.
Yeah, it's very interesting that it's
according to
fucking
experts,
bullshit because
the
rocks are weaker
astronomers,
than man-made objects.
space
No, the thing is, Jim,
scientists,
here's the
And not only that,
astrologers,
you also lied
astrophysicists,
about the radiation
theoretical
we
physicists,
receive in space.
professors,
On average,
scientists.
you
We
receive
have all the information
72
and you lay it out.
millisieverts per year.
Many questions come
You
up.
don't receive
When you
that
start to look at the
intense amount.
equipment
You
NASA
only
has
receive that intense
versus the
amount
vacuum of
when
space,
there's a
NASA
burst
loses
by the
every single
sun.
time. Space triumphs. Yeah, that's what we do.
No, I'm saying he lied about how much you receive in space. On average, you receive 72 millisieverts. You don't receive the amount he said unless you've been hit by a radio. What is it? One of those
Comparing two different units.
hang on just a minute. I muted Jen. I want him to understand. I don't mind him talking, having his say, but these constant rambling has got to stop. It's unbearable to listen to. I'm going to unmute you, Jen. But you need to have a back and forth, okay?
Can I ask him a quick question? When he's
I
off
can
mute.
hear you. He isn't deafened.
Yeah, go ahead.
Gene, can you hear me?
Listening.
Connection okay? Yeah. Do you you said that we can't go to space because of the environment over there.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay. So you accept that there's space and there's a vacuum in space.
No, I don't accept it at all because I myself haven't been there. I'm going by what the information that is here now, and the information
But you deny
tells
the
me that
information.
NASA is ill prepared. If you ask me, Jin, does space exist? No, it does not. Simple as that.
Okay. So then there is. You don't know that we can't go to space because you don't know what the
Oh,
environment.
well, I do know.
You
I
deny.
do know you can't go to space because of the information that we have that contradicts that any possibility. There's too many supposedly hostile environments and obstacles unsurmountable that NASA could never surmount and couldn't do it. That's how we know.
But
We
you
know
deny
that.
it. You deny that.
Hang on a
You
second.
don't
The only
believe
thing I'm
that.
going to accept. The only thing I'm going to accept as space. The only thing I'm going to accept as space is the surface of the Earth from there to the sky that I see go blue and then go night. That's the space I understand. That's it.
Okay.
Deep space.
Okay.
And Lagrange points and that. No, never accept.
Well, we know
Okay, so-
radiation goes
so-
up as
but-
altitude. Like whenever you climb a mountain, you're gonna get sunburnt if you don't wear sunscreen.
Yeah.
But Gene is denying that there's Van Allen though. You deny that there's radiation.
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that at all. I'm only going by what's been put there. If it's there, great. If it's not there, great. The thing is, they could never have gone. The point is, they could never have gone. I don't think they're there. I don't think they're there. But if they're there, they couldn't have gone through. That's the thing. Impossible to
Okay,
have
so
gone
you
through.
don't accept that the Van Allen radiation belts exist.
I don't accept that they could have gone through them first and foremost. I don't accept that NASA went to the moon because if the belts are there, they could never have gone through. Don't try and
Sure,
look. You're
let's say-
desperate. They never went to the moon. Except
No,
that
I
they
know.
didn't
No,
go to the moon.
let's
Go
say
to the
that no
moon.
one's
They
been to
didn't
space.
go to the
No
moon.
one's.
Okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
let's say that no one's ever been to space. Do you think that there are Van Allen radiation belts in reality?
Correct. No one's been through there. No one.
Yeah. Do you
When
think?
Bart Sibrel asked
I just
Alan
can't answer
Bean,
the simple
how did
question.
you feel from the radiation? Alan, astronaut, how did you feel going through the Van Allen radiation belts? You know what he said? I don't think we went far enough, out enough to encounter the Van Allen radiation belts. That's what he said.
Okay.
He said that.
Sure.
Now, as an
Simple
astronaut, that's a
question.
massive mistake because they had to go right through them. So there you are. Even
Sure.
Alan Bean didn't go. Alan Bean didn't go through the belts.
Oh God, just waffling.
Alan
So,
Bean,
do you
not
think?
waffle, that's a fact.
Do you think that the Van Allen radiation belts exist in reality?
How would I know that if I haven't been up there?
Then why do you claim that they are there, you fucking idiot?
I don't claim that they are there. I don't claim that they are there.
Well, then there's no problem going to space. Then.
So I don't claim that they're there. I'm saying if they are there,
Just
they could
problem
never
logic.
have survived it. You stupid cunt of a European asshole.
Oh, there's the racism again. Fucking idiot. You like Oakley? You like what Oakley did in 24/7?
I couldn't give a fuck about what Oakley did at this moment. If I was there, I would have had him up for it.
Fucking
I'm talking
idiot.
to you, you stupid European fool.
Could we at least agree that we are allowed now to call Jin names, or because he started that already half an hour ago? I'm fine with that.
Oh, he can be
as
racist.
long as we can
Others
call
can't.
them the same names he's calling us all the time.
Well, he
Is that
did
a
respond to it.
unanimous agreement now in the community, or what?
Nobody.
Let's not lower ourselves. Let's not lower ourselves to
Don't lower
their standard.
yourselves. Keep yourself
It's
low
just
there,
a
Bill.
matter of
That's
tolerance and
impossible to
depending on who it
lower
is.
ourselves on that level.
Know your places. Right. So don't be silly, yeah? You know what my position is. They never went to space because of the outgassing phenomena, cosmic ray particles, gamma rays, neutron rays, X-rays, cold welding, and cosmic ray particles flying through the air. And the
Okay,
vacuum of
Jin, I
space.
have a question.
Okay.
Jin, I
go
have a
ahead.
question. Let's say you have an aluminium block of 10 by 10 by 10, whatever, inch. Let's say inch. And how many of this will be outgassed per minute, per hour or so? And when it is gone, how long does it take until it's gone?
I could never give you that number, as I haven't conducted the rate of deterioration because I wouldn't be able
but
to
you claim.
I'm trying to tell you now. I cannot achieve. I'm trying to tell you, but you just won't let me tell you. I cannot achieve.
So okay, you have just conceded that you don't know shit, which is fine. But how do you then claim that the rocket on the spaceship will be disintegrated directly?
I am definitely going to tell you what I want to tell you for sure. I'm going to tell you it. So keep talking what I'm trying to tell you, okay? I cannot achieve the 10 to the minus 11 torr in any vacuum. The vacuum we have here on Earth, the biggest one they have is in the Ohio, that only pulls 10 to the minus 6. So we can't do that experiment that you want. We know that.
But for sure, you are sure that it does exist. Yeah, you are absolutely certain that at 10 to the minus 17, which you think is a negative number, by the way, this outgassing will be so fast that it disintegrates directly, right? So you know that, even though we have never experienced it, right?
Yes, the reason why I say I know that would happen is because I've witnessed the aftermath of a mobile phone blowing up in just 10 to the minus 1 torr vacuum here on Earth within 24 hours. The mobile phone was destroyed. Okay, and that's just And then I've seen.
And you know what is in a battery of a mobile phone, right?
I'm still trying to talk to you now. I've seen in a
you know
small
what is in a battery?
I think it was 6 torr vacuum. I'm trying to tell you. I've seen film.
Do you know
smoking?
The battery is exploded. It's just a battery.
Do you know what is in a battery? Do you know how a lithium battery is made?
You can't keep talking. I can't hear your questions because I'm trying to talk to you.
Yeah, no, you just keep rambling, damn it. That's what I'm talking about. Hush.
I can't hear you. I cannot hear you.
You Jin.
I'm trying to tell you something. I'm trying to respond to your last question, and you're still talking.
You have already responded to that question. You have already responded. It's exploding at 10 to the minus 6. And now I ask you the question, do you know what in a battery is? Now you can answer. Thank you, Mod.
I think he's still talking.
Unmute him.
smoking in that vacuum.
Told you.
Smoking.
Yeah, he talked right on through that.
You're cutting out, Taylor.
Did they
Say
ever
that
say
again.
it's actually a
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah, Taylor's kind of out of it. Yeah, you're kind of out of it, Taylor. But well done anyway. She defended herself well against you, rabble there. It was totally unfair behavior.
But
never
Jin,
mind. Yes, go ahead.
yeah, back to the phone. When the phone exploded, was it just the battery that exploded?
Other components exploded, but it was the main thing was the battery that exploded to the point where it blew open the phone. Yeah.
Yeah, the battery. But it was the battery, which is lithium ion in a foil envelope. Yeah, that made a chemical reaction and gas. Yeah, that's not like you can put IC chips in a vacuum and nothing happens to them.
Well, the thing is, when NASA's going
the problem
to the
is
moon
not
now,
the lithium
okay,
ion.
you've got
The
other
problem
things
at the
going
battery
on.
is
You've got air
electrolyte,
tanks,
which is a
oxygen
liquid.
tanks, aluminium material.
It's a polymer. It's a paste. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It wasn't the polymer. It wasn't the plastics. It wasn't the aluminums. It wasn't the IC chips. It was like the LCD and the battery.
Yeah, but you're ignoring what
it was the electrolyte, and the electrolyte starts outgassing, which is just, by the way, in normal use already. That's when you have blowing up batteries, right?
Film canisters that you have rolls of film in.
The battery is not vacuum
that means
rated.
The aluminium and the metal was smoking, deteriorating at 10 to the minus 6 torr. So if you extrapolate that to the moon,
I got
10 to the minus 11 torr,
what Jin refuses to understand,
much quicker, and you don't want outgassing because the instruction.
I don't know, Jin. I don't know what to do besides talk over you, man. I don't know what to do besides talk over you. If I was going to put a lithium battery in a vacuum, I would build a case and seal it so that it wouldn't do what you're talking about. You put just a little plastic encased lithium battery, it's going to blow up in a vacuum.
Yeah, but NASA
and they didn't have, by the way, they didn't have any lithium batteries on the Apollo mission.
1960s batteries wouldn't have fared well. Too heavy.
Yeah, they didn't have batteries.
Broken down.
They did not have lithium batteries there. They created their power by hydrogen oxygen cells. Like the what is the English term for those?
Well, they did have battery power.
Yeah, but only as short backup. And these were no lithium batteries.
Even still, a battery, they can encase a battery to survive, to be in vacuum. But a cell phone does not that way. And what Jin doesn't understand is the difference between 10 to the E minus 6 and 10 to the E minus 10 is almost zero.
The older the equipment, the quicker it's going to die. Simple as that. It's not minus zero. That's rubbish.
He also thinks that 10 to the minus 11 is a negative number.
As far as I'm concerned, 10 to the minus 11 toy is a problem for you. It's okay. It's a problem for you.
But then you're not an engineer.
You think that 0.000000002 psi, although it is a positive number, that is closer to zero. Yeah. Look at the amount of zeros and decimals of zeros after that. So it's practically nothing.
It seems you have seriously learned something in the last 2 or 3 weeks. That's awesome.
Environment of outgassing and off-gassing and degassing and cold welding. It means that your spacecraft's integrity is going to break down very quickly indeed. You want more pressure to equalize. That PSI goes, the worse it is for the occupants and the spacecraft itself. You've got problems. They never went to the moon. Simple. Never went to the moon. Okay?
You're
never going to live it down. They never went. We can't go.
Okay.
We're never going to go.
Did we ever figure out that moon rock?
Kill everything.
Did we ever figure out a moon rock? That was like petrified wood?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
The moon rock that was apparently petrified wood. How did that turn out?
It was petrified wood.
Why would they do that?
Because you know the story behind you. Yeah, there was a boo-boo and someone found some stuff and a guy died, and then they went through his desks and found that and rock that had come dislodged from its plaque, and they also had petrified wood and blah blah blah. It was just a mistake.
It was just
Apparently,
a
there was more
coincidence,
than
guys.
one of them that was found to be petrified.
No, it was a mistake. Somebody gave something to an ambassador, and the story just escalated, and it was
Now, let me
not
give
from
you the
NASA.
facts.
It
Let's
was
give them the
not
facts,
from
Tyler.
NASA. Was not from an astronaut. Astronauts don't give away souvenirs.
This is the story, Tyler. It was either Neil Armstrong or Buzz Aldrin that gave the moon rock to the president of Holland. It was in the Netherlands. He got that. And then as the years went by, they decided to check it out after a number of years that elapsed. Okay, when they checked it out, they found out that it was petrified wood.
And when they checked it out, they found it was not from Neil Armstrong.
No, that's a lie. That's just
basically means the Earth is flat, guys.
Let's take Bill Woods. What did Bill
when you
Woods say,
lose,
the
you know.
NASA rocket propulsion engineer? What did he say when they asked him that question? You know what he said? He said that NASA has the equipment to take rocks from Earth, put them in a radiation machine, irradiate them, and they seem like they've come from the moon. That's exactly what Bill Woods said, quote unquote. Bill Woods, NASA, propulsion engineer. Source, what happened on the moon? Parts 1,
Maybe the moon's made of wood. I don't know.
The moon's got wood.
Yeah.
According to this, Minister William Greaves received the rock as a private gift on October 9th, 1969, from then U.S. Ambassador William Middendorf, or Ganondorf to his friends, during a visit by the 3 Apollo 11 astronauts, part of their Giant Leap Goodwill tour. So the rock was not given to the Prime Minister by the astronauts. It was given to him by the U.S. Ambassador William Ganondorf. Middendorf, whatever.
Well, we're going by the story.
ambassador
The
was an
story was
idiot.
one of the astronauts handed it to them. The documenters put that forward as the story. And then the years go by, they check it out a few years later, turned out to be petrified wood. In keeping with, they never went to the moon, of course. It has to be petrified wood because they never went to the moon, you see?
But according to the doctrine that he just read from, that is a lie, sir. So do not speak against the Church of Scientism. Once again.
Yes, listen to your high priestess, son of a bitch.
Yeah, I'm not pushing science in that fashion. I'll only push science that adheres to the scientific method, and that's it. That's your integrity. Moon landings go completely against the scientific method, against natural law, physics, everything. It's a violation of second law of thermodynamics violation. Sorry, second law of thermodynamics violation, if I get it out properly. But yeah, NASA is a liar. They don't go to space. Everything's done in the studio. Remember, NASA owns over 24 Hollywood-sized studios around the world. NASA. Okay.
Another lie.
Can you explain this violation of the second law of thermodynamics, Jin? I would be interested in that.
You've heard it so many times. I'm not going to waste my breath on that.
No, that one I did not hear from you. I'm interested.
High pressure goes to low pressure. Cold pressure. Cold goes to hot. Goes to cold. We know what it is. You know, and we don't go to
space. Because NASA owned an assembly building that was massive, which you would expect an assembly building to be massive to build a rocket, right? And they abandoned it and they rented it out. And there was some movie sets. There were the people that rented it. Okay, Jen. Okay, Jen. Okay, Jen. Never mind. I don't know why I tried.
Jin, our overlords would never, ever lie to us. Jin, how dare you question?
How dare you never lie to us, man.
How dare you question scientism?
Yeah, how dare we? How dare we question it? Who the hell do we think we are? Yeah, well, you know, at least I can laugh, but there you are. There it is in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen. We are winning this discussion / slagging match /
Yeah, you're winning by default, aren't you, Jen?
Well, we as soon as I come in, you lose.
Yeah,
another victory for flat Earth.
Well, in a certain way, I would agree with that. Yes.
Thank you very much.
And it's funny.
Yeah, I'll agree with it.
As soon as they concede that NASA is known liars, they go, well, that means the Earth is flat. That just settles that. It's like oh my God, they're so dishonest.
Well, not really, no, because obviously they couldn't have gone to space, right? They didn't go, so they couldn't have captured the blue marble image that they offered up from Apollo 17. That was a lie. It was a painting in the end. And we have this Cindy Holland, who contracted from another country to work for NASA, overhearing the conversation about the blue marble image on the wall there, and they said it was a painting. She overheard that, and she heard people laughing about everyone believing they went to the moon. This is Cindy Holland, okay?
Yeah, because there is a painting of the Earth. That doesn't mean that the blue 72 blue marble is a painting just because someone can paint.
It's a painting. It has to be because they never took a photograph.
It's on film, Jen. It's on film.
Yeah.
To be because the flat Earth is flat.
If you took Jin to space, would you believe Earth is flat?
The radiation would have killed them and killed the film.
I think his head would explode.
I don't think he understands radiation.
I understand it very well. 160 rems is instantaneous death. That means you don't have time to dose up. You die instantly, debilitatingly. Okay, in your linen cloth suit with no radiation protection.
How many times must it be proven that our government lies and manipulates to us and manipulates us before you guys start to admit?
We could grant that the government does lie and has lied before. That doesn't therefore follow that your alternative hypothesis is true.
My hypothesis is that we are being lied to.
When is NASA lied? Can you give me a specific example of NASA lying?
The moon landing.
You have proof that they all lied?
Footage. No, just discernment. Just my discernment.
Just discernment. Okay, got it. Right.
Anyone with common sense and not their head in the sand may be able to see it.
The biology research on that on arsenic based life was a lie. Other scientists
excluding the
call
moon
that.
landing.
Taylor, can you repeat that? You kind of broke up, or I didn't hear you.
Yeah, NASA was talking about this arsenic-based life form because on early life there was the phosphorus that was bound up and it wouldn't have been bioavailable, and then they had an arsenic-based life form they claimed to have found in a lake, and then other people were testing it. They said that arsenic could replace phosphorus in DNA backbone. Once other people tested it, found it to just not be true.
Do you have a citation for that? I mean, I can look it up, but that's news to me.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying arsenic life form? So wait, repeat that for me.
Mm-hmm. Look up NASA arsenic-based life form. I'm gonna find it for you if you want me to.
Also, the Challenger that blew up, supposedly, that's an entire fraud. Unless you're a coincidence theorist and can accept like 10 coincidences in a row.
Here's one.
You're disgusting.
Yep.
All right. So this was two NASA-funded scientists, not NASA themselves. NASA itself. Slight difference.
Interesting.
So they disassociate themselves by saying.
It's the famous interesting.
They disassociate themselves by claiming they were just funded. That sounds like employed.
How there is a difference between NASA's work, say at Goddard, and independent researchers doing research for given NASA money. Those two things are very separate things.
NASA scientists. Apparently, they're working under NASA, but if you have another company they were working for, I'd like to.
They were being funded by a NASA grant.
Can you prove that?
Can I prove it? Let me find the paper. Good Lord.
So can you admit that even, let's say, can you just admit that is a possibility that they did work for NASA, and then after the fact came out that they were lying, NASA separated themselves?
They're the ones that came out with the finding too. Like they were claiming it.
I mean, that you got to be able to admit that's a possibility, right?
Yeah, and
Sure,
what
and
would be just educate me,
two-headed
guys? What,
parrot cat could exist on Proxima Centauri B. So if you let me, I will look at their paper and I can tell you exactly who they worked for and where they got their money from.
So no.
You
got to understand that NASA could make that up, that right, and put that out there, and then you're reading a paper that is false, just like we're lied to about a lot of things.
If we educate the possibility, they were employed by NASA, then they claimed something which turned out false, and then they were thrown out by NASA or separated from NASA, wouldn't that be, I don't agree that this happened, but wouldn't that be the right move from NASA if any employee makes a shitty stuff and then they kind of fire them?
Yeah, they announced the finding too, like it was theirs. And other scientists found it to not be true.
Yeah, I mean, it happens every day in the news as well. Like if you get given a false information, that person usually gets, action taken against them by that company if the news turns out to be false.
Yeah, this seems like a great case of science self-correcting, but still trying to find the paper.
I have posted a picture with a black line and a red line in chat. Can anyone tell me, do those two distances look the same?
Red line, black line?
Yep, red line, black line.
They don't look the same to me.
Well, fun fact is that 2 flights go on that route every day, or back and forth between Sao Paulo and Johannesburg, and I believe Tokyo and Seattle. They both cover the same distance, as a matter of fact, given based on the time they take to take off and arrive. And they also travel in the same aircraft, the Boeing 7879. I wonder why. They take the same amount of time, and apparently they travel the same distance.
Can we acknowledge that I did find like a paper that NASA, and what they said that they found wasn't true?
I was just about to do that, actually. It does seem like the first author on this paper and at least 2 other co-authors were actually employed by the NASA Astrobiology Institute. So yeah, it's not just NASA funding. They actually worked for NASA Institute. So, okay.
Thank you, Taylor. And thank you, Professor Parks.
Yeah, that was a good example of honesty. Thank you.
I mean, it's been corrected later, but I can
I'm
get
not saying it's the end be all, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, I get your point.
Not infallible.
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail the air flight thing you were talking about.
No, it's not derailed. It's not derailed.
Well, finish the air flight.
I did. It's finished, and no one else responded, except for Earth is Life, of course. And I'm pretty
What
sure
was the point? What was the point being raised about flight? I missed the point. I wasn't in the room. What was the point being raised about flight that you want to continue, maybe?
Oh, I posted an image in general. Black and red do not look the same in any way in terms of distance, in terms of probably time taken. But as a matter of fact, they are the same distance, and we can calculate by the time they take. It's Japan to Seattle and Johannesburg to Sao Paulo. Both take a 7879. Both encounter similar winds and keep similar ground speed and airspeed, and both also with
Jin, do
big
any of your
similar.
students believe in the moon landing? Because I'm reading here that according to one of the studies or poll in 2019, 57% of people from Russia no longer believe the moon landings happen. What's your experience?
I don't live in Russia. I don't think what they think.
We'd also have to evaluate what their individual reasons are for concluding that, because they could be making poor leaps in logic as well.
They've described the environment to us and the obstacles. Many are questions just pour out. The scrutineers, when you listen to the questions from the scrutineers, if you have any grasp of engineering, you think, because sometimes I myself don't happen to hit upon those questions, because I'm not following the trail properly. And these guys are like with their magnifying glasses out, like Sherlock Holmes, and they're out there actually scrutinizing everything. And then you see the question, think, yeah, I didn't think of that. So I do my level best to grasp this question and then grasp the understanding of what NASA does to damage control, and then what's the actual environment. So there's three things you've got to take into consideration: question, answer from NASA, and what the actual environment is. And I've got that all dialed in now. So I'm an expert at this thing. I love all this discussion and that, because it could never have happened. And I was alive when they said they went to the moon. I would have been 1969, so I would have been 7 years old, going to be 8 that year. Okay, and then late 69, we traveled to Nigeria by plane. So yeah, I remember it very well, and I'm now so glad that I discovered that they didn't go. That would have been in 2001 when I discovered that, and then I discovered that Stanley Kubrick in 2006. I made the discovery that Stanley Kubrick actually took part, and he tried to warn us in 1981 with the film called The Shining, which he used as his confession vehicle, which I actually saw myself, the film, and thought it was complete rubbish. But now that is my favorite film of all time, because Stanley Kubrick obviously merged together, mixed in Stephen King's psychological horror story with the confession that he went to the moon. I mean, he did. That was
I thought you were going to say 2001: A Space Odyssey. I thought you were going to say 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Well, that is my second favorite, if you will,
yeah,
because that film itself. Thank you very much. And that's my second favorite, because that film is timeless, literally. Everything that's happening in that movie could be happening now if you could go to space. It would fit right there like a glove. Nothing would be out of place. Everything looks quite right. There you go. Very clever filmatology, that one. But there you go. So it's really nice to be able to discuss and break it down and open it up and expose the hoax.
Yeah, I agree. Taylor?
As I've said, go ahead. I yield.
It's okay. I think someone else wanted to jump in.
No, I was just gonna say, like, the Globe Defenders here, they're especially triggered by any idea of flat Earth. So they all have to just jump to that conclusion of ridiculousness whenever there is something pointed out that they're being lied to about. And they go, well, that can't be, because I don't want to believe in a flat Earth. And
No,
that
it's
is,
because
you don't have to go there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all I'm trying to say is, like, it's okay to be able to admit that we are being lied to.
Yeah, if Earth was flat, I would be fine. I would be fine if Earth was flat. The thing is, it is not. That's the thing.
Thank you, Left Lane. Ambiguous, just out of curiosity, you sound like you're from the
that's
US.
Absolutely ridiculous, Left Lane. Yeah, that is absolutely ridiculous, Left Lane, because when we go out to measure the curvature of the Earth, we are finding, it's ridiculous, as I've said, we are finding extended horizontality. And remember, from your side, your team, your people are saying that when they're using their theodolites, they're finding local level is what they're finding, yeah? Which is in keeping with us. There is no curvature here. So if you're finding local level with your theodolites and you're finding local level, so whatever that distance is that's local level, you go to there and you know you've definitely measured local level, then you start again. And as you extrapolate that, you're going to welcome to the flat earth people.
Oh no, the theodolite disproves flat Earth.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's supporting us. Thank you. Local level. Local
So you just fucking pretend everything. It's all pretend. You could just mold it and shape it however you want it. Make it look however you want it, because there's theodolite evidence against flat Earth by people in this community. Yeah, it's in this community that directly refute any possibility that Earth is flat.
That's pretty soft evidence.
Yeah.
Are there any Americans here that don't believe in the moon landing?
Yeah. Are there any?
Yes, I am here.
Thank you. Ambiguous.
I don't believe in the moon landing.
Was it difficult for you? I mean, did it hurt that I know you have some sort of loyalty to the government, but
Hold on. Can you repeat? Because
nothing to do with loyalty to the government.
I didn't hear what you said.
Okay, thank you. Was it difficult to let go of the moon story because you're an American? Like, did you have some sort of loyalty?
Was it difficult to accept the fact that a moon landing was fake?
Yeah.
Because you're an American.
Because I am an American.
Yeah, because I found some people who've been tied to the program. Maybe their grandparents were involved in that moon landing, so maybe they have some sort of attachment and some sort of subconscious loyalty. But I'm just curious about you.
Yeah, I mean, it sucked to find it out. You know, who wants to be in a country that would do such a thing? But unfortunately, it's bigger than this country. You know.
Well, doesn't every country believe? Doesn't every country believe in the moon landing, though?
The people who run the central banking system, you know.
What country doesn't believe in the moon
They're
landing?
a little higher than all the countries.
Yeah,
Well, according to got everything mixed up in one pile, didn't he?
Let me answer the question. What country doesn't believe in the moon landing?
Well, in a recent poll, 2019, according to I think YouGov, Russia 57%. That's the majority. No longer believe in the landing.
I wouldn't believe Russia on anything.
Yeah, right. I wouldn't believe anything on anything.
Russia cover up stuff as well.
Russia is more of a liar than we are.
How do you know that? You got experience?
Oh, I got many examples. Let's take the Korean Air Flight 007, for example. They hid details, so many details, including the black boxes, for even after the Soviet Union disbanded, Russia held back on them, and Russia tried hindering the investigation. Then you have other aircraft incidents.
How do you know that?
Take the URAL crash in, I believe, 2021. They tried to cover up, saying that it was geese that took out the plane and that the pilots did their best to save it. They did not, as a matter of fact, according to the release in the flight data recorder, they did not try their best. They, as a matter of fact, made the situation much worse than it was supposed to be.
How do you know this is true? I mean, how do you know these things?
Because I watch air crash
How do
investigation.
you know George Washington crossed? How do you know George Washington crossed the Delaware?
Exactly. How do you exactly? How do you know that?
That's just because only a loony just disbelieves all of history for no reason.
For no
Well, I
reason.
mean, for no reason.
What a delusional statement. Oh, that wins.
That was funny. Oh my god.
That's sort of cult-like talk. That's sort of cult-like mentality.
No, it's cult. It's cult-like to disbelieve.
Disbelieving all of history is kind of cult-like.
It's cult-like to just disbelieve something because America said it. That's also cult-like. You're just on the opposite extreme.
Yeah, I believe.
Oh,
a lot more extreme. Yeah.
Obviously,
doesn't matter who said it.
watching videos and taking every bit of it as truth when
You
probably
guys-
it's mostly lies.
You guys all think the moon landing is real. Isn't that crazy? I mean, you guys
Yeah,
actually think the
it's
moon landing is real, right? Like, you guys believe a rocket can land vertical, like on a thruster. A thruster comes in on the moon landing on the surface of the moon. It's got a thruster. Oh, and it lands. You guys are, oh man, you guys
Oh,
are off on
you don't think that's fake too? I mean, thousands of people observe it with their own eyes.
the moon landing.
Well, regardless,
They watched it through the
if you wanna-
idiot tube.
Yeah,
Right, if
There's
you
no
wanna say
argue with
There's
that.
been more. There's been more than.
It's
There's
been
been more
about
than one.
rockets landing.
There's
Yeah,
been
if
at
you
least
want to
10
say
moon
there's some
landings.
specific aspect of it that's wrong,
Yeah.
you have to bring
I just
something
did.
that shows that
Did
it's
you not?
wrong.
Okay, you weren't. Okay, Doofus. Yeah, you weren't listening. Are you listening now?
Yeah.
Here, I'll repeat it and I'll speak up just a little bit. So, are you sure
Yeah,
to hear me?
repeat the dumb thing you
Now,
said.
I have a rocket. It is powered by a thruster. You understand what a thruster, how it operates? Yes, you do. Okay, now I'm going to try and land that on the ground. See, you can't do that. You can't show me one goddamn video of any rocket landing vertical. So get out of here, you clown.
Well, they don't land the
Well, hold
boosters.
on real
typically.
quick. Before we go too
The
far off of
boosters
this
fall-
subject,
The boosters fall in the ocean.
what you're referring to, is a model rocket with a solid engine, right? A solid fuel engine. That's
talking
not
about
what
the
they
lunar lander.
use. That's not what they use to do the
No,
moon
lunar
landing.
lander,
They
clown.
didn't have a solid
The
engine.
lunar-
a
the
solid
lunar
fuel
lander,
Steve,
you
you've gotta let someone else respond.
I love how when you ask for an explanation for something, you try to talk all over it because you're such an ignorant asshole that you won't let anybody actually answer your question that you asked.
Yeah, because you're going to talk bullshit.
Well, because that's your opinion. You just have this uninformed opinion that they use a solid fuel rocket engine to land a fucking spacecraft because you're fucking dumb. Because you never looked at it. You never tried to figure out what actually they claimed to use. You just made some shit up by involving your model rockets.
Yeah, but Doofus, they could never have got there, Doofus, because the environment is hostile. They never land. That was studio. It was
Right,
Cannon
then we'll
Air
just come up
Force
with
Base.
more babble.
It was Cannon Air Force Base, New
radiation
Mexico,
lines.
Clovis, New Mexico, Cannon Air Force
With
Base.
the imaginary bullshit radiation values they can't, but with the actual radiation values they can land.
I can catch a rocket. I catch a rocket nowadays. I catch it with my arms. Isn't that pretty?
Beautiful. It was Cannon Air Force Base, Clovis, New Mexico. That's where they filmed that, the LEM being landed. And we know this. We know this because, what's his name? Cyrus Eugene Akers, who was a staff sergeant for the Royal Air Force Police Force. He was the one that Lyndon Johnson gave the responsibility to secure the hangar where they filmed it. Okay, and that was where it was.
What are you talking about, Jim?
Cannon.
He said a guy said a thing and he believed him. That's what he said.
Eugene Akers. Cyrus Eugene Akers. Okay. And for me, when I found out about the moon landings being a hoax, it was like the end of a love affair. It was, I was really saddened by that. I immediately went back to my childhood days.
We're still waiting for the proof, man. We'll stop rambling on. We want the proof.
No one's rambling. I'm explaining something to you. Because we were talking
You're not
about
giving the
how
proof
was
though,
it?
for that. We
We've
said
got,
that
look,
to someone else.
Right, a guy said a thing and he believed him.
Taking back Eden asked a question.
Yeah, that guy that said that they're lying to you, he's the one lying to you.
You don't have to be lied to. All you gotta do is open your eyes.
Yeah, most cults will reinforce their belief system by telling you that everyone else is lying to you and only the cult has the one truth.
No, eyeballs. Show me the video of rockets landing vertical, please.
You want to know something?
Okay, but you've already seen that happen in recent times for sure. You know that SpaceX already has done this, and you've seen video of it. So if I produce a video, motherfucker. So if I produce a video of Jesus Christ, if I produce a video of a rocket, Motherfucker!
Okay,
If
guys,
I
everyone,
produce, come on, man. If I produce a video,
can you all please stop? Jen, I know
the
it's
whole
funny.
goddamn chat room.
Doofus,
If I produce, if I produce a video of a every fucking time.
Do I have to mute everybody?
All
I'm
right,
just gonna start
guys, I'm
muting
gonna
them.
start hitting the mute button.
If I
just got
produce
here.
a video, if I produce a video of a rocket landing,
Just need you to stop too, honey, please, for a
motherfucker! None of
moment.
these, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
I need you to stop
If I
talking
produce
all.
a big
What you gonna say already?
motherfucker, motherfucker,
Hold on, I'm trying to mod here. The next guy, hold on, listen up.
Oh man,
Can you guys hear
what's
me?
going on, people?
What a
The next
disgrace
guy
to the
that
land.
interrupts Doofus, I'm gonna mute him for like a good hour. Is that clear? Go ahead, Doofus.
All right, so if I produce a video of SpaceX landing a rocket vertically, and you say you've never seen a video of a rocket landing vertically, what happens to the claim that you've never seen a video of a rocket landing vertically?
I would just say you're going to show me CGI. So I already know it's CGI. So show it to me, and so we can
Okay,
laugh
so
together at it.
if an amateur on site records this happening from where they're standing, what then?
I think they got like one amateur rocket landing vertical out of like a million tries. So, they got lucky, even a blind pig finds an acorn once in a while, right?
So what happens to the claim of there's not being a video of a rocket landing vertically?
You can't do it. That's what I'm saying. Show me the.
So they got lucky or you can't do it. You got to pick one.
No, do you understand that they never tested the lunar lander? Do you understand
May I
that,
speak?
right?
Because Steve A is lying right now.
Who's lying?
Because the lunar module has 4 landing web. Let me show you a picture actually. The lunar module has 4 extended rods which the rocket can land on. It doesn't land on its thruster, it lands on those 4 rods.
Right.
Steve A
No,
is lying.
we know that.
He's getting confused,
knows
Steven.
that.
Don't mind him. That guy's just.
Yeah, we're aware of the legs.
This guy doesn't know
He
what
got
he's talking
suspended.
about, and then he
We're talking
accuses you
about-
of lying.
We're
Compressed.
talking about liars. We're talking
Yeah,
about liars.
He's the liar.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
did you guys see
if we have from the government, the source that you're trying to use anyway, them using 4 landing legs to land this thing, it's not
Yeah.
landing on its thruster then, and it's not as a 4 that's lying, right? We're
can't
sure
show
on.
me that. Show me that video, doing it right now today, modern day.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
literally
here
see
I
it.
go.
I think
Here I go to go get the SpaceX video of the thing we said we can't ever do.
I'm going to
got
interject
it.
now. Come on, man.
Hey guys, when they
Oh, yeah, let's
when they
do that.
landed
Hang
when
on a
they
second,
landed the
Doofus. Hang on a second,
when they did
everybody.
this first
Hold
when they
on
did
a
the first
second.
space landing, did they have
All
CG?
right, guys, this is enough.
it go,
I'm
are you?
so
Look.
sorry, but I'm just going to start muting people without
Basically-
even saying
basically it's
anything.
this,
Jen,
yeah.
I need you to
I'm
take a
trying to get
moment
word
to.
in here. Steve is trying to tell you.
Jen, I'm sure
what
you've had a
Steve-
word in. It
Ben
needs
gets
to
to
be
talk all
a
the fucking
position.
time. Dude needs to stop talking.
I understand. Steve, were you done finishing what you were answering back, by the way, before anyone else continues?
Well, yeah, I'm pretty much done, Stacey. I just, like I say, I would like to see the video. I've not seen a video. They should claim their videos, but I've never seen nothing. But why are you interrupting?
Can I now say
Why
what
are
I
you-
got to say?
Oh, go ahead, Jen. Yeah, go ahead. I thought it was that other guy.
Yeah, but there's
Go ahead.
2. There's 2 in the chat already.
Okay, let me look at them. Yeah, let's take a look at them. Go ahead, Jen.
Go ahead, Jen. Ron, we'll get to you next.
Steve, I was only going to back you up in that. What Steve is saying is that LEM that was, thanks, Steve. What Steve is actually trying to say is that LEM, the Lunar Excursion Module, wasn't tested to success here on Earth. It crashed every time, nearly killing Neil Armstrong. So how can you then take this LEM to the moon in an environment that you never trained for? You killed yourself nearly on the moon, and now you're going to land.
Subsequent test.
Sorry,
Successful.
on Earth,
Successful
and now
test.
you're going to. No, it never happened. Never happened.
Okay.
They failed every single time. They failed every single time. Stop.
No, they
lying.
didn't. No, they didn't. There were subsequent tests where they were successful.
The bed
Right, the source that you're using to say that they failed every single time isn't actually the government. You're saying this guy who told you they failed every time must be telling the truth. Did you actually check the Apollo
No, the
mission
actual
records?
fact is that
Did
the
you
bed
actually check
stem
the
was not
Apollo mission
testing
records
the
yourself,
success,
Jim?
crashes
Or did
all
you believe Bart
over the
Subra
place.
when he told
And
you
Neil
what to think?
Armstrong,
Oh,
nearly
man.
got his videos of it. We've got videos
Okay.
of them.
Oh wait, so we
Yeah,
only
we
we only believe
You're
the
the one that's
we only
believing
believe the
it.
videos where they
We
fail,
know
but
the
not
truth.
the ones they succeed, though. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we got videos of them succeeding.
We do have videos of them
Produce a video.
succeeding.
There you go, you know?
Jim's lying out of his ass right now.
And real quick, Jim, please, can you just kind of be mindful that you're the one that has a lag on your end, and it's quite like sometimes 5 seconds, sometimes 10 seconds. So one, we're not over talking you, hon. You're coming in delayed, and two, it kind of has an issue. Doofus, please don't talk like when he's rambling because we're not going to be able to hear you both going at the same time. You know he's got a lag. Certain things like this, guys, just be mindful, please.
Thank you, Stace.
Yep.
Hey, Steve, did you have a chance to look at the videos yet?
Yeah, the first one I looked at, yeah, that's kind of a, I don't know what you guys call that. You guys call that real. I call it a cartoon. The second one there, what are you showing me? The second one there? What cartoon?
Okay.
Can you prove
You're
it
not
to
going to just
me?
throw out the claim that it's a cartoon. You're not going to just say it's a cartoon without
don't
actually
think-
telling us
He's
how
entitled to
you
his
know
own
it's a
opinion.
cartoon because you're just going to make that shit up.
Like
no,
you are.
no.
Yeah, I mean,
no,
like, there's
yeah,
you have to use multiple methods to prove it's a cartoon. For example, how
Hey, Steve, they
it's
don't
been
see the irony.
recorded.
I know, it's so funny. But anyway,
He's
back
not
to,
saying it's funny. He's avoiding the question.
well, no, I mean, come on, seriously, right? I'm paying you $1 million. I'm paying,
Cartoon.
why are you interrupting? Are you going to
Prove
let
it's
me talk
cartoon.
or not? Go ahead.
Yeah, let him
I'm
get it
asking
out,
you
and
to
then you
prove it's
can
cartoon.
rebut.
Not ramble on.
Why do you think it's a cartoon?
Well, like, here's the thing, right? Like, me and you both know we got excellent $1 million camera equipment. So I'm set up. I'm going to photograph this, record it, whatever language you guys like. I'm going to shoot a rocket up into the air. Now, right out the get-go, me and you both know we got a great big smoke signal. No big deal. We don't have to claim anything there. But now the rocket takes off. It takes off kind of slow, no big deal. We don't even have to make a claim there. But then the camera, which I would say, if it was like our modern day technology, like you guys are so proud of, would be zeroed in on it pretty accurately, and you could see the, you know, you could see an ant crawling on it if there was one there. And so then, you know, so I'm saying it's just like for the $1 million, I'm not getting a bang for my buck.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Wait,
left
so we
lane,
see a
shut
thing
up,
happening, and
left
because
lane,
you don't like the clarity of
left
it.
lane, you never bring nothing, dude.
Yeah, you bring
So
less
we
than
have
nothing,
footage.
Steve.
So we have
It's not
footage
real
of a
because we don't
rocket
like the
landing
clarity.
vertically. Right, we have footage of a rocket landing vertically. Your
Yeah,
first
we
claim
made
was
that.
it's a cartoon. Your second claim is it's not clear enough. Your
No,
third claim is going to be what? We still
the
don't
third
have
claim
footage
is
of the
you
thing that
can't,
you fucking said nobody had any footage of, even though there's
dude,
3 examples in
yeah,
the chat.
you don't have, dude, you can't land a thruster vertical. It's not going to happen on that dildo.
Oh, yes, you can.
That
Oh, yes,
dildo,
you
So
can.
what
the
happens
fuck
when
up.
we have footage
Shut
of
the
it, you
fuck up. Why
jackass?
are you guys why do I not get to talk and you assholes do? Are you guys
So why do we have footage of it? Why is there footage of it if it can't happen?
Because you're not smart enough to understand CGI. You do not know one fuck all about physics, basic
He's
physics.
special.
It is
He's
called a
got a
rocket
CGI.
What do you know about?
It
What do you
is
know about
called
CG?
Why the fuck are you interrupting me?
What method do you use to test
Why
for
the
CGI?
fuck are you? Why the fuck are you interrupting me?
Because he doesn't like it forever.
Because you're not going to give me 10 seconds. You're not going to give me 10 seconds to say a thruster.
Yeah, because you're avoiding the
fucking question. Oh, yeah, because a
Can you
thruster,
moderate
you
if you don't
can't
mind?
land a
You're
fucking
interrupting them.
thruster on the ground. Do I
Why?
need to say it one more time?
Why
since
can't
you're
you land
interrupting
it?
me?
Why is the question?
Why?
Why?
Are you fucking retarded?
Yeah,
Yes,
what's the
no,
Do you
that's
not know
not the
any
answer to the
fucking
question.
Why?
Why?
Do you not know anything?
Give us
Do
the
you not know?
What?
Technically,
you
what's
not-
the prohibition?
Yeah, are you
Technically,
gonna
what's the
listen?
prohibition?
Are you gonna okay? Are you gonna shut the
Stop
fuck up?
talking
Are
and
you
let
gonna shut
Steve
the fuck up?
explain.
Are you gonna
He's
shut
not
the
going
fuck
to
up?
explain, but that's fine.
Yeah, I am going to
Don't
explain.
interrupt him. Please don't interrupt him. Go ahead, Steve.
Have you ever messed with a flame torch even? So if you take a thruster, power, weight to ratio. It's all matters, right? So you got the weight of the rocket coming down with the power of the thruster. Now that is power, pure ass power. And when it hits the ground, comes down to the ground, you're going to have one hell of a reaction. And not only that, you got to keep your balance. And your
they're on a
thruster
gimbal.
is
That's
not
what
in
it's
there.
for.
Shut the fuck up.
That's why it has a gimbal, though.
Now you can go ahead. Go ahead and give me your bullshit statement that you're going to lie to me about. Go ahead.
Okay, they're on a gimbal.
Gimbal.
Yes, they are controlling the direction the thrust is coming out of the engine by gimbaling the engine itself.
Cool.
And it's the same engine that
You
put
say
it up.
cool, just have no fucking response to what I just fucking said.
No way, it's fucking retarded.
Dude,
I mean,
Yes,
okay.
it's
have to have
retarded.
Give me one
You have to
second.
put it on a gimbal. It's just
physics.
retarded. It's
But
only retarded. There's no actual counter argument.
Basic physics.
Can you stop screaming each other
Basic
though?
physics says that if you put thrust on a gimbal, you can direct which direction it's going.
Yeah, cool.
Okay,
And it's the same engine that put it up. It's the same engine that put it up. So there's enough power,
Yeah,
and then they
I'm
have
pretty
the
sure you can
landing
reduce
legs.
power. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure if you can reduce power as well, that's the thing. And
Yeah.
you have you have computers as well that are more sophisticated than aircraft autopilot that can land it as well by themselves without any human intervention to keep it on balance.
Yeah, you got to
Bouncing
have
for
a
wind and
brain.
everything.
You definitely have to have a brain. Yeah, for sure.
And to be clear,
computer is doing that.
There's 9 engines during the launch, and there's 3 engines during the recovery.
Oh, there's a lot more than 9.
33 engines.
On a Falcon 9?
Typically ditch.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
That
We're
was
talking about the
that was
Falcon
the,
9, yeah.
That would be the
Yeah, so they don't use all of the same engines. They just use 3. So that, and of course, it doesn't have the upper stage, and it's got a lot reduced fuel. So those 3 engines, and they do throttle them, and they do gimbal them, and there are landing legs.
It's impossible to do that. Impossible to do that. Completely. And the witnesses that were aforementioned are 5 miles away from the site. 10 miles, 5 miles. They're not allowed to be there. So
I guess P900 and P1000
you're
exist
miles
anymore.
away from the bloody thing in the first place, right?
We still see footage.
Steve was right. You never bring anything.
They still snowed up
You don't even bring nothing. Look, you're not listening, Left Lane.
Yeah, they still recorded something, Jim.
Left Lane. You never bring anything.
And Blue Origin.
Did they see it? Did they see it, Jen?
Blue Origin.
Yeah, they can see it. They can see it from 5 miles away. From 5 miles away.
Oh my God!
You never bring anything, Left Lane, and you never bring nothing.
You're not going to work.
You never bring anything.
I'm sorry.
On top of that. So there
Left
you go.
Lane, can I ask you a question since you're discussing the moon landing?
Yeah.
Thank you. What moon landing exposés have you watched to completion?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a weird question. Moon landing exposés. I don't know.
You can't name one moon landing hoax documentary you've watched in the last 10 years?
Yeah, the hoax ones I don't pay much attention to.
So you're discussing it. Hold on, you're discussing this topic, but you haven't done the research listening to these whistleblowers?
Well, your research involves watching all hoax videos and not watching the counter evidence.
Okay, so wait, how do you know that? So, well, hold on a second.
Experience right here. This experience right here. If I posted Jim Panda's debunk of the what happened on the funny thing happened on the way to the moon, would you watch it?
I've watched some of those, but yeah, you can post it. But now, with that said, would you watch the funny thing happened on the way to the moon to completion?
I did watch that.
You did?
I've probably
When
watched
did you watch
dozens,
it?
if not hundreds.
Yeah, it's all horse crap.
When did I watch it? That's not even a relevant
it's horse
question.
crap, is it?
Wait. Before you
We
go
could have a
on, why
watch
is all
party.
this crap? Can you mention one thing that you kind of thought maybe it's suspicious, but it's horse crap, or why it was? Give me a reason why. So you watched it.
They denied the basic technology that allows us to do these things.
Yeah, that and the window thing, that was hilarious. They said they had a circular window, but it was a square window.
No,
I don't know.
circular one as well. They had a circular
one
one.
Let's ask
You saw
Doofus.
them in there.
Doofus, did you
You
watch
actually saw them in there doing it. You actually saw them doing that in the shenanigans carrying on in the LEM. In the Lunar Command module. You see them messing with the round circular acetate that they placed on the window to simulate they were halfway
The
to the
command
moon, halfway
module
from
has
the
a
moon.
square window though.
And Earth, sorry, from the Earth.
Real
sorry.
quick for Eden, say we
Yeah, okay.
say we didn't watch the other footage that you're referring to. So what?
So you're missing out
then
on all the
I would
information
suggest
that
that
comes
before you
from that.
discuss this,
The
you
anomalies.
do some more research.
Yeah.
And
there were a lot
if you
of anomalies.
haven't watched it, yeah, why wouldn't you? And what's your explanation for why the
Because the primary evidence is more supported than the counter evidence.
No, it's
Yeah,
not
if
at all.
you're
What's
This guy
happening
doesn't
is
even
this.
know the counter
If I
evidence. You
can
haven't
just,
even watched the expose, so I don't know what's
he
Can
because
I-
he's
can I
already has it
interject there
set in his
quickly?
mind,
God.
and he already
Let
has
me
it set.
interject there, please.
Okay,
Watching the documentary that you want us to watch doesn't present the evidence to us anyway. So if you want to bring a
So
claim,
notice that we've had two
if you want to
that
bring a
claim
claim
that they
like,
haven't watched it, unless I'm
if you want
mistaken.
to, if you want to bring a claim like, if you want to bring a claim like, there's a reason that the moon landing couldn't have happened, and it's this reason, and it has this evidence. Somebody else watching the documentary doesn't present the evidence. You do.
Oh my goodness. Doofus,
Doofus, maybe you
can
want
I
to ask
get serious here with you? Stop, please, because he was being genuine, very genuine. Just asked you if you watched anything about it. That's what I was asking the aspects, right, earlier. Have you watched anything? Like, what is the reason that it would be suspicious or you think it's trash or garbage, like, or nonsense, whatever. But you're just saying this perspective without even watching it. It's not fair either.
Yeah,
didn't I just mention moments ago, Stacy, that I have watched the thing, right?
Okay, what is wrong about it?
What is wrong about the documentary?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay,
I think
so
it's nonsense.
in the lunar command module, there's a square window for that particular location on the left, not a circular
Post your
window.
evidence for that claim, please, because I went over this with Omnivore.
Okay, I won't get to explain the whole thing. Never mind.
Okay,
Go ahead and
Wait, why does
explain
he have
it,
to?
and then we'll see if there's a way to prove that information, if we can.
Why does he have to disprove
Okay.
your evidence? Can you just give evidence,
I'm not,
Edom?
we're not saying disprove at this moment. He was just asking if he has it. If he has one, that'd be amazing, because I'd like to see, because he's breaking it down and saying that video is wrong. If he's going to say it is wrong, just like they'd ask for, we love to see how it's wrong. Not just say it's wrong. We love to actually see a video showing it said it's wrong. That's all. Come on, guys. Be respectful of one another. We don't have to be all mean. Go ahead, Jen.
Right. Thank you very much. I'm just going to ask the questions. Have you seen this one? Right. Have you seen? We never went to the moon 1. We never went to the moon 2 by Bill Casing. Have you seen? Was it only a paper moon by James Collier? Have you seen what happened on the moon? Parts 1, 2, and 3. Have you seen a funny thing happened on the way to the moon? Have you seen the one that's called Astronauts Gone Wild?
I've got Bill
And have you
Casey's
seen the
book,
one called
read it.
American Moon? I've seen all of
What's
them.
the point of this? What's the point of this?
The point is, if they bring up the anomalies that prove that they could never have gone to the moon.
Stacy, check the chat.
And we're chatting with people who clearly haven't done the research.
And have you seen the million of movies that are pro?
I just posted
that are
it.
pro?
I lived through the Apollo missions. I lived through them, so I believe they went. Actually, thank you.
Now, if he's going to post something that was asked for, and I appreciate that, Doofus, thank you. I haven't watched yet to verify that it's in there and see what's going on. Can you tell me where I need to look at? Is it the entire video? How long is it? Is it real quick? Is it am I going to see it instantly?
It's a photo. It's just a photo.
Okay.
So
just a photo.
in the original documentary, on a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. They're talking about this window, and the window is circular according to their explanation for how they got a shot of the Earth to be a circle. But in the actual window, you see it's not a circle. It's got some flatness to the edges. It's kind of a squared circle, right?
Okay, so not a circle, a squared circle. So now we're getting down to the nitty gritty of what a circle is. Okay, that's what it is.
It's a
so
square,
in reality,
it's a square window, but it has got rounded edges, corners rather, I should say. That's what I meant to say.
Right.
And that's kind of the point of.
So it's not a circular
Isn't it,
window
though?
like the
Or it's
documentary
not.
claims. So the documentary is wrong that it was a circular window.
Could that have been just a wording that's wrong because they're meaning basically exactly we're talking about these beveled edges, right?
No, the wording is the Earth. We see the circle of the Earth because the window is circular. We know the window's not circular, so therefore the documentary is wrong.
I need try not to see this.
No,
One
that
thing.
Stace, the video has been posted,
interject again here.
so it's an
I
hour and a
saw
half
the
long.
video too. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank
I
you.
yield.
And Stace,
One thing.
I just dropped the movie. A funny, funny thing happened on the way to the moon for you, and you just have to go to the climax, and you'll see for yourself.
We could do it as a watch party like MST3K.
One
Yeah, we
thing.
can-
I have a question.
I made myself
Take it
Yes,
back,
yes.
Eden. Thank you very much. Excellent work. And it was a round window, circular window. We know that.
I just posted the window. It's not circular.
Yeah, Jen, yeah, counter evidence posted. But yeah, we could watch funny thing happened on the way to the moon, and someone else could queue up Jim Pandas, and we could watch a section of a funny thing happen, and then watch the debunk, right? You know, section by section, see what we
Yeah.
come up with.
Did we debunk the thrusters thing? Because I feel like we kind of like moved off that from nowhere.
Well, the response from Steve A was,
Why
If
are
we
you
do
using
this,
YouTube?
is there any way we can go point by
No, it's
point?
called
Because it
physics.
gets kind of chaotic. It would have to be literally set up by design police, where it's like first point window, second point thrusters, third point. You know what I mean? Please, if we do,
Well, you
'cause
have to
that
have
would
a
be pretty cool
brain.
though.
You have to have a brain, to understand physics, right? To understand the rocket thruster power landing. I just posted that little cartoon, right, with the men with the jetpacks, right? Now that's a cartoon, fellas. Yeah, and check out the Earth curve when you're looking at it, flying around with the jet. Oh yeah. I wasn't quite done
What a
talking,
storm,
but
man. What a storm.
go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Can he finish, please, guys? Come on, go ahead, Steve.
No, I'm pretty much done. Just hey, check it out, man. They're flying around with jetpacks. They got them on their hands. See now, and then the camera even has a big Earth curve in it, man. It's beautiful. Check it out.
right,
It's a
you
nice
said it was
cartoon.
a cartoon because it's a wide-angle lens, then?
No, oh yeah. See how you change that? The cartoon part of it is a man flying with a fucking jetpack, idiot. Excuse me, I didn't mean to call names.
Okay, so the reason why you're calling it a cartoon is because he has a jetpack, and the camera has a wide-angle lens. You don't like either of those two things. You have used your personal incredulity to claim that it's fake.
You have claimed it's real.
Yeah.
So you're the one that has to do the proof.
No.
it is
What
kinda
you have
funny.
posted is evidence of something happening, and you're claiming the thing that you posted is fake. That's a positive claim. You made the claim.
Yeah, it is fake. Can you see it? I mean, have you ever seen a man flying
just
around with a
believe me, it's
jetpack?
fake.
Yeah, it's fake.
Yes,
Exactly.
I have.
Okay, you've used your personal incredulity. You personally do not believe that it happened, so therefore it must be fake.
Well, no, I don't know about that, but
No, I've seen the jetpack. I've seen the jetpacks. These are not fake. They actually are the real deal.
Well, have you ever seen a jetpack in general? People try to use them, or the ones over the water and everything. It's quite hilarious. And you go tell me that they get looking for that shit in space.
It was down in Tampa, in Tampa Bay, and it's kind of an exhibition, and it was the damnedest thing. But yeah, they really do that.
Oh yeah, you
I
saw
know
it.
they
Yeah,
do
yeah,
that,
yeah.
but not like that. Not like that. And you think that's happening in space, though? That's where we're going off here, and it's on cartoon land.
Yeah.
Well,
Steve A's claim.
Steve A posted a video that he says is a car fucking tune, and it's an authentic video.
No, it isn't.
I've seen a man in jetpack live. I was at the
Oh,
soccer aid,
I'm sure you've seen a man with a jetpack live. Yeah, I'm sure you have. I mean, that's how they
Yeah, I
love
was
to
at
do
the
it, right?
Stamford Bridge. I was at Stamford Bridge at the soccer aid match, and you could see it yourself. There were hundreds of people, thousands of people in that stadium watching that match, watching the man come down in a jetpack with the football in his hand.
You're lying ass bastard is what you are.
I can post the video right now.
There you go.
Yeah, thanks,
Well,
Steve A,
he's
for being a piece
lying.
of shit, as usual.
He's lying. He's lying.
We should disqualify him from the combo.
No, he should show evidence. Show evidence of this stuff
What's the point
happening.
of having a conversation if you're just going to call someone a liar every time they say something?
That's all he's got. He doesn't.
Like,
Oh,
we
where's
just
your
say
own
you're,
person?
we can just say you're a
The
liar.
evidence you
You
won't
got
look
some
for is in the
video?
chat, Steve A, you piece
Hey,
of shit.
guys.
So you got
Everybody,
personal video.
everybody.
You
Can
got
I
personal
just say one more
video.
thing? You guys are forgetting that if this is probably live streamed, I'm pretty sure they're trying to do that. And if people are listening, it gets chaotic. I know it's fun. I'm not trying to stop fun, but people can't hear you. Sounds craziness. That's all.
Okay, can we acknowledge
Oh.
that there are videos of people with jetpacks and Steve A is just being crazy by calling people liars for no reason?
Listen,
We,
Yes.
we'll
You
admit
guys
that
are
you
too
guys
much.
are. We'll admit that you guys are funnier than hell. Go ahead.
Can we acknowledge that, Stacey?
Jetpacks are real. Okay, jetpacks are real. I think I've seen them. I haven't seen one live though. Never have. Never have.
Oh my god.
But they're funny,
you've
and I
never-
don't
and
think
you've
it's
never
happening as
seen
fake.
China.
Yeah, they're
But
funnier than hell.
you're right. I have never seen it in real. I've never put my feet on the ground in China. No, you're right. I'm not denying China though, or jetpack. I'm denying
Alright, so
jetpacks is
Steve A
fake
is a
though.
little crazy for just saying they can't exist, even though we have video footage of people using them.
Jetpack. Yeah, you got video. Yeah, right.
Can I get one on my way to work?
There's the craziness part of it.
I thought you
Yeah.
guys were asking. You guys were like, show us a video, and then we showed you a video, and then you're like, oh, it's fake.
Okay, but here's my issue with this. Like, sincerely, if they have jetpacks that are working like this, maneuvering in space, like they're fucking that awesome, then why aren't we using them right now? You think that we'd already seen that technology, we'd be bouncing that shit around, right? If that was really happening the way they describe. Sorry, this is where comes cartoon land for me.
Yeah, most people
You
would
have
not
the
operate that.
jetpack.
It's a really fucking scary thing to do. So most people probably
Right.
wouldn't even pull the trigger on it.
Control's an
Amen.
important thing.
Oh wait. That
But
was
we already
actually
have the
something we
video
talked about
evidence
with
of the
Jim. People
jetpacks, right,
think they would
Stacey?
shoot themselves up in a rocket too, and they think that you want to do a jetpack, let alone a
But we
rocket.
already have
right?
the video evidence of the jetpacks, right?
Well, jetpacks are not denying they don't work the greatest, but they're there.
Okay, so if you're looking for people doing it, there's the video evidence of them fucking doing it.
They suck.
The cope.
Okay,
that
but if
lost
there's
all
footage of the
telemetry
thing that
data.
you wanted to see happening, people are doing it. There it is. It's
Yeah,
there.
they put TV. I
Show
put
it to me really
everything
good.
on. Everything is on TV, dude. I don't have a problem with it. TV. I
Can
love
you
TV,
show me
man.
a jetpack like working really well, like somebody taking one to work or something? If you give me some reality like that, then I might believe it's something.
You got a home video.
We already have footage of jetpacks working.
Give me your home video. Give me your home video. You were watching somebody do that.
Astronauts have been doing something akin to a jetpack for a very long time. It's called an EVA.
Yeah,
It's compressed air to move around. I mean, not exactly a jetpack, but it's similar concept, I guess.
Just yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
But as far as taking a jetpack to work, it didn't work out that way. It's not the Jetsons. Yeah, it's not the Jetsons. It has a very limited fuel duration, so it can only fly for what, a couple of 3-4 minutes. And yeah, it is inherently dangerous. And yeah, Rockwell developed it. It was for development to investigate, and yeah, it didn't turn out to be practical. They've also had one-man backpack helicopters. Yeah, they didn't work out very well, so they abandoned those. What's the big deal?
Also, imagine hitting a semi truck with one while on your way to work. Like you just turn a corner and you see a semi truck just blasting
So
into
where
you.
does that leave us with the claim that people can't land a thruster vertically?
Yeah, where does like moon landing guys?
I mean, it's a little suspicious, don't you think? We're laughing. It's funny. It's comical. However, in the the bigger picture, these being used are not exactly like that, right? In space sounds a little not right because they can't even do it down here, let alone
up there.
very well up there.
So we have footage of people doing it down here.
Doing it, but not
It was
very
already
well. This is the
presented.
point.
We
Until you
already
can do
have
it very
that
well
footage
down
in the
here,
chat
right?
showing people landing thrusters vertically.
No, you
Okay, so
don't.
that already
No,
exists.
you
We
don't
already
have
have
it,
footage of that happening. So
Not
you're looking for more
1959.
footage of that thing that you said we don't have footage of.
And you got to follow the money. You got to follow the money. SpaceX has successfully recovered a booster 438 times.
Okay.
If you're gonna fake it,
Here's
you're
my
gonna
issue.
fake it. If you're gonna fake it, maybe a couple of times. But no, they don't have that many boosters, and they keep reusing them for 10, 12, 18 times. So yeah, they currently have a fleet of 18 boosters, and they're flying these things like twice or 3 times a month, and then they're reusing them 12, 14 times, and they've captured them 438 times.
Before they've done this in space, then they'd probably have done this right here in some type of experiment in an environment like that they've created. I mean, something, right? Test this out. That I mean, seriously, they could barely even handle down here. This is not something I would suggest then to take to space. So if I'm going to take it to space, I really want to test that shit out, especially the way it's working down here.
Well,
Just
they've
saying,
done
this is not kind of logical.
well, they've
But we
done
already
that
have
with the
that footage.
crew flight. They've done that with the ISS crew flights.
Let me see them doing these damn shit down here. Right? In an environment like they're doing in space, right? We need space environment, close as you can get. Get this shit on. Let me see them fixing something, doing something, right? Because they'd have to make sure that they can do these suits and do this shit correctly and work with these thrusters. And it's gonna work up there. I'm sorry, if you're going to space, you're gonna do this probably more than 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. Because if I was a manager over this shit, I'm gonna make sure we have this stuff unlocked. So no, there should be something out there of them doing this over and over.
I have no
RCS
idea what your
thrusters
problem
have
is.
already been a thing long before they had to fix anything on the ISS, so we already knew that shit worked.
As far as recovering the boosters with their vertical landing, they've done it hundreds of times. And they have done it with the manned crew, ISS crew, to space, putting the upper stage in orbit. Booster comes back and lands. Then the capsule, the Dragon capsule, docks with the ISS, stays there a couple of months, undocks, comes back, lands in the ocean, and they reuse the capsule too.
All right, so where are we at with this claim that you can't land a thruster vertically, even though we have footage of it?
Well, I never had the claim. I'm just think it's hilarious, and I don't really tell you what's going on in space. But second, I am about to watch the video because even just the first shot is so funny. I mean, look at. Do you guys think this is reality?
I mean, look at
This
it
the
as not an
very
argument.
first screen thing. It's like, oh come on, here we go. Theater. No, I'm not saying theater in the mirror. It's not real. I'm saying it's just like, wow, this is a joke.
Which video?
Follow the money. Follow the money.
Yeah, look at it is not an argument. It's like you personally don't believe a thing doesn't convince anybody else.
Sorry, I'm trying to fix something outside, guys, because I'm outside. No, I'm not saying that's an argument. Like, watch it, look at that. I'm actually just being honest. Look at it.
Which video are you talking about?
Oh, goodness. I haven't actually looked at the video. It just says it's just the screenshot itself, right? Of him and his little Jetson pack. Come on.
The Jetpack show, the first Super Bowl?
Yeah. It looks like, come on, we're going to start there? We're gonna start there in 2025. That's what we got for proof and shit. Like, we're going to start back in the day of a Super Bowl that looks just so ridiculous. And I'm going to think that's going on, engineering some shit up in space.
I think the point was
You guys
they've been doing
don't know.
jetpacks for a long
Not an
time
argument.
now.
Yeah, it looks ridiculous is not an argument. That's not going to tell us
I get it.
that's how we should think about this thing. It just tells us your personal opinion of it. You don't believe it. That's not telling us anything useful.
No. That's fine. But can you get my perspective, maybe honest as well, that it sounds and looks ridiculous? And the way that we maneuver now with them and how we work, it's pretty shitty. So the fact that I know, I'll forget space out. Just be honest there. So the fact that you want me to jump to my reality mentally of it's happening up there so well, I can't. That's me. That's my opinion. That's on me. But when I'm sitting here asking you to be honest, that it sounds a little bit silly, and it looks a little bit silly, and you can't be honest with me in the bigger picture then.
Okay, it looks silly doesn't tell us whether or not it works.
I'm not just going to talk about it works. It looks ridiculous. It sounds ridiculous. Come on.
There's nothing of value to that statement. Saying it again doesn't suddenly make it any more valuable than it was before. It's just your opinion about how it looks. However, if we actually look at it and we see them doing this thing, then we have footage of it happening, don't we?
I don't know. To be fair, it kind of looks silly to me. The legs just kind of hanging out, but I mean, it's real.
Thank you, Professor. Just take it. I'm not saying it's not real. Look, we're not even going to that point. Thank you for being honest with me, and I appreciate that to know, and that's what I'm looking for around.
No worries.
So we can say it looks silly, right? But is that also just based off of like our own incredulity because we have a different expectation as to what we think jetpacks are supposed to look like because of our previous influence?
Maybe it's absolutely a good point, right? Possibility.
Yeah.
But where is the stuff that looks really good right now? Really
Well,
top
one,
notch.
that's just a limitation of technology being introduced to the general public, right? Like robotic systems 10, 15 years ago looked like garbage, but now they look really advanced and high tech. And while they don't work perfectly, it certainly looks a lot better than it did, right? It's just a consequence of our limitations with where we're at technologically.
Okay. That's the answer, you
well,
guys. I get it. That's good. Fine. Thank you.
One thing. Where is it? Something Yino posted. He said that last time someone said something looked fake, they bought a literal animation expert who worked in movies, and they said that it wasn't fake. So
Problem is, we heard in our kind of area field, and I'm not even just talking about Discord, you guys. We're talking about even getting into the journalist field, activist people, and those type of people. When it comes to media, anything to do with actually anyone who works in media, we have a hard time dealing with them. We have a hard time understanding and trusting them because we do understand that a lot of that shit is corrupt. We have controlled media. That's something y'all commit to. The media is pretty controlled right now. We're not saying is I'm not saying right now that everything's a lie. Of course not. Of course it's not.
you haven't seen Threads. Threads, you can be as open as you want. No one gives a shit.
So we have controlled media, according to you. Who's controlling it and why?
You really don't know who's controlling the media? Like you're actually going to ask me that question in 2025 if you have controlled media?
Why do people always ask me that?
Why would we
Yes.
argue that? We should definitely know that. We should definitely already know that at this point.
It's a fair question.
Why do everyone think that I'm joking? No, when I ask a question, I honestly want to know what you think it is.
Okay. Okay. Have you never seen a clip, and it's been done many, many times back a long time ago from my ass, where they sat literally in the United States of America, and I'm sure you can do it over the work because I've traveled, and the media is absolutely garbage and bullshit, even during COVID times. It's absolutely insane. I don't know if I can use that word over here. So the media was saying over there in Europe about America. Nonsense, lies, while I was over there. Second, when they actually did a damn thing for the United States of America, it was repeated in every same damn state, basically, over and over. The same damn narrative, the same damn shit, controlled. So the media isn't controlled? There's proof of that shit. We know it is. Fox 59, you gonna trust it? Come on.
That's not what I asked. I asked.
You know the app with Threads.
Who controls the bigger ups? I don't know. Because they're gonna tell you names.
My specific question was, who controls the media and why? Because to me, the media looks pretty fractured in terms of the messaging that they are giving to the public. If I watch Fox News, I'm going to get a completely different picture of how Trump is doing than if I watch MSNBC. So that's why I'm asking the question of who is controlling it and why, because they don't seem to be controlling it very well.
MSNBC, you gonna trust them too as well? That their narrative is they don't have an agenda that they're pushing, right?
You've shot yourself, JP.
I did not say that. What I'm saying is, you have two different networks. They are putting out two completely different narratives. So basically, is a single entity controlling both? And then why are they putting out two different narratives? Is it that
there are for you to argue and fight, like we do in the world?
So the coordination is the lack of coordination.
Yeah, you know how you kill two birds with one stone?
That doesn't help.
Yeah, I would need you to be more specific about that.
That's how you look at that. Well, they do a lot of things with one design, okay? Like they literally want us fighting out here, being at the dinner table, fighting over the dumbest shit politically and everything. Your side, my side, liberal, right, conservative, whatever you're gonna fight over at that damn dinner table. So that's why you gotta push Trump on one and push a bullshit on another, right? Come over here to Canada, there's some bullshit over here being pushed, right? They didn't get what they wanted. No, they didn't. Again. And again, theater. So we're going to go over Europe. What's happening over there? Again, theater. And you're going to tell me that news has anything to do with you to help you, your friend politically? It's going to help you? No, it has an agenda. to push on you, to tell you what's going on in this world, and for you to fight about it, to argue about it. And in reality, it's bullshit.
So the
Theater.
difference between them is the control. The fact that they can't agree is
On
how they're
purpose.
controlled.
No. That's on purpose too. All this media shit, shaking hands, just by design. Just like your damn presidents and your damn shit prime minister shaking hands by design. We fighting each other? No, we
Yeah, I from what I'm understanding is that there is opposing narratives to feed discontent and have the populace fight itself rather than fighting the true enemy, whatever that is.
Amen. Say it again. There you go. Right. Thank you. Got me. Thank you. I like you. You're a good one to have around.
No worries.
You're real. You're being honest. You're being genuine. You understand what I'm saying out here.
Yes, there's a problem with what you're saying, though.
Well, there's a problem for people like yourself who don't understand already. I don't know what your age is. I mean, I'm 42. That don't understand what's going on in this world. They understand that if you go vote, your vote's gonna count or something out here. It's not that way for me in my life anymore. Okay, it's not gonna be. So I look at the world a little bit probably differently than you do.
What? Right, but the understanding of the world you have is that there's somebody in control that's trying to feed different things to different people just to have them play. So that the overarching control of the situation is to have no control of the situation. They look identical to you, to me, to anyone else. It looks the same as though no one's controlling it, but that's how we know it's under control.
No. It's being controlled exactly by design to be chaotic. Your life's chaotic. We're chaotic.
It's designed to be chaotic.
It's beautifully being ran. Absolutely.
Right? Hey, have you seen the app called Threads, Stace?
Well,
the control is that it's random. The design is that it's not designed.
No, I didn't say that.
Again, I don't want to speak for, but it sounds like the design is to sow discontent. It's basic. It's. Have you read Ender's Game?
Yeah.
Sibo or whoever was talking, Doofus, have you read Ender's Game?
I have.
So I think it's like I can't remember the brother and sister, who basically it's literally a controlled narrative where they each take a side and deliberately argue against each other, even though they both know that they're full of shit.
I'm not sure which example you're referring to. Sorry.
So it's been a while since I read Ender's Game, but you have basically Ender's two siblings. You have his brother and his sister. And while he's off doing his own thing, they're trying to basically take control of the alien narrative. And they actually talk to each other and compare notes as to what they're going to say to each other the next time they interact. And so they're controlling the narrative by having two scripted points of view that are at odds with each other. So from what I'm getting from Stace, and again, I don't want to put words in her mouth, is that whoever is controlling the overall narrative, they are basically creating two or more different narratives that cause conflict among the populace so that the people are fighting themselves rather than fighting the government or big money or big pharma or whoever. We're more distracted. We're distracted with just the bullshit rather than actually looking at the man behind the curtain. That's what I'm hearing her say.
But the problem with that, the problem with that viewpoint is then this other entity, which we don't know about, is sowing discontent using these two other narratives, which we do know the contents of, to hide another narrative, which we don't know the contents. So basically, we have an assertion that there's someone in control that we don't know who they are, trying to do a thing we don't know what they're doing. It's basically magic.
No. Listen, you can look around and see the control already around you. If you can't with Rothschilds and everybody else, these names, these bigger names, they're out there. They're everywhere. I just don't follow. I don't want to give you names, right? Who control all the companies, all our food? Because there's only a few. Because in reality, none of those people are actually controlling it all. I will never know their name. Nobody in here knows it. So therefore, I can't tell you. But by design, this is all happening. Even us fighting about the shape of the earth. Fighting about everything in the world, right?
So the control is happening. We don't know who has the control ultimately. We don't know what the narrative they're trying to hide is. You got to give somebody something to actually work with.
There's a lot that I just gave you to work with, hon, but you're not wanting to pick up the pieces. That takes you to want to looking further into it. Follow the money, somebody said in here earlier. And by design, if you want to follow something and look where the design actually starts, I can't give you the bigger picture. Nobody can. All the pieces of the puzzle, but you'll get a lot of them when you start following that money. And you understand, if you start following the people that control our food, control the world, basically, right? It's only a few people and few damn companies. That shit starts there. Then you got to go further. The rabbit hole gets deep, and I can't even figure out how deep it is. So for me to tell you who runs this shit, I'd be a lie. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Okay, so you're certain there's control. You see different things happening, and we're arguing about it. But you don't know who's got the control or what they're trying to distract us from. You just know that control must be happening.
Oh, cat.
No, like again, like I said, you can list a ton of names down who control these companies and who's by design doing this, and you are going to tell me that's what's doing it. You guys, my president might be the ones doing it, and I don't believe that either. He's just sitting there with a script, just like the rest of them, telling us the same shit, right? Whoever's your president, whoever's your prime minister is there by design. I have no choice. You ain't got a choice. You think you voted that shit in? That's where we fail. I don't believe that shit. No. So the control is bigger than I can tell you. This is why a lot of people don't even want to go down the rabbit hole, because then they realize there's no way out. But in reality, is being aware of the control around you. And if you are not already aware, anyone listening on, and not just in this argument, is sitting at home shaking their head, going, "Well, damn straight, there's control. I'm controlled. I can't shit in my house. I can't afford to eat. Can't do this. Can't do that." And by design, it's built this way. And they ain't stupid, especially in the United States of America and all over the world. 'Cause I've been to Europe. They know there's control. So to argue about that is dumb.
Okay,
To figure out who's doing it would be nice.
Okay, if there's control making it shitty for everyone, how is that distinctly different from it's just shitty because humans suck?
No, you're right. Actually, it is shitty because humans suck. You know why? Because there's a well-built machine, and we are definitely oiling the hell out of it. In reality, we need to stop oiling that damn machine and actually fix within and fix our homes and start fixing the damn system, because the system's broken and it ain't gonna work no matter what you do, no matter how much oil you put into it. It's gonna keep running the same damn way. But in reality, we keep oiling it. So if you want to blame anybody, yeah, it's the man in the mirror. I ain't stupid. It's myself, it's you, it's everybody. But by design, this is what the point is. To keep everybody down. I feel like, well, how do you get out?
Searching for the man in the mirror. Which is it then? Is it by like one individual cabal intentionally designing this socio-economic like downfall, or is it just like what Doofus said, that it's just due to our lack of like empathy and care? And
do you believe that your lack of empathy and care was always there like this lack of, because I don't think y'all have that. I think we argue and fight by the entertainment design that's pushed upon us and make you think it's cool and funny nowadays, and what group in school, right? This stupid shit, the peer pressures, just the trending of the world. In reality, you really think it's always this way? I'm pretty sure it wasn't. Because deep down, people are actually good-hearted people. I met a lot of them out here. Or just by design, the world around us, the advertisements, the shit, the sexualization, the pornography, all the crap around us has made people quite sick and sinister.
Like if they want, if they like to sow discontent, then why aren't they good at like portraying the flat Earth side?
In a slightly,
that's on you.
Just FY or just 2 cents. There is something called the intentionality bias, which is something, of course, that we all have to some degree, and that makes us think that a person or an entity is the reason that X happens. It's not always the case.
Agreed on that one, though, and you're right on that. But you're right. I can't fix the world around me. I can't even fix the system. The only thing I can fix is myself, and hopefully people around me start, adjusting too with me. Hopefully, if not, that's on them, right? But you could only start with you. We all know that. I hope, but for some reason, a lot of us don't do it. I find myself sometimes I wake up and go, man, you know what? That wasn't such a good day yesterday. Maybe I could be a better version today. I'm hoping others are doing it too. I need to do it more often. Sometimes I lose and I fail myself on that. I don't fail you, I fail me. The accountability isn't out here in the world. That's
but
the
each
problem too.
person
You're right.
making
Well,
themselves
I would
each,
disagree with
each
that
person
because that's
making
why.
themselves each person making themselves better would work in a scenario where humans suck, and the reason why everything sucks is because humans suck. However, each person making themselves better wouldn't work in a scenario where the system is bad because an entity is controlling it.
Mhm. The only way you can fight that entity then is for people to gather up and come together, good quality people, getting themselves right, so you can fight that,
Well,
whatever that is.
that's why some of us are on here debating these topics, right? Is because we want to influence others and convince them of our reasons, so they don't fall prey to those potential like illogical conclusions.
Agreed. And you know that might actually come from both sides in that feeling, because there are people that I have actually talked to on the subject that really, really, truly stand behind the globe model, and they really think that we're being brainwashed, and they want to help us, and they're here for those reasons supposedly. Whatever the reasons are, people want to talk about a lot of the things that we do for a purpose. Some have different reasons, but I'm because exactly what you just said. We want to make a difference. So we want to change it, debate things, and hopefully make more people aware. Yeah. But for real, to act like there ain't no control going on in the world, I think yeah, that's just crazy. I think a lot of us in this world, whether you what shape of the earth you believe in, understand that there definitely is some corruption and control going on in the world, in the media, and all of it. Whether what conspiracy you want to fall to or not, that's a reality.
I will agree that I will agree that the best thing that we can do is work locally, is to try to change things, try to change ourselves into what we want to be, and try to change our local surroundings to where we want to be. Because when I look out into the world and I see all the shit going on, I very easily get overwhelmed, get pissed, and do nothing. So I definitely agree that
Yeah.
local is better, or local is the best route to go.
Absolutely.
I think sometimes people say, well, if you don't think that there is a conspiracy, say in this case, to control, I don't know exactly what we're talking about, control the media maybe or something like that. If you don't believe that such a thing, that doesn't mean, just because you don't believe that maybe there's a grand conspiracy to control the media, doesn't mean that you think everything's okay. Doesn't mean that you think that there are people out there with bad intentions, and it doesn't mean that there are some some coordination maybe with control of the media. I'm thinking of whatever that stupid local media conglomerate is. I can't remember what they're called, but all their newscasts do have to read from a script. It's not the case though with all media, and so I don't know, just anti-black and white thinking there.
Yeah, I know what the nation or what company you're talking about, but I also can't remember its name. Where like 90% of all local broadcasts are owned and scripted by one corporation.
Yeah, it's something media. I can't remember what it's called.
I think it's Clearview.
Clearview, yes.
No. I'm thinking of a different one actually. Hang on, I'll figure it out. One second.
I think I'm thinking of Clearview because it was definitely a C word. It definitely started with C.
What cunt?
This is why I couldn't give the name earlier either. I'm not going to give a name and be the wrong name. I can't remember the damn name. It's been too long since I looked into media.
Sinclair. Sinclair.
Yeah, that's right, Omni. It's Sinclair.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Omni. See, y'all know about this shit.
Yes.
So I know about this, but I
Yeah.
do not have the same conclusion that you do.
Okay.
Alas.
Can Omni, I ask your conclusion that you get out of it then? When you see something like that on top of it being talked about, known, I mean, what do you get from that? And then the corruption you see in the world and everything else that's going on. If you follow the money and follow the signs, if you really do that, what do you get out of it?
I have given interviews to international news groups on conspiracies and misinformation. So, and been asked for quotes. But so yeah, I follow pretty well. Number one, in the case of Sinclair, they have a very religious, right-wing bias. They have deep pockets, so they own a lot of these small stations, and they are extremely forceful in forcing those people to say what they want them to say. There's nothing. I mean, there's nothing amazing about that. It's out in the open. If it's not a conspiracy, and they aren't coordinating with Fox News or MSNBC or the Pentagon or anything like that. I mean, or if they are, we have no evidence for it, or at least I have no evidence for it. So if you have a group of people who want to whip up the trans panic and they tell their people to push that narrative consistently, they're forcing the people to do it, they're going to do it. They got the money. They can fire you. They will fire you for not doing it. On the other hand, Fox News. I'm not talking about Fox Primetime. I'm talking about the actual Fox News desk, which is, or at least was, pretty tight. Even if they did have a bias, you couldn't go in there and say, you're going to report this. Read this from a script. Here, here's your editorial, Mr. Editor Writer, Mr. Chief Editor. You're going to publish this and say it was yours. So that person would leave, or that person would just push back and it would be major news. So, for example, when Jeff Bezos posted his, we're going to stop endorsing candidates in the Washington Post, a lot of people quit because that was top-down control. But he did it it was under his name. It was very obvious, and it was over the objections of the chief editor. So, we see what happens when they try to force this. And it's not this well-run machine of propaganda. Now, you could say they're faking it or whatnot, but I don't see the evidence of that. I don't see nobody I know who works in the media, and I know plenty of people, gets a memo from Illuminati headquarters telling them, what they need to push today. So, yeah, I just don't come to that conclusion. I think what it is a sort of mass effect of capitalism. If there's a ton of conservatives who desperately want to read stories about trans athletes destroying women's sports, it's not like they cared about women's sports in the early 2000s. They didn't even know about them. But now it's a huge thing. Or if some left-wing media wants, desperately to read about the latest Trump outrage, you're going to have outlets that cater to that. It's capitalism.
But aren't they catering specifically to certain things like gender shit, trans this, that, like the things that they're actually pushing upon the society?
Have you been in these flat Earth rooms for, I don't know, a few weeks? I mean, maybe you're new, but it turns out that the flat Earthers can't stop talking about it. Every time there's a question about, we don't agree on reality, it's, well, you think that, there's maybe 300 genders or whatever. It's a consistent drumbeat. You cannot tell me those people are not slavering for the next trans story.
But let's not compare for me real quick, if you don't mind. The flat Earth people, globe people, let's compare world outside of Discord. When they're at home watching that stuff, Omni, what are you thinking? When I see stuff about transgender this, and my nieces are coming home telling me they're AB, whatever, like, what? And first of all, I know what you're talking about. You need to explain what A, B, C, D, A, sexuality, and then they're talking about pronouns of they and their friends. I can't call them anything but they. Seeing that work, and it was not there until it was pushed upon TV a lot, and then at different outlets, right? Then boom, it's here.
I don't agree.
It's the same thing, you know.
So, I'm in a mixed race marriage. Do you know when that became legal in the United States?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I get you saying. Okay. No, not the exact date though.
So wait. So do you realize that people talked about how, this is happening too fast? We need to slow down. Are you aware that that was the conversation then, or the integration of the military? Let's go back to Truman. So no, I don't.
But do you think that's the same thing of black and white mixing, which I have no problem with? A lot of people never did. Listen, that's up to you in your life. You're not suggesting to kids that they are dinosaurs, or suggesting that they should be not a she or a he. I mean, when you take people psychologically outside of a human, what they should even think, right? I'm a dinosaur. I could be whatever I want to be. You're going too far. I know we were told we could be whatever we want. Space, right? Astronaut.
No one is
But this
saying
shit
that they can be a
is
dinosaur.
ridiculous.
Let me be clear about this. Let me be clear.
It's been said.
Let me be clear about this. When Jesus gave the parable of the Good Samaritan, the Samaritan was the enemy to the people he was giving that to. The Samaritan was the transgender person, or the race mixer, or whatever you want to, whatever term you want to use. The Samaritan was the guy who we don't like and we hate. So this is, you can't tell me for a fact, I can't tell you for a fact that if I lived in the time of slavery and I had grown up in the South, that I would, have equitable ideas about slavery. I don't know. I would certainly freaking hope I did. But if I grew up immersed in that environment, I don't know. It's hard to say. So, no, this is a tale as old as time. It's not just because.
Well, there it is. How you stop it though, too, you don't mix up psychological things like seriously, they, she, you're not a he or her, which is just sorry, it's biological.
That's
when
the
you
thing.
start going different routes of stuff, that's a little different for me.
In 50 years, we might consider that to be the same as as not having racial prejudice, or maybe it will have destroyed society and we'll be fighting with in Road Warrior. I don't know, but I can tell you this: you don't know either. This just happens to be the thing that gets your goat, and you've been fed that messaging. You've been fed that messaging the same way that you think other people have been fed that messaging. You just, like everybody else, think you're not susceptible to that messaging.
I don't even think it's been fed the same manner. For instance, I'm sitting at home going, we talk about these subjects. I don't hear it in society yet. Next thing I know, my nieces are talking about, what'd you just say to me? Oh no, please, I'm shaking my head. Please, this is not happening in my reality. Actually happening. So these are the conversations that need to be taking place at our dinner tables, because it's a psychological warfare on people's mind. For them to sit here, kids, the kids were the ones that dressed, not the adults. Adults were going around saying, I'm a fucking day, I'm this. I don't know anybody until they push that.
So not knowing who PewDiePie is kind of like not knowing who Elvis was. And yet a bunch of people my age have no idea who the fuck PewDiePie is. I happen to be terminally online, so of course I do. But you have you're 40. You said you're in your 40s. You have no idea what the young people's media immersion is like, because it's not something that we have a reference point for. I've got kids, and I pay close attention to how they're consuming media. It's nothing at all like how I did it. Not even remotely.
But we shouldn't be okay saying, you know what, eventually it'll be okay one day. When we realize that a psychological game is being played on our children, we should stand up for that, Omni. I'm sorry. We shouldn't say, well, 10 years from now, that's going to be probably trendy and okay.
Our kids. They integrated my daughter's school. She's going to bring home look who's coming to dinner.
Listen, the whole black and white thing that you just mentioned earlier, the race mixing, like to marriage and stuff like that. To me, you're not messing someone up psychologically. Okay, you're just two people in love who want to get married, and that shouldn't have been stopped for me in my view.
That's
but when you're trying to mess up somebody psychologically, telling them that they are not a he and they're a boy.
You grew up learning that way about black and white people, so it's like completely different from
well, hang on a second. Hold on a second, Roman. So, Stace, you, and I am glad to hear this, do not believe in blood purity. But you heard about the 1 drop rule, yes?
Oh, trust me, my mom wouldn't let me date anybody that was outside of my race. She was very, very pissed about it. If I ever dated somebody, brought home somebody that was mixed, she about drove me. Oh my God, it was bad.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
stop that. I'll
Okay.
do what I
Okay.
want.
Yeah. I know, but I'm telling you that if you believed that, in the pure racial purity of blood, and I bet you there's somebody who's a member of this server who does, maybe more than one. Although I hope I never hear them say it. That person thinks that their child mixing their blood is, being sent these messages that they are to mix their, dilute their blood and with whatever. I'm not even going to say it. I think you can figure it out. They think that their child is being harmed by that. People definitely think that.
Well, I don't know if you know it's being harmed or they think it's a sin. I don't know where they're coming from that manner.
They think it's being harmed. If you believe in
My mom thought it was
racial
sin,
purity
so I
or
don't know.
blood and soil, which you may have heard.
I'd have to talk to somebody who comes from that perspective because most of the people I meet from that perspective are very religious. They usually have religious reasons that they do it, not because of anything else. So for me, I don't align with that, or I've seen that. I'm not saying it's not real or happening. Usually, it's not for what you just said. It's usually for religious reasons. 10. Scared, worried, fear, but not psychologically messing up someone's mindset of you are not this. You might as well tell me that I'm an alien then, or I'm a damn animal at that point. If you're going to tell me that I'm not a female and I'm not a she, okay, it's just dumb.
Stace, if you're talking about psychological damage, then hold on a second. Then the psychological damage is actually being done by the trans people whose identities are not being acknowledged. Suicide rates among the trans community. The suicide rate among trans community is 5 times that of any other demographic.
What do you attribute that? What do you attribute that to?
Right.
I attributed that to people not acknowledging them as what they claim to be.
So you think if everyone acknowledged their proclaimed gender, the suicide rates would be normal?
No.
It would be, I would think there would be decline because then there wouldn't be as much stigma.
Yeah, what are you basing that off? What are you basing that off?
The accounts that the suicides are led from depression due to being ostracized by their community. Sorry, I'm getting a phone call.
Real quick, I'm going to say this and I'm going to go on mute. I have a friend who transitioned, and they faced way more problems than they expected.
Intended. Yes, thank you. So there's a lot of depression that comes from not usually outside sources.
People threatening them on the subway. Not depression. I'm talking about
to a degree
being nasty to them at work. Okay, so it's not. Look, this is a person I know. Okay, they work for Google, so that or they got to work for Google. They left where they were working and went to work at Google, which is much more friendly to them, and they were much happier there. They are, I guess.
But see, they probably knew beforehand. And the thing is if you go to a different environment and you look as if you're transitioning, if you're male, you look like a female when you're trying to do that. You actually look it. If you don't, you're going to get shit. Of course you are. You're going to get heckled. This is life. Honey, I grew up in a hard one too. It is not easy out here.
Yeah.
But in reality, that's real. But they're depressed for way more reasons than just like you said that.
Okay, so like the thing about it is like
if I could just get in a few words after you. So.
Okay, Jen, get in.
Go ahead. Yeah. No, you go first. After you, I said. After you. You go first, sir. Sorry.
The suicide and depression rates, as far as I can tell, are not based on the fact that people are just mean to them. Yes, the fact that people are mean to them probably does not help that, but just use common sense here. If you think you're born in the wrong body or you were actually born in the wrong body, that's going to cause psychological damage to you regardless of your social situation. So just to contribute to Republicans or, conservatives are mean to trans people, so they're all killing themselves, I think is misleading.
Why do you think it what causes them trauma to feel as if they're in the wrong body?
That's like the epitome of an existential crisis. Like I was born literally into the wrong body. It's like the
Why
same.
is that an existential crisis?
It's the same sort of thing, like when you have like a highly intelligent person born into like a family of idiots, right? They just feel like they don't belong, but it's that on steroids. It's way, way, way more. They just don't feel like they belong. They don't feel like they're, they don't feel comfortable in themselves. Like depression, anxiety, and stuff like that is fundamentally not feeling comfortable in your own skin, and they literally think they're born in the wrong skin.
Could it possibly be that they don't think they are born in the right skin because of societal pressures?
No, that's what trans is by definition. I don't think I was born in the right skin. I was in the
And
wrong
they get
body.
trauma. They experience psychological trauma because of the fact that there is a stigma around people claiming to be, a gender that their biological sex would not indicate.
Correct. Yeah, that is correct. But Osco's right. There's going to be a bigger portion of, I'm sorry, we all go through depression. We all have anxiety through our lives. They're going to always go through these ups and downs and battles. These people are born feeling, supposedly, not all of them, maybe, but born feeling not okay, not right. I feel like I'm a male inside of a woman's body or something like that. They don't ever feel comfortable outside. It doesn't even matter what anybody thinks of them. They feel that way. So there's already a psychological disconnect, and what needed to happen is they needed actual therapy psychologically to be happy before they ever mess and actually do something like surgeries and other things.
They need a ton of therapy before they even get to that point. And have you ever known anybody that felt like they were born with boobs that were too big or too small, and they took surgical actions to resolve that?
Absolutely, yes, I do.
A number of trans folks that I know would be extremely angry that this idea that because they are trans, they need a whole lot of psychological help. The issue is, it's when they are born and they recognize who they are. That is the first thing that they recognize. They recognize that they are not born in the gender that society is telling them to, and then because of that societal stigma, that is where the trauma comes from. Is because people are telling them, society is telling them that they are somehow broken, that they somehow need psychological help, which they don't.
They think that they're broken. That's why they have like gender affirming surgery and stuff like that. That they were born into the wrong body, not the body that society told them not to be
There's
born into.
There's a difference between thinking they were broken or thinking they're in the wrong body. Those are two fundamentally different concepts.
They think that they were born into the wrong body, which has nothing to do with society. Society, yes, they may be mistreated, right? And they may be bullied to a larger extent, and that probably does not help. And I wish people wouldn't do that. But just to pretend like, oh, if people were just nicer to trans people, like everything would be okay, I think is extremely ignorant.
I'm not suggesting they be nicer to trans people. I'm suggesting they actually accept trans people as being valid.
I was trying to get in earlier on and I gave way. I'm still waiting to get in. Can I get in now, please? Thank you. Right.
Absolutely, Jen. Go ahead, honey.
Yeah, thank you. I think that this gender thing has been blown out of all proportions because I was born in the 1960s. Okay. There wasn't this gender thing wasn't really around. As I grew up, like 10 to my teenage years, I started to learn that there were transvestites around, but there weren't many, and it wasn't a big, no one had a big hoo-ha. They're there, we're there, and we're just living together. We come to like the 2000s, like after 2005, and then some kind of psyop is going on. Suddenly we're getting these transgender, and it doesn't seem to stop. It just seemed to escalate.
Didn't you say the same thing about gay people, though?
I'm still talking, man.
You talk for too long.
Let me finish. Not going on for too long at all.
You fucking ramble.
Just started.
So annoying.
No, I'm not rambling as well. Sorry. Shut up. Thanks. There we go. So I do feel that there is a psyop because they're getting their rights now. And even the Olympic Committee said that transgenders can no longer compete with women. So it's got out of control is what I'm saying. Men wanting to go into women's toilets, they've got to have their own toilet specially made. So I think it's a psyop and it's gone out of control. But anyway, please carry on. Sorry I spoke.
Parks, do you understand what I'm saying? That like they're like people being nicer to trans people isn't going to fix their problems. They're going to have problems regardless. And that's not saying people shouldn't be nice or they shouldn't accept them. I'm just saying like to pretend like the biggest problem is people are mean to them, I think is misguided.
I think you're drastically misunderstanding what's going on. It's not that people are being mean to them. It's because people are not acknowledging that they are a thing, that they actually exist. You know, when a trans woman says, "I am a woman," people will tell them, "No, you're not." That's not being nice. That is invalidating someone's identity.
Nice, but that's letting them exist. I mean, letting them exist by acknowledging them. Right then and there, I'm acknowledging that they're incorrect. I'm acknowledging that there's a problem in them and they don't need to feel this way.
They don't think they are a problem.
Yeah, but it's kind of like tough love, you know?
Yeah, do you understand that like
It's
at
not
least
tough love.
reasonable that like someone would say, okay, like gender isn't just a social construct, and like if a biological male says I'm a woman, they're not going to go along with that? Like to me that seems reasonable even if you disagree with it.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Exactly.
I missed that.
You're saying that like people like aren't accepting that a transgender woman is a woman, right? And I'm saying, don't you think that it can be at least reasonable that someone, their definition of a woman is a biological woman, right? Not just someone who says that they're a woman, and they shouldn't necessarily have to kowtow to that person? Like, it's definitely wrong to bully them. It's definitely wrong to make fun of them. It's definitely wrong to discriminate against them. But to say, okay, I'm not going to call you a woman, I don't see that that's inherently some big problem.
You are denying a critical part of their own identity. And I don't know, if you don't see that as a problem, that I don't know how I can phrase it otherwise. It's like someone coming to me and telling me that I'm not a Christian. That is incredibly
Okay,
insulting.
people do it to me all the time. It's assaulting, and people tell me I'm not a flat earther. People tell me I'm stupid. People tell me I have any education, intellect. I mean, the whole world has beat me down since I was a kid, sweetheart. It's called bullying, and I've been through it. We've all been through it. It isn't fun. It isn't good. But to then say that that's going to change somebody to be different than myself right now and to not be able to cope. They don't have good coping mechanisms out here then.
Yeah, so like people deny that other people are Christians all the time, right? Like Hebrew roots will say that, you know, Baptists aren't Christians. Baptists will say that Hebrew roots aren't Christians. Flat earthers will say that if you believe in the globe, you're not a Christian, but we don't have like an epidemic of suicide rate in Christians.
It is different. Basically its analogy, and I'm really poor at analogies, but there is a lot of hate when it comes to when people tell others that they are not Christians or what have you. So I think you are not giving the invalidation of their identity enough credit. I don't know if I don't think you are fully understanding just how damaging that is. And Stace, yes, life sucks. But what I'm what I'm suggesting is that maybe we don't make it suck anymore. Yes, we all got bullied.
Yeah.
How about if we can, for the next generation, make them get bullied less?
You know, but I'm going to be real with you, hon. As much as I didn't like being bullied, nobody does. And it's actually it can be destructive. It can to somebody.
Right.
However, some of that bullying, I felt like needed to be done for me because it changed me. I mean, sometimes you're naive. I was a very naive child, and I had a bigger brother and all his friends, right? I hung out with the boys, and boy, did they give it to me difficult. But at the same time, I learned, damn, I'm being stupid. Oh, that's what's going on. And so sometimes tough love, like somebody mentioned earlier, is kind of important. And sometimes it's the only way to kick you in the ass because you just ain't getting it. So I don't want to stop all like this stuff where you can't give someone some constructive criticism that may not be so fair. Sometimes you need to hear it that way.
Just let me respond real quick and then you can go. Oh, sorry. Like, I agree. Like, I think people should be nicer. I don't think people should misgender people. I would never misgender someone intentionally. If, like, a biological man says I'm a woman, I'm going to call her a her. And that's just, I think, like, the polite thing to do. But, like, if someone is at the point where they're killing themselves because a whole bunch of people aren't accepting their identity, I think that that's indicative of a deeper psychological issue, not just a social thing.
Amen. Because I could be killing myself for the same damn reasons out here. A lot of other damn reasons, right? We can give our excuses out here that someone's got.
My 2 cents. I was also born in the '60s, and I don't really have that much of an issue with calling people what they want to be called. It's no big deal to me. I've changed my name, since from when I was a kid to something else, and not that it's the same, but it's just no big deal to me. That's just my 2 cents. It's not a big deal to call someone what they want.
Absolutely, and I would respect it. And I try to at work, even when I had to say, there's a girl looks like a girl, dresses like a girl. She's even in a relationship with a man, but does not want to be called she, right? They. I mean, I'm like, listen, I see her. I go, hey, what's up, girl? I'm like, there it goes again. It's just my habit, right? And I don't mean to, to offend her. Oh, see, her. This is the point. I have to address and adjust my entire life because somebody feels a specific way, and that's crazy.
Why is that?
You don't have to wear a dress. If you wanted to, how many women didn't fought to be able to wear pants because it wasn't women's clothes, right? Like that took a long time and a lot of social pressure, and plenty of people at that time would have said, it's unnatural for a woman to wear pants. Oh, it's going to cause these societal problems. Oh, it's a big fucking deal.
I mean, and how big of an issue is it? How big of a drain on your life is it to properly gender someone? Really?
Actually, when I'm at work and I have to seriously go out of my way to make my brain think something totally different than what I see you as and what I'm representing. It's like when you're on a keyboard and your hands are not to do what you're supposed to do.
With a name that you couldn't pronounce fluently, and you had to really work hard to pronounce it the right way. We all adapt. That's fine. Like, why?
I feel like when I don't know someone's gender, I'll just say their name. I'll be like, "Oh, hey, how's it going, Rob?"
Well, this is my point. The whole girl thing is a habit, right?
Earlier.
But it's a slippery
slope. I would also offer, if you're going to take a weight in that misgendering them is going to affect their feelings, you also need to take an equal weight that they might be mentally deranged from the beginning, because that was a real thing, and that is a mental condition. So, whether or not you want to quote unquote misgender someone, or facts are facts. It takes a male and a female to make offspring.
To make a baby.
So,
and the thing is, I'm not saying anything against it. I actually look. I grew up in a household you would not understand. My dad was bisexual, gay mainly. I'm being honest with you. That's why they got a divorce when I was 5 years old. Okay, so I grew up in a life that you're not used to. Okay, my dad came over all the time and spent the night sometimes for 3 months at a time because they were best friends still. So I have a very weird life. He also is completely against this whole LGBTQ, APBZD, whatever bullshit, right? He was not for this agenda. He would never flaunt around like he does, but he also was in the military. He grew up different, right? I knew all about the hush, hush, be quiet shit. Listen, I understand this from a very good perspective in our generations, my father's generations, and everything. But when you're talking about the new generations and what they're pushing and the agenda on our kids and everything, my dad was appalled before he died. And I still am for him. And everyone else. Because it's not the same. A lot of gay people do not lean and do not believe in the same shit. They don't. There's a divide in all communities.
Stacey, when you deny, and your father is right to be appalled, so is mine.
Feel you. Cheers on that one.
And that doesn't mean you can't help. That means that doesn't mean that you can't help people. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't mean you can be compassionate. That doesn't mean you can be understanding. That doesn't mean that you have to be mean and all this other stuff.
Of course not. I don't want to be. Yeah.
The bodybuilder that spends 6 hours a day in the gym making his body look like what he feels like it should be based on how he feels inside. Should we treat him as mentally deranged? He's going to extreme lengths of body modification just to match the outside to how he feels inside. Is he mentally deranged, and should we be cautious around him and always acknowledge his big buff muscles?
He's not maybe mentally deranged. We all have these issues, and I'd actually call it escapism, things like that. And we can actually call it addiction as well. People are addicted to a lot of things. And they get addicted to even exercise, love. And he's taking it too far. And it's for sport. And so things people do to their bodies is ridiculous for sport. But to be real with you, that's inflammation. A lot of things he's actually causing harm to his body. A lot of people are taking steroids and shit. In reality, it ain't good. No, it ain't good. So it's a psychological thing that they have going on. Absolutely, a lot of us do.
With respect, Stace, that question I think was directed at Verdock, who did say
Sorry.
that trans were deranged or some form of that terminology.
Okay, you're right. You did.
I thought he was saying
I'm not
something
saying they
different. I
are.
thought
I'm not,
so. Sorry.
I'm not. Yeah, hold on. Let me before we continue. Just let me clarify. I'm not saying they are. What I'm saying is, if you're going to put a weight, right, on them being misgendered is going to make them kill themselves, right? Also apply the equal weight of the possibility that there might be a mental condition. That's what I'm saying. Like this is not a cut and dry issue. This is a very gray issue. It's not black and white. You know what I mean? There's a line here, and wherever you are in the argument, you're always like blending across that line. That's all I'm saying.
Kind of like gender's a
Like
spectrum.
a
Blending.
spectrum, yeah.
I mean, exactly. I mean that goes into the whole spectrum argument, right? But is that a thing? No one here is qualified enough to even like. I don't even think anyone in the human civilization is qualified enough to say definitively that that's a thing. So like, there are schools of argument on both these sides, and what all I'm advocating for is be open to both sides. That don't take a like a almost religious stance to where you're shunning the other ones and saying that they're completely fucking retarded or inaccurate because they don't understand reality. Because that's obvious. I mean, that's where these arguments go a lot.
Just one quick point on the weightlifter analogy. Like body dysmorphia is a different thing than transgenderism. Someone who wants a better body is not at all equivalent to someone who thinks they're born in the wrong body.
Oh, is it different?
Anorexia, well, then compare that to anorexia, right? Anorexia is a recognized disease, and like I've actually dealt with anorexia in my own family, and I'll tell you, like it's insane to not like you are not in that mental state, but you're just an outside observer. And you're watching this person think they're fat, and they're literally starving themselves to death. But it's a real thing.
By the way, transgender, gender dysphoria, not all trans have that condition, by the way.
They don't. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. They don't.
Oh shit.
But the majority, if you actually look at the symptoms, do. And I would say also, if you actually read the papers and you correlate like the studies about suicide rates, right? They went up, and they didn't go down. They went up when all of a sudden transgenderism became like a mainstream thing because of social media. Like there's correlations in that study as well. So like what's happening in
study?
Well, all I'm saying is what is happening with transgenderism and what's happening with kids can be directly tied to social media. So food for thought. I'll conclude with this. Which should like this absolutely suggests it's not a human cognition thing. It's an outside influence. So
I don't think that's true. There is a social contagion aspect to it for sure, but like that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone who's transgender is just influenced by social media. That would be ridiculous to me.
Oh, I'm not saying everyone. You're right. I'm not saying everyone. Yeah.
No, real quick, guys. I just want to apologize because I didn't realize I was off mute the whole time and I was talking in my house. Second, my phone's about to die, but I want to thank everyone for the conversation. That was pretty cool. I appreciate it. So it was a good time, and I hope everybody has a wonderful day. Okay? There's some beautiful things going on out here. Don't forget that, guys. Okay? Love you guys. Have a good one.
You too.
Professor Parks, is it a good time for a couple of questions?
Sure. I'm tailing off, but yeah, I can. I think I can answer a couple questions. Yeah.
Oh no, don't worry. If you have to go, it's fine. It's fine.
Well, what kind of questions you're looking at?
Well, they're kind of deep.
Okay. The thing is, I'm trying to reset my sleep schedule, so I've been awake for probably 20 hours at this point. So
yeah, I've noticed you've been around since well, I don't know how many hours ago, but I went to bed and you've been here.
So,
well, let me just tell you what it's about, and if you feel it's too much, just go. Don't worry.
Okay.
And I may not be able to like explain it properly. Like English isn't my first language, so I apologize if I if I can't express it properly. But so I've been thinking about this, admittedly, kind of TikTok-y subject, but I read somewhere that we can't really tell if we are in a supermassive black hole, because it would act very similar to what we see right now. And I'm wondering, because I can't find like an actual publication or anything like this that I could actually read specifically about this to find out what would be different. I assume something to do with time would be different, right?
So, my first question is, what do you mean by inside a supermassive black hole?
So, and this is just my surface level understanding. I'm probably completely wrong about this, but from what I know right now, we have some sort of limit of seeing into the space, right? So we, because of optics, we can only see so far, and I guess we have like other frequencies to look through, but there's still some sort of limit. We can't see beyond, I don't know, expansion perhaps. There's some limit, right?
Yeah, there's a couple ways you could define that limit, but yeah, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. And my understanding is that Event Horizon would act in a similar way, although we probably wouldn't experience time in the same way, because obviously we are being ripped apart or spaghettified or whatever the word is. But the Event Horizon, if we are not destroyed yet and we are in the black hole, it would be moving away from us as well, because we are heading towards the center. And assuming that the time doesn't really affect matter in the same way in there, maybe it would kind of look similar in terms of it's not really destroyed for us yet, but it actually doesn't exist anymore because the time to us is kind of stopped in one place. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think I know what you're going with, but that is all predicated on the idea that we could that there is anything between the event horizon and the singularity of the black hole. And as far as we know now, there is nothing between the event horizon and the singularity. There essentially would be no matter, there would be no energy. It's basically just devoid of anything.
Professor, wouldn't it be the situation of needing an outside source? So we would need someone inside between that area to be able to ever acknowledge that?
I don't think I follow.
Like what happens beyond the event horizon? We could speculate, but we wouldn't be able to know unless we were able to send something there that could, send information back. Because that's not possible, it would hold to speculation what happens beyond that, right?
Well, if you're inside, if we're talking about being inside a black hole, and again, it would be under the knowledge that something could actually exist in the intermediate range between the singularity point and the event horizon. If something could exist there and observe anything, then you could observe the outside universe pretty well. I don't believe that there would be anything that would that would
be like, because didn't he ask if we are inside the black hole, wouldn't everything look like it does now? And then the only way we'd be able to acknowledge that we were within that black hole is if we had an outside source that's not in the black hole to reference. Wouldn't that be the...
Yeah, so I'm trying to imagine what it would look like if you're inside, if you're within the event horizon, what would the outside look like? And honestly, I don't know. I mean, you're looking
Feel
through
like
such a large gravity well that I would imagine you'd have lensing all over the place. It would look very weird.
Which is what we get with is it Einstein's cross and Einstein's something? What was the other one?
Essentially, well, even worse. Again, this is just pure speculation, but if
Mhm.
you're inside of a black hole, I would think everything would look lensed. Whereas right now we see lensing events, but we also do see things that are not lensed. I think inside of a black hole, everything would be lensed.
Oh,
But
as in
also,
rare
wouldn't
those rare moments would be not lensed,
yeah,
like we see the.
Mhm.
It'd like be the
Also,
reverse,
wouldn't it mean
basically.
that because the light only travels inwards, it can't escape.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it mean that we just can't see beyond what we perceive to be just the edge of the universe?
Well, so in terms of what we can see, the event horizon really wouldn't come into play. Essentially, we would still I would believe that you would still have the same range of vision as you would outside the black hole. So one way to determine sort of our observable universe is the speed of light. So we can theoretically only see 13.7 a universe that is 13.7 billion light years across. We can only see that portion of the universe. Other portions of the universe we cannot see because the light doesn't travel fast enough to get to us. So we would, if you're inside of a black hole, you would still be able to see a universe that was 13.7 billion light years in diameter. But I think your view would be heavily distorted. But again,
I'm not sure if I'm sorry.
No, we've got. I would say this is. I was just saying again. It's speculation.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, we obviously don't know what's inside the black hole fully. We can only speculate. But I'm not sure if I explained this correctly. Like my idea, or at least from what I've heard somewhere or read somewhere, would be that not just us, but everything, like the whole universe, is actually in the black hole. But because we the laws of physics are obviously changed within the black hole, we see it as it's normal, but it's actually not. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. But the question, so two things. The main problem I would have with that is, again, our current understanding of black holes is that there would be nothing in the intermediate space between the event horizon and the singularity. So according to our current knowledge of the black hole, what you're postulating could not happen. But we could be wrong about black holes. My point on it would be, what would be different if basically if the universe was in the black hole, or the observable universe was in the black hole, and we could see it as we do now, what's the difference between being in and out of the black hole?
From our perspective, I assume we would just not see the difference until the end of time, I suppose, because the time doesn't really work the same way, does it?
Professor, isn't this what brought up even Einstein's ideas of a white hole?
White hole is different from what I could be wrong, but the white hole is a different concept to this.
Okay, well, he brought up the time part of it, and I always kind of thought about it was once you went beyond the black hole or the event horizon, I'm sorry, you would get to that singularity, and with the current understanding of physics, you would have to assume that it would then be a beginning, and that beginning would be the multi-universe. It would be the portal to a universe. That would essentially be us living within a black hole. It's kind of how I understood it.
Well, the idea of a black hole or white hole, and essentially more formally a Einstein-Rosen bridge, is
the answer was
that you're not residing within that hole for any length of time. You travel through the space that is opened up by that juncture between a black hole and a white hole. So you wouldn't reside in either of the holes for any length of time. You would just pass through them.
Yeah. Question.
Mm-hmm.
A question is, we observe the 13.5 billion. We see what they're called black holes. We can see one at the center of our galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
What brought on the idea to think in any way that we could possibly be in a black hole observing all of this?
I don't know. That's a. I don't remember who brought that up, but that's a new one on me. I don't. I'm trying to think of. You brought up time. How would time work within a black hole? And I don't think it could, because again, as far as I know, and I could very well be wrong, as far as I know, there is no space-time between the event horizon and the singularity. Or, yeah, I would have to look that up.
Hey,
May I? Sorry, go on.
Don. Oh, sorry. I interrupted. My bad.
No, that's all right. Go on.
I was just going to ask Doc a question. Hey, Doc, have you looked into Thomas Townsend Brown at all?
No, I haven't. I think I've heard the name, but I haven't looked at him.
Yeah. So I posted this stuff to Tony. And I don't know if he's actually read it. He took a cursory look at it. But when you're talking about space-time and gravity and all that stuff and the singularity and all this other stuff, there's a thing that came about called electrogravitics, dielectrics. I mean, it's a wild story, but anyways, yeah. I'll share it with you if you get a chance. Since you're a doc as well, I'd love to see, because I've been shopping this around to PhDs that I know from my undergraduate days here locally. Most of them have told me like you're retarded. I've got one astronomy teacher that is like, what the fuck is this shit? So yeah, okay. So I'll post it and I'll tag you in it.
Okay, what's the guy's full name again?
It's Thomas Townsend Brown. So he's allegedly tied to Tesla. They were figuring out that like gravity could be affected by very high levels of electricity. I mean voltages that are crazy.
Yeah.
But if you think about Tesla, and all that, and really, I think the link to what the discussion was with gravity and the singularity, there's a potential that it might actually let you, if you have these electrical fields, actually navigate the singularity, which I know sounds crazy, right? It sounds fucking nuts, but it was one of the discussions about his work that I heard about on a podcast.
Okay.
So, but I'll post it and I'll tag you.
Yeah, please do. I'm of course looking at the source of all knowledge, Wikipedia, right now, and electrogravitics. Never heard of that.
Yeah. So it's kind of right. It's controversial because like his notebooks apparently were scanned and then published. Not published, but like kind of released. Okay. And if you look at his notebooks, it's very hard to look at his sketches and some of his equations. Like I can't make heads or tails of it. But like what he talks about, and then there's also observers of his work that actually testified to the fact that he figured out how to do this. And we all know like high energy field, like high electrical fields, right, can levitate objects. It's just very small. Mm-hmm. I mean, everyone's seen that. But apparently he figured out how to do this with like, you could do this with like craft. And it was an explanation for like how like the UAPs that everybody's seeing now are, kind of flying around. But anyways, could be all bullshit. It could be. Not saying it's true or anything like that. But I really have been trying to get this into academia because like there's a lot of testimony and there's a lot of folks that are saying this is a thing. And it could be that that's kind of what they're researching, in the aerospace industry, through compartmentalized, programs that we don't understand. And to be honest with you, like just for complete background, I'm actually a career military intelligence officer. I've been in the Army for 23 years, and this is wild because we're all fucking looking at this shit and being like, are they not telling us shit? So, anyways.
Okay, yeah, definitely send it to me.
May I have one more question? Sorry, I don't want to keep you for so long.
Oh, Darnock. Okay, yeah.
Before I ask, do you prefer Professor Parks or Dr. Parks? I don't want to be rude. Sorry. I assume.
Good. You can even call me Rob if you want to.
Whatever you feel comfortable with.
Just to keep saying, Professor Parks is fine. But you can call me Rob if you really want to.
I do whatever you feel comfortable with. I just don't want to be rude. I know credentials are very important to people, and they are to me as well. And I want to give you props for everything you went through to get there.
I definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
So my question was, you mentioned that we know, or I guess assume that there is nothing between the event horizon and the what was the other thing? Oh, sorry, I forgot the term.
The singularity, basically the center
yes.
of the black hole itself.
Yeah. So why do you think? Why do we know that there's nothing there? Like, what's the reason for it? Do we know?
It's not a satisfying reason. It's because it certainly doesn't satisfy me. It's basically how the math works. When you take essentially, you have Schwarzschild's the first solution to the Einstein field equation created a black hole. Essentially, what Schwarzschild imagined was a uniform sphere of homogeneous dust, basically mass. And then he just allowed gravity to do its thing. And the natural consequence of that was for the gravity to collapse all of that mass down into a singularity. And so the event horizon is simply a delineation of where something can escape away from that singularity. So let me see if I can put this clear. So everyone is, or if you have a black hole and you're falling gravitationally towards it, you're falling gravitationally towards the singularity. You're doing so at an ever increasing rate. The event horizon simply is a line that says we cannot perceive what is happening outside of that. But once you're inside, if physics is how we think it is, you would continue to fall into the singularity once you're past the event horizon. And that would happen pretty much instantaneously. So any matter that falls into the event horizon just very quickly gets sucked into the singularity.
But we get the Hawking radiation, right, from everything that goes in?
So Hawking radiation is, Hawking radiation has yet to be observed, but it is on sound physical grounds. Hawking radiation comes from the idea of pair production. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I've heard the term. I don't understand it fully, but I've heard it.
So E equals mc squared, I think, is the beauty of E equals mc squared is not fully appreciated, I think, because what that really says is that energy and mass are simply two manifestations of the same concept, the same thing. And so what pair production, which has been observed, is that you take a gamma ray, piece of energy or piece of light flying through space, it will, for reasons we don't understand, spontaneously turn into matter and antimatter. So a positron and an electron will spontaneously form. Because of these two particles are oppositely charged, they will very quickly come back towards each other and annihilate and turn itself back into a gamma ray. Now, where Hawking radiation comes in is if this pair production happens very close to the event horizon, then the electron will fly outward and actually escape the gravitational influence of the black hole, whereas the positron, the antimatter, falls into it and thus gets instantly disintegrated. And that causes the black hole to actually lose a very, very small amount of mass over time.
Okay, but it gains much more by pulling stuff in, right?
Yeah, so the radiation Hawking radiation isn't actually stemming from the black hole itself. It's stemming from particles that are created spontaneously just near the event horizon and are ejected in such a way as they leave the black hole.
Okay. Well, what was always, and this I assume is part of maybe even the understanding of Hawking radiation. What was always interesting to me is we know that like photons and light don't experience time and also are massless. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
So why would they be affected by a black hole? Like, why can't we see inside it if these things don't apply to them?
So it doesn't. So time doesn't apply to the photon. So if you're in the photon's frame of reference, then things get weird in the sense that you would experience all your locations like at the exact same time. I have a very hard time trying to conceptualize that. But once if you're on the observer's frame outside of the photon, then essentially any information that, say, for example, just if you see two cars crashing into each other, you see that because there are photons coming off of that crash that are traveling towards you at the speed of light. And you receive those and interpret them as, two cars crashing. So if you have photons that cannot escape from the black hole because the amount of energy required to do so would exceed the particle would need to exceed the speed of light. Since they can't get out, we cannot perceive them, so therefore we have no information about what's going on inside the black hole, if that makes any sense.
Okay. So is this why, and I don't know if I'm going to explain this properly because in my head it sounds dumb, but so is this why as long as we have a source of light, there seems to be unlimited amount of photons? So, and this sounds different to what I'm trying to say, but so vision works by seeing photons bouncing off of stuff and hitting our eyes, right?
Yeah, correct.
But this would kind of imply that there is some sort of regime to it. So we obviously get all light at once from all directions. Why is it not completely mixed up and a mess? So would it imply that because the time doesn't apply to photons, they have, in quotations, enough time to bounce off of everything like unlimited number of times, and this is why we see everything the way we see?
So I think if I'm getting what you're saying is, so there was this thing called Obler's paradox, which basically at the time that Obler put forth this quote unquote paradox, the idea was that the universe was infinite in size. And if the universe was homogeneous, meaning that there are the same number of stars in the same area, then why is the sky not completely lit up? Why is it that we only see tiny specks of light when there should be an infinite amount of stars all over the place? So why are we not seeing that light? And the resolution of that is that the universe has an age, that the universe is not infinitely old, and so the light from those objects has yet to hit us yet.
Okay.
So I think that might be akin to explain what you're talking about, in that we see, there are a couple of different reasons why we don't see stuff. There's something in the intermediate, there's something between you and whatever you're trying to look at that scatters the light out of your line of sight, that absorbs the light, so that the light gets attenuated. There is that it's so far away that the speed of light is not fast enough to get to you because of the expansion of the universe. I think if those are the only ones that. Yeah, I think that's it. Coming off the top of my head.
Yeah.
So the reason why I mentioned this is that, well, two reasons. One, just to explain why I said this about light. So imagine there's no light at all, and imagine a laser beam is a single photon. So we see the roots of the laser, right?
Okay.
For the light to like show me the picture, I'm just treating eyes as like a sensor on a camera. There's obviously brain that interprets everything and puts it in the right place. So there's a much bigger story to it. But just assuming that there's one beam of laser hitting stuff, bouncing off of everything, and then hitting my eyes eventually, and by doing this, showing me parts of the image one bit at a time, like on a sensor. So they kind of would have to be almost unlimited amount of time for the light to hit everything around me to create this image in my head. But then my brain has to be fast enough to interpret this. There's a whole thing to it. But the reason why I say all this is, if that's the case, and if the time, and I'm not saying it's not the case, by the way, the time doesn't affect light, therefore it has like unlimited amount of time to perhaps bounce off of everything that goes into a black hole. Therefore, eventually we should see it this way or another. No?
So I'm not entirely certain what you mean by bouncing off everything. So light, when it's emitted, when it's created, goes off in a single direction. If it doesn't interact with anything like a dust or gas or anything like that, it's going to continue to travel in a straight line at the speed of light, as observed by an observer that is not in the photon. So it's going to come, unless there's something in the way, it's going to come straight at you from, say, the star, and then just hit the sensor that is your eye, and boom, Bob's your uncle. So I don't know if I quite understand what you mean by bouncing around everywhere. The other thing is that you have to distinguish between when we say that time is, doesn't exist or is infinite for a photon. That's if you're in the frame of reference for the photon. But we observe photons outside of that frame of reference. So we observe photons moving spatially through time. So it does take photons a certain amount of time to reach certain distances.
Okay, so I think my misunderstanding was in assuming that, let's say a 1 second pass and I see something in front of me after switching lights on. My understanding was that within that 1 second, the photon, quote unquote, did the work of bouncing off of everything and had infinite amount of time to, from its perspective, to hit my eyes. But that's not the case, because from my perspective, I only see what it managed to do, quote unquote, within the 1 second. Is that
But for the photon, if you switch on the light and you see the photon basically like hitting your retina after the speed of light time from the light has been emitted until it hits you. If it's, for example, if it's a star, for the photon, that was immediately. So the photon was kind of created and immediately is at your position. So it's not an infinite amount of time, it's the opposite. So the photon does not experience time because it's so fast. Time for the photon is pretty slow.
Yeah, time to a photon, time to anything that's in the photon's frame of reference really is meaningless. It doesn't, there's no passage of time.
Okay. So to tie it back to the original.
Maybe one thing, from a lamp, there are a lot of photons after each other emitted in all directions, and those photons hitting then different surfaces and different photons come into your eyes. It's not a single photon, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So just to tie it back to the original question, all this kind of in my head is one subject that is very complicated and too complicated to me. But you know how, I don't know if it's still the case. So correct me if I'm incorrect on this. But at some point, some pop scientists, I guess maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson said something like, if you fall into a black hole from the outside, there will be a point of hitting the event horizon, and to you inside the black hole the time stops or something, but from the outside we just continue to see you at the edge of the event horizon, right? So yeah,
go ahead.
So my question to this is, where does the light come from to continue seeing that person at the edge of event horizon, if that's still the case?
Yeah, so that's that one's a tricky one. So if you are, let's say you don't get spaghettified, basically you don't get torn apart by tidal forces, and you fall into the event horizon. For you, the astronaut who is unlucky enough to fall into the event horizon, you would seem, time would progress normally for you. Your clock would continue to tick off as it always has. Okay. For an outside observer, once you hit the event horizon, then yes, technically speaking, time has stopped. Your clock, the astronaut's clock, is stopped in comparison to an outside observer. But there are a couple of problems. One, we wouldn't be able to see you anyway because of gravitational redshift. Because you are traveling towards the event horizon, because you are going into such a steep gravity well, the light coming off of you would become redder and redder and redder. So it would go from visible to red to microwave to radio to undetectable. Additionally, let's see, what happened to your mass?
But I think that was the misunderstanding, right? Or the miscommunication from that whoever pop scientist you said, like, if you are in the event horizon, you're anyway then behind the boundary, right? And there is not like seeing, but if so, it's like Darnak, you was asking. So how can there still photons be emitted all the time while time for that object has kind of ended or stand still, right?
Yeah, pretty much. The explanation was that someone falls into the black hole, and from the outside, well, at least this is what the scientist said. From the outside, we continue to see like a photo of that person in one spot, like frozen in time type of thing. But from what Dr. Parks is saying, we just don't see anything at all.
Yeah, because you're kind of falling in the event horizon. So the light is, I mean, that the event horizon is not like a binary situation, like you're out and you're in, but it's like light has more and more problems to kind of speed out, right? So, but that's why you mean it. You go redder and redder and redder because more speed is needed to get kind of what is the exit velocity?
Yeah, escape velocity. Yeah.
Yeah, the escape velocity, right? And once you would need light speed for escape velocity, you don't see anything anymore.
So the example that I try to give my students is, think of a gravity well as an actual well or a hole in the ground. Now, in our experience, if the hole is shallow, it takes you a little bit of energy in order to climb out of that hole. Same thing with light. Light will lose it'll take a certain amount of energy for light to escape that hole. And when light loses energy, its wavelength gets longer. This is what we refer to as gravitational redshift. So as the astronaut, from the outside observer, they're going to watch the clock of that astronaut get slower and slower and slower, but commensurately, they're going to see the light get redder and redder and redder because that light has to come, has to get out from deeper in that hole. So more energy needs to be expended for that light to actually escape until you get to a point, which is the event horizon itself, where the light just doesn't have enough energy to actually get out of that hill. So the time, or your perception of the astronaut's clock, would get slower and slower and slower, but the light would get redder and redder and redder until at the point where the astronaut would appear to be frozen in time. The light coming off that astronaut would also be infinite in length, and so it would not be observable.
So this, to me, this implies that as you get, let's say, just using your analogy of a normal well, as you get more into the well, so deeper in the hole, potentially if two people fell in, they could still see each other for a while?
So, yeah. So if you had one person was, say, a meter in front of the other one and they were falling into the black hole, the person that was outside would basically see the same, from a qualitative standpoint, would see the same thing that someone that was, a light year away would see. They would just see it on a different time scale. But ultimately, if your buddy is in front of you 1 meter, you're eventually going to see that person's clock go to 0, but the light go to infinity. The wavelength of the light go to infinity.
Okay.
And then you would get into the event horizon again. If somehow you could survive that and your buddy could survive that, then they would appear to basically be normal again. But again, that starts getting weird because I'm not entirely certain what. I studied that recently. Let me get back to you on that one, because I think there is some thoughts on what it would look like if you had two people or two observers falling into the black hole at different times. But just intuitively off the top of my head, I don't know exactly what that would be right now. So I'd have to look into it.
Of course, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I mean, I don't want to make you study on just to answer my question. Don't worry too much about it.
It's cool. So you're not making me do it. You're encouraging me to do it. It's black holes are awesome. So I appreciate I really do appreciate the questions. They are really making me think. So thank you.
Oh, that's cool. I have one last question. I promise I'll let you go. If I'm in the black hole myself, would I technically see the past if I was looking outside, or would I just not see anything at all?
You wouldn't see the past. Again, I think that if you are, if you're looking out of the black hole, then you are receiving photons from outside. And so I don't think you would.
But they will be moving much faster, right?
But I mean, technically, you always see the past.
Well,
yeah, but I mean, more in the past, or maybe even future.
The speed of light. The speed of light isn't changing, actually. So the photons, when they're coming at you, as they're going into the gravity well, they're always traveling at the speed of light, no matter where they are relative to the event horizon.
But wouldn't you see then kind of time passing quicker? So let's say, totally theoretical, you are looking from the inside of a black hole down to a planet. Wouldn't you see the planet evolving and changing super rapidly? Because
that's what I meant.
Yeah, because the time inside is going slower, while the time on the planet is proceeding very quickly.
Yeah, you're right. I think that is. Yeah.
I got a dumb question.
I think that it would move faster, but I don't know exactly how fast, particularly in relation to the singularity itself. But yeah, go ahead.
A dumb question is if you're actually in the singularity and then you're taking in photons, how would you even could you even make a cognitive picture? I mean, if they're coming in, depending on velocities and all this other stuff, how could you even see anything?
You mean like a physical you, a real human?
Yeah, just
You
think
wouldn't.
about it. You're in the singularity, right? And then photons are coming in behind you. How would that even be like a picture that you could recognize?
You wouldn't see it. You would be dead by a long time ago already.
Yeah, I mean, you are making a very large assumption by assuming that you can actually have an observer within the event horizon. So if you assume that you could somehow survive going into it, you would perceive light in exactly the same way that you would perceive light outside of the event horizon.
Yeah, it's a thought. It's
Yeah.
just a thought experiment.
Yeah. But as pointed out, you would see that light, or you would see the events being communicated by that light going very, very rapidly.
The other thing that I was wondering, when you fall into the black hole, you're also kind of reaching speed of light, right? Don't you? You're accelerating.
I mean, that's what
so if you were going down if you were going down the towards the black hole, then you are not accelerating because you are simply going along a line. Your
But I mean, the light is going away from me with the speed of light, but it's never able to get out of the singularity, but it's still going away from me with the speed of light, which means I have to move with the speed of light in the other direction.
Are you talking about when you're inside the singularity, or inside the
in my point of reference? Yeah. So if I'm falling inside of the event horizon, or into the event horizon, and I'm passing that border, there are maybe let's say I have a torch with me. If I'm clicking it and I'm pointing it outwards, these photons will still kind of be emitted with the speed of light, but they will never reach the end, or will never reach the event horizon again, which means the event horizon is going away from me with the speed of light, right?
See, that's where it gets too
weird. Yeah.
That is where I think the problem comes in. I said initially that there is nothing between the event horizon and the singularity, and I believe that's one of the consequences of that. Is if there was something there, then you would be correct that the speed of light would be going away from you. I don't know. Again, at this point, I have to punt and say that I've been awake for a very long time.
Anyway, super nonsense. In the way, like, hey, we look from the singularity outside. The other thing that just came into my mind, if actually the time outside of the black hole is processing super quickly, that outside world would also emit an immense amount of photons into the singularity. So not only would the time pass more quickly, the illumination of the outside world would also be infinitely bright. So the brightness would be immense. But then again, because the light that is coming to you is also, I mean, it will never reach you because you're already fallen into the singularity, right?
Well, if you're falling into
there's
the singularity,
no possibility to stay there, because if you want to stay like directly behind the event horizon, you need to have close to escape velocity to stay there.
Let's see. For a so if we're talking about a perfectly spherical, non-rotating black hole, then you would essentially have to be traveling if you are just inside the speed of light, you could be moving very close to the speed of light in the opposite direction and maintain your position.
Briefly, at the event horizon, kind of, or before, briefly outside, right?
Yeah,
If
briefly out.
Yeah, if I have a little bit less than the speed of light, I need to be outside of the event horizon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doc,
This is
Doc,
so
I got another question, Doc, if you don't mind.
Okay, I'm gonna have to bow out after this one though. But thank you.
All right. Quasars.
Okay.
Like, okay, I don't fucking get it, man. Like, because everything we're talking about with black holes and all this other stuff, right? How the fuck are quasars there, and how are they emitting that energy? I get it, like it's all energized on the accretion disk, all that other stuff, but like, I don't know, man. It's a mind fuck. Maybe it's just like a 2 minute explanation on what quasars are or what you think are. Thanks.
So a quasar is a type of AGN or active galactic nuclei, and really what that means is that there is a power source at the very center of a quasar. For a quasar, what makes a quasar different from, say, another AGN like a Cepheid is that a quasar is very irregular in shape. It's a much smaller galaxy and has been distorted quite a bit because of its environment. But at the very core, there is the same engine. You have a supermassive black hole that is surrounded by an accretion disk of gas and dust. That accretion disk is rotating Keplerian. And what I mean by that is Kepler's third law tells us if you're closer to the mass, you're going to orbit faster than if you are away from the mass. So Mercury is orbiting faster around the sun than Pluto is. So if you're talking about an accretion disk that is effectively kind of a solid mass all the way through, then you're going to get the inner part of the disk is going to be moving faster than the outer part of the disk. So if you look at any two little layers side by side in that disk, the inner layer is going to be traveling faster than the outer layer. And because of that, it's a shearing effect, very much like, you rub your hands together, they get a little hot. You rub your hands together a lot, they get hotter. And so that's effectively what is causing that energy, is that the velocity difference between two adjacent gas molecules or dust grains is so large that it creates energy in the gamma rays very close to the black hole, and then the energy production the energy production decreases out towards the radio waves on the outer edge of the accretion disk because the gases are not moving relative to each other nearly as fast as they are in the inner part. If that makes sense.
No, I appreciate it. Thanks, Doc.
Okay.
Dr. Parks, thank you very much for your help. It was incredibly insightful, and I learned so much. If you ever have time for a conversation, I'm always up for it. I have millions of questions.
No worries. Yeah, I'm going to get with Omnivore at some point. I think he wants to set up a dark matter versus flat Earth discussion. Really, I just kind of want to put out there an honest view of what dark matter is and what dark matter isn't. So that people can, on both sides of the argument, can actually understand where we are with dark matter. So
I think it would be cool if it would be kind of first kind of a presentation for normies, and then maybe followed by Q&A, and then maybe open discussion or so. I think it doesn't matter if depending on who is present, if it's directly open from the beginning.
Yeah. That works. Yeah, that's actually a good plan.
And Doc, if you get a chance, please read what I linked to you in the chat. Like I said, most of my PhDs from my undergraduate and my graduate degree scoffed at me, but I got an astronomy teacher that's looking at this shit and he's going like, "What the fuck is going on?" So if you get a chance,
Townsend Brown and his anti-gravity disk. Yeah, I've got it up. So
yep. if you get a chance. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll do. All right, guys, I'm out. Peace out.
Thank you, sir. That was fun.
Good dude. I like him.
Yeah, so much knowledge. I always feel guilty asking questions because like the time of doctors and professors is just spent so much better teaching people in actual classroom than dumb questions online, answering dumb questions online.
So, SE, what did you think about that?
Sorry, Leftlane, you cut out. You're talking to me? Sorry.
Okay, SE.
No, yeah, I was asking SE what he thought about that combo.
He's not in here.
He is.
He's here, yeah.
Is he?
Yeah.
Maybe they all fell asleep or so.
Like, to me, this is so interesting. I could talk about this for hours, and the questions will never end.
I find it interesting that there are things beyond, what we know, and things to learn, and what innovation could that bring? But then again, like where we started with, could we be in a black hole? That doesn't even make any sense at all to me as a layperson. That we see black holes. We're obviously in the part of the, in one of the arms of a galaxy, and I mean, why? I don't even know why it would be a speculation as to that we could be in a black hole.
Well, I mean, that's where I'm telling you, man. Like, I know I sound like a conspiracy tinfoil hat guy, but this shit about like Tesla and Townsend Thomas Brown and electrogravitics and how electricity can like affect gravitational fields, like if that is true, right? Then maybe like our understanding of physics when it comes to especially gravity is a little bit different than what we originally thought. And that's why I was asking, like, okay, what if you were in a black hole, right? Because if you think about what these UAPs are doing and what these crafts are doing, if they're able to make a right hand turn at Mach 10, like the amount of G's like associated with that would just liquefy anything. But if there's some sort of electric force that's around them that's isolating them from gravity, like, dude, I'm telling you, man, the possibilities are endless. And it's just weird, man. It's a rabbit hole. It could be totally fake. I could be totally retarded. I could be an idiot for even thinking like it might be a thing. But I don't know. It's a good question.
From my understanding, I mean, if you don't believe in gravity, you can call it whatever you want, but the gravity would be pretty much never ending. Like, there would be no limit to the strength of it. So in theory, I forget the name. Is it Dyson sphere that you can like wrap around the sun, for example, and harvest the energy? So from my understanding, if that's the case, and if you could make something strong enough, obviously this is fantasy, but if you could make something strong enough, you could potentially use that gravity to like move shit around and produce infinite energy from the black hole, I guess. But obviously this is all fantasy, so
Well, I mean, it's all speculation. It's all. I mean, that's the beauty of it. Like, but I mean, look at consciousness. I mean, there are so many things that we don't understand about our world, and then all of a sudden, I don't know, man. Like, you have all these things popping up, and folks are noticing it, and they're defying our known understanding of physics, definitely our engineering, and I don't know. Might be a thing.
The one thing I didn't ask Dr. Parks, and this probably would be another conversation for an hour, but what I would love to know is and I don't know if we have a way of knowing anyway, but what I would love to know is there any way to describe what a conscious photon would see if that was the case, obviously, because the time doesn't apply to it, therefore it's everywhere at all times pretty much from its perspective. So does it just, if it had eyes, would it just see
What?
white
From which point of view are you talking?
of the photon itself?
But the photon is not everywhere at the same time. The photon is traveling, but for the photon, no time has passed. So let's say that the photon is released from the surface of the sun, and it directly hit your retina and get absorbed by the nucleus or whatever is happening there.
Mhm.
So the photon does not experience any time during traveling. But it's not that it's everywhere. It's just like there is nothing. I mean, it's just there and gone.
But doesn't that mean that if the time doesn't apply to it, it also doesn't move from its perspective?
I mean, it's moving is distance over time. So
Yeah.
it's just distance. It's just like there. There is no blink of an eye. There is nothing happening for it.
Yeah, so this means it's everywhere it could have been, right? So let's say it's the same scenario as you said. So from the sun directly to my eye, from its perspective, it's at every single point of this journey at all time, right? Not all time.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
just there.
Yeah. It was never anywhere. It's just created and destroyed at the same moment for it.
Okay, so it just from its perspective, it never existed, pretty much.
Kind of, yeah, because I mean, at the point where it's emitted, it has speed of light, so no time passes, and when it hits the retina and is absorbed and not reflected away, it's destroyed. And in that between these 2 points, from the point of the photon's view, no time has passed, so it has never existed. Yes.
This, I mean, this is obviously like probably normal understanding of physics, and too much of a
I mean,
layman to
it
get
has
there.
no
But
consciousness, so
no, yeah, obviously, yeah. But what I wanted to say is the fact that the photons have pretty much infinite energy and have nothing because they never existed at the same time. It just blows my mind. Like you can use a flashlight to create something that moves with the speed of light. So where does it get the energy from? See what I mean? Like the concept itself kind of blows my mind in the first place, but I just don't know enough about physics.
yeah, but infinite energy is not. It's not correct, is it? I mean, it's fast, but it therefore
But it's the fastest thing in the world for us, like from our perspective, right?
yeah, but it has no mass.
So there's zero energy at the same time. So
I think,
that's
or
confusing.
I think that is the point. No mass is not perfectly correct. I think there is something this kind of zero rest energy or something like this. So there is a zero rest mass or so. There is a tiny amount of mass, and due to the kind of ridiculous amount of speed and this nearly non-existing rest mass or so, there is a little bit of energy or so per photon. But I'm not sure. But there is definitely energy with the photon, and depending how much energy the photon has, you get the different wavelengths. You get the different colors, basically.
So the repercussion is that if we could make something that's massless and just push it, it would just go forever if there was nothing in front of it.
If something that is massless.
So let's say we create I don't know, a little ball that's massless for some reason. It doesn't matter how small it is. And there's nothing in front of it. And you just push it. It just goes forever, right?
That's true even if it has mass. So
no, I think it's not really true.
Okay.
That if it has mass, it's really going forever. But I have to look it up again. But the problem is something that has no mass has no inertia. So if you push it and stop what is causing it to proceed in the same direction, if it doesn't has any inertia.
Oh, hold on. So does this mean that? Well, again, random question, but does
I
this
mean,
mean that because?
mass is inertia resistance against changes, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So if it has no mass, does it still move once you
Yes.
stop pushing it?
So so first off, if I have nothing in the entire universe except a rock, and that rock is moving, by the first law of motion, assuming that's correct in all locales, it will not stop moving unless something stops it. And if there's nothing else to stop it, it will move forever. It doesn't bleed off movement, just as some natural function of movement. In our everyday life, of course, it does, because we live in an atmosphere where there's always drag. But in space with no particles of nothing, some hypothetical perfect vacuum, there will be nothing to stop it. So it will go forever. With photons, they have a zero mass, meaning when it's moving at the speed of light, which is always, it has no mass. But
only energy.
If we stopped it, it would have a rest mass that would not be zero.
Yeah, and I think that's the point. So it has zero mass, but energy, which means once you slow it down, that energy is reconverted to mass, and that's its mass.
So does this mean that because photons have no inertia and no mass, this is why they don't damage anything that they hit?
Well, they do damage things they hit. They have momentum. And I'm sorry, I said that wrong. It is a zero rest mass. It has no mass when it's moving, but it never stops. It can't go slower than the speed of light. So it's stuck at the speed of light at all times.
Yeah, but once it's stopped, it gets the mass and gives the energy away, right?
Yes, and it has momentum.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how solar sails work, right?
Right, or a laser.
So we're just getting into radiation, basically.
Yeah, the photons, I mean, they don't have a lot of momentum, but they do have momentum.
Interesting.
And there's a different formula for momentum than the standard one.
Also, you said that they are, one of you said that they are stuck at the speed of light, but are they though? If they like,
so
I don't know how to explain this. Like in my head, it makes sense, but I'm trying to use the words. So because their journey is instantaneous, and they, from let's say their perspective, they never existed pretty much. Do they actually have a speed, or do they just exist in all possible locations of the route, like predetermined route, and then disappear?
For us, they do have a speed.
They do have a speed, yes. So for us,
yeah, but I mean for them.
For us, they have a speed, the speed of light. For them, they, who knows? I mean, probably not, because
it would infinite speed, so no time has continued. So infinite speed means like distance over no time.
Yeah. So I would say no, but it's really hard to imagine what a photon's perspective would be, because our human senses, our human experience doesn't really apply to that.
Yeah.
But so the speed of light can go up and down. Like in water, the speed of light goes more slowly. But
it's still
whatever the speed of light is in a medium, that's as fast as light will always go. So it doesn't accelerate. When I turn on my flashlight, those photons don't start out slow and then get faster and faster and get up to the speed of light. They just are instantly created at the speed of light.
Okay, so a question here. So I don't know how to, okay, I'll get back to it because I don't know how to explain this.
Omni, maybe one question, because we just mentioned laser. A friend of mine gave me his argon neon laser. No, argon ion laser. So I have now a very big power supply with a thick cable and a big laser with a laser tube and a very big fan on it. And it makes a blue dot. And now I'm thinking, what could I do with it? Any ideas of something interesting?
Get an even bigger power supply and blow a hole in the moon.
Yeah. Carve my name on it.
Mm-hmm.
Time to prove the Earth is a flat plane.
Yeah, I mean that's just the laser. I mean there's no optics, so it's basically just the laser tube in a housing and so on. So the divergence, what is it called, divergence? The expanding of the cone. I think it is, right?
Burn a
It's the English
hole in your
word for it.
neighbor's house.
Yeah, I mean it's not super strong. It's blue, but it's and it's not a laser diode from a laser pointer. So you see the difference. The dot is more precise, but it's cool. But I don't know what I use it for.
Yeah, I don't know, but a blue laser is pretty rare.
Because it's not a laser diode. It's not a laser pointer. It's a real laser tube.
Yeah. So.
Omnivore, and Dr. Parks mentioned that, I don't know if you've been listening, but he mentioned that you may organize something with him, like doing a lecture type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know when this could be?
As soon as he tells me.
I mean, when you look on his web page, he has there some schedules for 2028. I don't know if these are just placeholder dates, but I think so, because they are all on the 10th June 2028. So
he told me his classes were over, so he was going to have a bunch of free time, and I was like, "Good, tell me when." And he never gotten back to me. But to be fair, that was like yesterday. So, but yeah, we're gonna do flat Earth versus dark matter. So everybody, not just flat earthers, but especially flat earthers, or people who think dark matter is a crock of shit or whatever else, or just people who have questions, should get your questions together, and then he will come in and field those questions, ideally with like collateral, like pictures and stuff. But it's not just going to be a lecture on dark matter. I want to keep like the lecture part of it to very short, like a brief 3-minute explanation of dark matter or something.
Seriously, but I would more go for like, okay, let's do like at least a 15 minutes dark matter for dummies.
Well,
like dummies like you and me, and everyone else who's not a physics.
Yeah,
graduate.
well, I mean that's good. I mean, I definitely want to do that, but there's a lot of people. So the reason why I want to do it this way is, number one, people who don't care might be interested in the back and forth, but don't want to sit through. Yeah, I mean, maybe a 50-minute lecture or something. I'm not really
but you
sure.
can time it. You can time it. You can say at 8 or so we start with the lecture. Right. At 8:30 we start with a Q&A, and at 8:45 or we start with a bullshitting. So you could say, okay, this is a lecture, this is a moderated Q&A where it's no back and forth. It's just the question and his answer, and then there's an open discussion. I think that is a way where you still could get some information done in the first part, and then when the bullshitting starts, then okay, that's just then the fun part.
So, do you know what? Sorry.
Yeah. No, I think that's fine. I just want to make it clear that it's an interactive event more so than a lecture with Q&A after. It's designed
yeah.
to be.
Do you know what sort of timing would this be? Like time of
Probably
day?
at around 7 or 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So
Oh, I
if
don't know
you're
what that would
in
be.
like Australia, it's probably not going to be a great time for you. I don't know precisely where Parks is. I'm going to guess he's in California. So I'm not 100% sure what time. It's up to him. I'll do it whenever. If it's at like noon during the weekdays, obviously, there's going to be less people available for that, including me. But if it's, I would say sometime between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. Eastern time to start, and I would expect it to last 1 or 2 hours, possibly more.
Yeah, San
Okay.
Francisco says here. Its webpage says San Francisco.
I think 7 p.m. Eastern is midnight in the UK. I think.
I think so.
Yeah, it'd be
It should
midnight
be 5
UK,
hours.
and it would be midday in Australia.
Midnight in UK, midday in Australia. Yeah, but Eastern is, was it in summer? I think it was different. But no, you have also summertime or right?
Yeah,
Daylight saving
it's
stuff. In
yeah,
the
it's
US
5
too?
hours. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see. Eastern time is 4 hours ahead of Zulu or UTC time, and then in the winter time, no, I'm backwards. In
That's
the
4?
summertime,
No.
it's 4 on Eastern, and it's 5 um, in the summer. I'm think that's backwards. I think.
I think also it's in doesn't matter. So I know in wintertime we are minus +2, and now in summertime we are +1 here in Central Europe. So CET is +1 at the moment, and I think it's -5 in the US. So we are 6 hours difference and 5 hours to the UK with the Eastern US, but could be wrong.
Yeah,
World
Central
time
is
body.
Central is -5 and -6. So Eastern would be -4 and -5.
Yeah, but
Could
you're
we
shifting
somehow?
as well. So you're so that I think it's equalizing each other out, except of 2 weeks or so. There are 2 weeks where we are closer together, and then we are at the same distance again.
Could we
So
somehow
at the-
stream it so I can like rewatch it in case it's like 3 a.m. for me?
yeah, that would be cool if that could be organized with World is Live.
Cool. That'll be great.
So World is Live is normally streaming on YouTube. I think at the moment, this debate channel here.
Oh, cool.
And no, Earth is Live, not World is Live. Earth is Live.
I think I've seen the links in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you look for Earth is Live and then was it OmniTalk or so? Or Omnidrome? No, I think OmniTalk was it.
Dr. Parks is still texting in chat. Like I went to bed last night and he was here. I asked him if I can talk, and then today it must be like 20 hours after he was still here.
Oh. Ah, yeah, there is a YouTube link. Yeah.
Awesome.
Zoranku has posted it.
Snooze, are you like learning about what Dr. Parks is teaching, or
No,
what's
I'm
your...
just I'm just a nerd and software developer.
Well, not just.
And
I'm a
And
software developer as well.
I have done multiple things in my time. That's always like when Schlitzy goes nuts. Oh yeah, and that also. So yeah, I was 1 year I was a paramedic. Then I worked for camera and video surveillance manufacturer. Then before I worked for a company that did a lot of stuff with audio. And yeah, now I'm doing software quality assurance or test automation programming stuff.
It seems to be a thing in like IT for people to switch at some point. Like I used to do IT for like about 15, 16 years of my life. I've done IT. Started from programming and got to like director's position and then completely switched to videography.
Okay.
Like literally from today I'm IT director, tomorrow I'm a videographer. There was no regrets, no going back.
Yeah,
Just switched immediately.
Back to doing stuff again.
Well, it's more because I was very hands on with my IT, but it was causing migraines, very strong migraines because of the amount of stress I had.
Yeah.
So I got to the point of having like 2 or 3 migraines a week, which
Yeah.
is
I have a colleague who has at the moment is the same issues. He's a doctor in physics and but he's doing software development. He's a theoretical physicist, doctor in theoretical physics, and the funny thing he made a very interesting doctor thesis. I did not understand a shit, but his doctor thesis was I think 5 pages or so. And so,
okay.
What? How can you do this in 5 pages? These are in physics. These are huge normally. Yeah, these are small books
Yeah.
or so. Yeah, he just has invented a new formula for some quantum shit and proven that this formula is correct. And the proof and the invention of or the explanation and the proof of this formula only needed these 5 pages. So that was all he got, and this formula is now in use. And yeah,
Wow, that's awesome.
that's kind of impressive. So yeah, and now he's doing some Python coding and some C#. So. So what a waste of capacity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, more power to him. If he wants to do programming, that's maybe better for him. But
Yeah. I mean, he said it's more fun for him, so that's good.
Well, I wouldn't call programming fun, but
it can be. I mean, for example, totally agree. People who are doing like I don't know, carpenting or stuff like this, because you have seriously produced something in the end.
Yeah.
I mean, I've also done a lot of woodworking and house building stuff, and I'm part-time electrician and built my whole solar stuff my own and so on. So I've done a lot of stuff, and I must say. So every time when I go back to renovations, so we are living in a 400-year-old wooden house in Germany, and I renovated myself. And every time when I go back and say, okay, now there's something else to do, something at the roof, or like last year the solar panels and so on, I seriously think about, hey, maybe doing some practical would also be nice, but then I look to paycheck and I said, nah. That's not worth it. But I totally get.
Whereabouts are you and without doxing yourself, whereabouts are you in Germany? What was like the biggest town near you?
I am in West Germany, so so the nearest would be Bonn, the former capital.
Okay.
So yeah.
Cool. My cousin lives. I can't pronounce it properly. Is it Leipzig? I can't say it properly.
Leipzig.
Leipzig. That's it. Yeah. So my cousin lives there. Well, now she's back in Poland because her mom died. But yeah, she lives there. Yeah. It's a nice place. I've seen it a couple of times. Sorry. Go
No,
on.
I was say it's also a nice city.
Yeah, I like it.
It's a very nice one, and a lot of students. A young city as well. So I mean, from the public from the people being there. You have some cities where many old people are living, and it's kind of boring. But Leipzig is young, living city. And you are in the UK?
Yes, I live in the UK. I've been here for like 20 something years. But I'm from Poland.
In which region?
In Poland or UK?
No, in UK.
In East Sussex, so south.
Okay, yeah. Be aware of Flitzy. He's living somewhere close to London. And he likes to hunt people down. He says, "I come over and I hit you in the face." So.
Yeah, but I mean, my location is probably everywhere online because I've done some projects for charities, and they like to say where people working for them are from. So yeah.
Okay.
Tactical French cards. I talked to you before. I know you are Polish as well.
When did we talk?
We texted like a couple of months ago.
We might have. I might not remember that.
On a different server, that was.
Could be.
Maybe.
Sorry, Snooze, say again?
Yeah, on Earth Awakenings, maybe.
I think it was the Glober something. What was it?
Globe Gangsters. Oh, that's just dead.
I think that was it. Yeah, on Bowlers something. Yeah, whatever that it was called.
Yeah, I don't remember you.
Are we the only two Polish people here?
Imbo is also one, but he's not in VC.
Because there was quite a few
We have a
on
hard
the other
limit.
server.
We can't have any more than 2.
Discrimination.
Hard limit.
Oh, limit. Okay.
Yeah, I also think Omni took a border with 2 Germans. Also, that's enough. I have seen.
Well, if you have too many Poles, we're gonna start
many.
drinking. So you know.
What?
That's
If you have too many Poles, we're gonna start drinking. So you know.
I mean, 2 is enough.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, 1 is enough, but you know.
Yeah, what is
Nothing
enough
wrong
to
with
form
that.
an invasion, right?
I'm sorry, say again. Someone talked at the same time.
I said 1 is enough to form an invasion.
Yeah. True.
Oh, too close.
If that wouldn't be streamed over YouTube, I would tell a very dirty job. Because there was I don't know if it was
Is it
yesterday.
something
or
about
day.
the guy that really liked art?
No, yeah. Yesterday or the day before, someone was talking about submarines and how long they can stay below the water, and there's a funny joke where I think a friend, the French president, the Queen, and former German president or Chancellor Angela Merkel meet, and they talk how long their U-boats, their submarines can stay underwater, and yeah, maybe another day I tell it to you.
Oh, come on, when you start, you gotta end it.
I had a very controversial discussion last night on Earth Awakenings about the Germans, and
I
it's
really
kind of
like him
funny.
over there.
Well, I mean, it's kind of funny because, like, you know, I've been in the military for 2 decades, and the Germans are like one of our best partners, especially in 101st, which is where I'm at. Like, because we go over there for like the Normandy, anniversary and all this other stuff. It was wild to me that they had like this perception of like the Germans like didn't acknowledge the past and all this other stuff. I don't know. It was very weird. I don't even know if it's like a good topic to bring up, but it was just kind of shocking to me that a lot of people think like that history or whatever is like somehow affected the relationship but like between the United States and Germany, and it's I don't know. It's very
They also
weird.
have a bunch of other opinions about Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not topic for
Yes.
today.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Seriously, the specifically the kind of how do you say that you damn it, I'm missing the word. Basically, you freed us from the Nazi regime, and so that's and in my opinion that's the most common understanding, that the Allied forces saved us from the Nazi regime. And I think beside of a stupid minority, most of the Germans have, in my opinion, recapitulated, or how do you say, or had a good retrospective on the shit that we have done, and we don't want to do it again. And we are well aware of what we have done. And I think also in Europe there are many countries that were at least for some time at the side of the Nazis, and they have not really learned the lesson out of it.
Well, talking about not learning the lesson, there are actually Nazis in Poland. If you can believe that, it's just it's so ridiculous that
Oh, we got them. We got them here in the States. Don't worry, we got them too. We're with you. We're with you, brother.
I mean, we also have them, but if you, for example, see how the movement to the right is happening over the last, I would say, 10 years or so, or maybe a little bit more in Europe, and more right wing politicians get uplift. I think that compared to that, Germany is still pretty good. However, the last election was totally devastating and was a big shit show.
Well, there's one thing that people forget, and I have a little story about this as well. But people forget that people who were involved and who've done what they've done back at war, they're not the same people who live now. Pretty much, they're really old now if they still survive. So, like talking to you, you've never done this stuff, so I have no reason to like blame you and your generation for it.
That's true.
Absolutely.
But still, we carry responsibility, and this responsibility that we carry is not that it was our fault, but that we have to take care that it never may happen again. And that's that.
I'm so glad you said that, Snooze, because I was trying to explain that to him. And he's a great guy. Don't get me wrong. He's like not a bad dude. But I don't know. It was a long discussion, and his argument was like, I don't know, like there is nothing that we can actually carry from the sins of our fathers and all this other stuff. Like you really can't do that, I guess is my point. And the bottom line is, I don't know. It's kind of crazy because Germany has become like our closest ally, especially like I mean I'm in a light infantry division, and German infantry is like one of the best partners that we have, and they're the ones that we can rely on the most. So it's just kind of funny how it kind of works out, I guess you could say. But
well, one thing you should carry out of history is a lesson, regardless if it's positive or negative.
Absolutely.
You should learn from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my responsibility is to tell my kids what went wrong and what shall never happen again. And so, but I'm really. It kind of surprised me. I mean, I know that there's a good cooperation between the U.S. military in Germany and also like the U.S. military bases here. There were like since the Second World War basically here and continue to be here. There's so as saying here in Germany, so that the responsibility or the task of the Bundeswehr is to how do you say play around with the enemy until the real forces come, which would be the US. So, like distracting as long as it takes until the real military comes. So, yeah.
Let me tell you how little there is in terms of like animosity between Poles and German people. Well, at least my generation. So obviously at school we learn about all the atrocities that happen, and everyone knows this, right? And I really hope this is also taught in Germany at school. I don't know if it is, but I hope it is. Is it?
Yes. We have intense. I would say history lesson is maybe a third or so. I don't know, French Revolution, Middle Age, and then it's Second World War. Forwards, backwards, forwards, backwards.
That's so cool. That's really cool. I appreciate that. But the reason why I say this is this is like, for me, being 30-ish, 38, okay. So this is like my first kind of meeting of the German culture, German people, is the history lesson, right? So this is all I know about Germany. And then you don't ever hear anything until you meet someone German. And I met my former boss, and the history of me knowing him is just so funny, because when he left his job and I took over, I was his assistant first, and then I took over when he left. On his last day, he said that he had a secret, and he was really working hard to hide this secret. And I'm like, well, what could it be, you know? And he said to look up, and you can do it now. Just don't do it like on Discord. Don't post it on Discord. But you can look up, if you type "asshole museum," and you see a guy polishing a picture of an asshole in a black hoodie. This is my former boss. so, so, so this is like the only experience I have in my life of German people, apart from visiting my cousin. But like, there's nothing that, you know, nothing you can even say that is bad about like today, like this generation now, like 40, maybe even 50 years old right now. Because like you guys didn't do anything. It was all in the past, and you know, hopefully the fuckers are dead by now. But you know, if they're not, help them. But yeah, that's my only experience with with a German guy.
Yeah, no, I think most people have learned the lesson, and I also I mean, there's a lot of ignorance in many countries in the world, and uneducation. So people are not very well aware in some certain countries, like, okay, what's happening? Are the Nazis still there? Or so no. So okay, you're not talking about them? Yes, we talk about them. Why not? Yeah, we have literally talked about our history. We have computed our history. We changed a lot of stuff due to our history. So, and I think this is because we saw the Nazis and the World War so how do you say, massively failed, or like it was such a disaster, I would say, with all the cities completely destroyed. Everything was basically grounded. Yeah, there was no stone on the other in the most cities, at least.
Yeah.
We had to completely start from scratch, and 2/3 of the Germans started from scratch together with the help of the Allies, and as a free country, and 1/3 didn't. And that was the second lesson that we learned, that such regimes that are monocultures are absolutely not acceptable. And my grandparents, for example, flee from Dresden, My grandfather was present. He was actually, or was visiting Dresden. He was active military. He was an artillerist at the Eastern Front. Had never anything to do with SS or something like this, but he visited Dresden at the day of the bombardment, and he was outside when the train stopped. So the train should go inside of Dresden, but the train stopped and switched off all the lights and so on. And that was the moment where Dresden was bombed, but they were too far away to really see it. They heard the bombs, but they didn't know actually. And in the morning, they then went by feet into the city. And then during daytime, the second bombardment started, and he was directly in the city. And his friend didn't survive, but he did. And later, because he was also later active, or his father was active as a politician, but not at the Russian friendly side, but at the opposition. And so they had to flee. And yeah, and the parents of my grandmother, they are from nowadays Poland. Back in the day, it was Ostschlesien. So
Nice.
a lot has happened in Europe in that time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
But that is also rejected as the shape of the Earth often in some channels. Hitler
I'm
wasn't that
sorry.
bad guy.
Sorry, you cut out for me at the end. Could you say it again, please? Something about shape of the Earth?
I said the whole situation with the Nazis and the concentration camps and the Jews is often also denied by globe deniers, I would say. And Hitler was just misunderstood, and he was not bad at all. And latest at that point, I got seriously triggered.
Yeah, I don't get how. Okay, have your fun with being dumb about thinking the Earth is flat, but if you deny something this big and there's so much proof of it everywhere, like you can literally go there in person and just see all the skulls and hair and all that stuff. It just doesn't fit in my head, honestly.
And I've been there. I think in Poland, what is there? There's also a former concentration camp, right?
Yeah, I think there's a couple.
Or yeah, and I've been in two, and it's extremely. It's not depressing. Is not the right word. It's just like crushing you or crushing your mood, and
Yeah,
it's kind of.
It's definitely super heavy. Yeah, absolutely.
And for example, Jin CBR is one of those one of those which are really also then arguing heavily against that's all a hoax, that's all that it wasn't airtight and the chambers and so on. And say, okay, what the fuck?
It is such an asshole. I mean, I wish people like this would visit a camp just to see the extent of it, and like from the outside it's just walls, but as soon as you walk in and see what actually was done, it's just ridiculous to deny anything of it. It's just
Now
so dumb.
he will just say this is just theater, this is nothing, this is not real.
Yeah, there's no hope with people like this.
Oh, I mean, that's pretty sad, right? And I mean, that was part of the discussion. And like, even he, and I don't know, Snooze, I would actually ask your opinion on this because, and my response may have been, totally wrong. But one of the questions that shocked me was, if the Nazis won the war, do you think they would admit what they did to the world? And I was like, absolutely. They were a cult. These guys were fucking crazy. If you look at Goebbels and, Goering and some of these guys that were, and even some of the SS leaders of what they were doing, absolutely. They had no shame. Like it was clear what they were doing and they understood it and they would have no shame admitting it. And his response was,
I think if they would have won, I partially agree with you. The thing is they were for the times where they were living very good in propaganda. So it was not just like they transported the Jews somewhere. The Jews were systematically made the bad guy, and all over the place, so that everyone got taught in school. Those are the evils. Those are the bad peoples. Those are those who are sucking your blood. This is the enemy, and they constantly did that until there was a public, or at least a majority of the public had the opinion, yeah, they are bad. Maybe not all were happy with the deportation, but I would say more than 50% definitely thought, okay, Jews are bad because of all the propaganda and the hearsay. And there was a lot of also people in the private area who you could basically, if you would hide someone, you could trust no one, because there are a lot of people who would tell, okay, he's hiding a Jew or so. And I think it wasn't really a secret that they were deported and that many of them may never come back or so. I think the whole gas chamber thing and the systematic killing, not sure when they would have kind of publicly announced it, but I think it would have escalated so far that they wouldn't even bother to transport someone away. They would just straight away shoot someone where they find the person. So, and that, in my opinion, that would be the way how it would come to surface. That they just say, okay, this is the enemy. It has to be erased, eliminated. These are not humans. And I mean, it's this dehumanization, or I don't know. So they were basically claiming these are not humans. It's has some similarities with former slavery stuff, and yeah. But yeah, they had absolutely no shame, and they had no ethics whatsoever. And it would be world destroying if they would have one.
I'm so glad this is taught at school in Germany, because like the best thing you can do is to educate people right now, like about what was done in the past, and otherwise they won't understand that it was bad.
Yeah, but still, it moves further away, right? So there, for example, I had firsthand experience with people or survivors of the concentration camp. I have talked to some. I have direct hand, or first hand reporting from my grandfather when he was talking about how the Russians were, how the Russian I don't know the gulags were, or how they treated their prisoners, and how the war was, and so on, and what has happened here in Germany by my grandmother in Dresden, and so on. So I could talk with these people. I have seen, for example, I was in the German Democratic Republic, so in Eastern Germany, before the border was opened, as a kid. So there's a lot of first-hand experience in my brain, and my kids will basically only learn it from the books. And when we make when we visit a concentration camp to show it like firsthand or so, but they will probably not have the experience to talk to survivors, because most of them are dead, and those who are still alive were probably kids. So let's see. Let's hope the cycle does never return or repeat. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how much of a percentage of the history was preserved in the way that it actually happened, because there's obviously some changes, and I assume they don't teach little kids about what really happened fully, maybe later in life, but I wonder how much actually.
This is done on not in elementary school. I think there is a very little. I think a little bit they heard about war, because, for example, like at the moment, this situation. My kids are in elementary school, and they had the topic of war due to the Ukraine situation right now, and because it's anyway in the media. And in that topic of war, they also briefly touched the situation. There was also a war here in Germany, and we were the one who invaded the other countries and did a lot of harm. That they learned in school, not details or so, but I think as a maybe seventh grade, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th grades school or so, they then will learn more detailed level. They will go to museums. We have a lot of museums that are also preserving this history. Yeah, because we have so we are close to Bonn, the former capital, before it went back to Berlin. We have a so-called Haus der Geschichte, which basically a museum that documents the history of of Germany as it is now, so from 50s and so on. I think they will learn a lot. Let's see.
That's good. It's funny because there's obviously there's a huge amount of history of Poland existing, not existing, and the parts of Poles being violent, because there was obviously a big part of it in the past. At one time, Poland was huge, right? So this part is taught in a way that we are kind of proud. We're taught to be proud of it, kinda. But like from the perspective of if it was 50 years ago, it wouldn't be the same, would it? I'm talking about like 1600s. Obviously, it's far enough in the past to quote unquote be proud of it, kinda. But you know, it's I suppose the more time passes, the history changes more.
I'm wondering how is the kind of the deportation of Germans or German-speaking people from Poland after the Second World War framed in Poland in school?
It isn't really talked about that much, if I'm honest. It is mentioned, but there's no like proper reasoning. I suppose unless you go into history, like if you want to study history properly, then obviously you learn more. But like at the level of like I learned programming, so there was not much history in my education.
Sure, but not in normal school.
Yeah, so I mean, they do mention it. That the whole history is mentioned, and also there's overall there's a huge amount of history because geography and history is like the two topics that people just love the most in Poland for some reason. And like over the years, from I want to say like 12, maybe 13, you start learning history, and the higher you go, the more details you learn. But I don't think there's like proper reasoning behind this kind of stuff mentioned. There's obviously the mention of the war itself and what was done, and you know, and the camps and all that stuff. But there isn't that much talk after what happened after the war.
Yeah.
Is this something that's taught specifically in Germany?
No, not at all. That's the interesting thing. I only learned about that whole situation, like how I mean that of course that Germany was then split it into different kind of occupation zones and so on. That's stuff that you learn there. That you had obviously the Russian part. You had then the part that was given to Poland and so on. But what really happened with the people who were living there, or so that's just something that I just learned from kind of family history, and it was not only the people who were kind of living in that area. It was also, I think, before the war, a lot of German-speaking families that were living already before the war in Poland territory, but they were also then kind of thrown out as kind of unwanted people or so. But that is
Yeah.
in my opinion not talked well. But maybe it's also not that important. But it's still, I think, part of history and should be mentioned. And I don't really have a strong opinion on that. I mean, I would say, of course, the private people had no direct influence in there. So why are they now thrown out? But on the other hand, I also understand territorial changes. But yeah.
Oh well, I can answer that actually.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So sorry, go on.
All I was gonna say, like, I wouldn't discount it to being like, history is a good thing. Like, history is a good thing that we can kind of remember and not repeat ourselves. And then I would also offer, like, the lessons that are learned from it actually make us as humanity probably figure out what the fuck we're doing with ourselves. Because if you look at the world now, like, it's not much better. I mean, it's better than it was in World War II, but like, look at the belligerents now. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
ultimately, what we need to do is just evolve to the point to where we all accept the fact that we're all humans, right? There's good and evil, and like, the past is the past, but like, we're all in this together, and we got to figure out, the rest of it with each other.
So Verdak, I totally agree with you. I think we all have to get on the same page. I wonder what is on that page that gets us to all be on the same page.
I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I mean, World War II was a good lesson, right? We haven't had a World War.
Oh,
I think
you
we've
cut out.
kind of.
You cut out for a bit.
Oh, I did. Sorry. Hold on one sec.
That's all right. I was just to snooze, just to mention. So earlier you said about the people being kind of pushed out of Poland after the war. I think I may know kind of why, and this is all to do with Russia. So they kind of assumed that they saved Poland, and from that point onwards, everyone was or could have been an agent, and there was like 40 plus years of just fear of everyone being agents from both sides, so no one trusted anyone. I think that may have been the reason for chucking people out.
Yeah.
So someone is cutting out.
No, sorry. Maybe it was maybe me, but yeah, I agree. Verdak, just one question. Have you been in outside territory services? So in for example, Afghanistan or so?
Oh, dude, I've spent 10 years overseas, man. I mean, multiple countries: Afghanistan, Iraq, Jordan, Syria, you name it.
Yeah, thank you for the information.
Shit, this is always so tough to me. Like talking to people who actually have seen war and seen people dying. This is just beyond me. Like, how do you live with that?
When you said, Verdak, that like the world has changed, but on the other hand, it has not changed. When I for example, the kind of this whole change, or the whole politic change, or the situation with Afghanistan, for example, changes, and I have no clue what's happening right now there. So it was kind of, for me, from the information stream. Once, as long as the troops were there, also German troops were there, you got some information. But now, I don't know. Some other people are now in power, but I don't get any information anymore. So I mean, I didn't actively look, but it's not part of the news, part of the information stream that is normally reaching you. So
Yeah, I was just like saying, like, I think history is a good thing, and we've made mistakes along the way. We made a lot of mistakes in the last 2 decades, and by we I mean the Western world. Hopefully, we've learned from that, and I'm just hoping that we can evolve past the point where, we have to have like wars, and we have to go to like. The bottom line is we're on this rock together, whether you believe it's flat or it's a globe. And I'm just hoping like we can all kind of like just figure out that we don't need to kill each other. It's not a big deal. You know what I mean? We're all human.
It's kind of easy, isn't it, if you think about it?
So
if they just stopped doing what they were doing, let's say if everyone just stopped doing what they were doing, yeah, there would be a lot less violence. Darnik, it sounds like you're from Poland.
Yes.
That's pretty awesome. So, do you have any favorite topics that you've studied there, or so far, like history or science?
Well, I say I'm from Poland. I've lived there until I was like 19, and then I moved to the UK, and I've been here for 20 years. So in Poland, sorry, I lied. Not 19, 22. I finished a couple of universities, and that was kind of at the same time because I wanted to leave as fast as possible. Because back then I would have to go to the army, and I didn't want to go to war at all. So I was studying as fast as I was able to, and then moved to the UK. But I like the favorite stuff from school would be initially history, then IT, because IT started when I was at school, kinda. So first computers and stuff, and yeah, now I'm in filmmaking, so it's like nowhere near what I was studying.
Amazing. Well, that's okay. Thanks for sharing your history with us. That's pretty cool. I'm actually half British, so I've been to England too. So I think it's a beautiful country. But I love Poland too. Like I have a lot of Polish friends. They used to call me
Cool.
Johan because my name's John. But yeah. So are you a globe believer?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a belief, but yes, yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank you. And Snooze, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was just asking what is the other half?
Oh, yeah. Well, my dad's British and my mom is Filipino, so I'm a first generation Canadian. Well, yeah.
Cool.
So, but yeah. I hope you're all having a great day so far. Hopefully we can. But yeah. So, Dornak.
It's actually
Darnak.
Conrad. Just my name backwards, Conrad.
Oh, Conrad. Nice.
Yeah.
So I guess you studied history, eh? Any thoughts of? Do you believe the narrative of the World War II, or what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, history is very important to Polish people, and we are doing all we can to preserve the way it's supposed to be taught. So like no changing as much as possible. Obviously, there's some changing, as you know, like whoever wins, determines what the history was. But there's a big movement in Poland to preserve actual history and just teach kids about what actually happened around us.
That's amazing. Yeah, I know Poland. What a history too, eh?
Yeah, have you heard of Husaria?
I haven't. No.
So
What do you
these
think?
are this is when Poland was the biggest, and this is I don't know if you listened earlier, but I mentioned a period of history where like Poland was just winning everything, and it was massive. It was like 3/4 of Europe, pretty much size wise, and this is the time of like Poland being very very violent in terms of war, but at the same time, historically we are proud of it, kinda. I was saying earlier that if this period was 50 or 100 years ago, it would be completely different because it would be like war atrocities. But since it's so far in the past, everyone's just proud of it because we've been just winning shits,
Yeah, I exactly. Same thing for UK, pretty much in every nation. But yeah, I know what you
Yeah.
mean. But that's pretty cool. I didn't know that.
True. There was a time where the UK was big, right? I just forgot.
Yeah.
Just
True.
kidding. Sorry, I was just bullying a bit.
No, that's true. That's true. They got soft, or we got soft, I suppose, because I've been here for 20 years.
I mean, there
but yeah,
are still
the
some people who are thinking you're an empire, but the UK is still an empire. But yeah.
no, it's definitely like a tiny percentage of what it used to be, and the cowards now. But yeah, if you look up Husaria, it's a very interesting time of history where the Polish army was just winning everything because like other armies would just flee immediately because they had this kind of special unit of soldiers of
horses.
Yeah. So they're actually knights, not soldiers. So you have to be like over 6 feet tall to enroll in the first place, and they would put like massive wings on your back, and just the noise of the wings would scare the horses of the opposite army because your horses are obviously trained with it. And also, everyone is so massive that from a distance you just look like a bunch of angels. So like most armies would just run away before even the fight started.
Yeah, some sort of psychological warfare.
Yeah, pretty much. And I love that at this time there's one kind of thing that's one of the kings in Poland said, and this is something that will always stay with me. When the Turkish, I think it was Turkish or maybe Swedish, I forget which invasion it was, but it was an invasion, right? We call it potop, which means a flooding of people, basically. So they wanted, that's Husaria's news, exactly. So someone was trying to attack us, and they said, "Oh, we have whatever millions of knights and whatever army." And the king at the time, and I forget his name, but the sentence is just incredible. He said, "Okay, you can come, but we may not have enough space to bury you all." This is just such a baller move. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Has anybody seen Ashalogos' content? I know I always bang on about it, but Darnuk, I could post some of that for you. You ought to look into the Gothic and Scythian tribes where these people likely were, came from. Maybe I don't know, but they're certainly in that area, and they were absolute legends. I mean, they talked about as if they're sort of backwards farmers, like they. Later on, I mean, if you look at something like Gladiator, right? They talk about the tribes as savages and all this lot. They've never picked up a sword. This is how they portrayed, but no, nothing could be further from the truth. I mean, they talk about the sort of what's that? I've got some brilliant pictures from screenshots actually from Ashalogos's videos where it talks about these young soldiers being taught only three things, something like ride well, shoot straight, and tell the truth, or something like that, and all good shit like that. Like that, Ashalogos really did his homework with the German tribes, and they were
I love
legends.
Germany.
Absolute
Love German
legends.
history. That's why I think it's a shame that the Germans have been targeted so many times in the past in history. But Conrad,
they got screwed big time. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, time and time again. And I think probably because something to do with their connection to Christianity or the Bible, and fighting against the Vatican.
Well, they did have their own spirituality. I mean, they did, like I mentioned before.
The Manics, right? The old tribes, yeah.
They had like so they called. I mean, I don't know if you've heard of the Orlinda book. I don't talk about that sometimes, but bit of a controversial thing. Some people think it's not legitimate. I think it is, and it's sort of I think it's the go-to source for really ancient European history, personally. And they did have monotheism. They referred to God as Ralda with a W, Waralda, and they talked about the All Feeder, All Father in German, All Father.
Yeah.
And it's honestly, it's fascinating. Ashalogos' content is second to none. I love it. I absolutely love it. But I used to fall asleep to it quite a lot. Interestingly enough, I'm falling asleep to Rudolf Steiner now. Only problem is this guy reads it so nicely. I fall asleep in about 2 minutes and I'm done. So I've always.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say I've always fallen asleep to philosophers for as long as I can remember, and I quite like. I hadn't listened to Steiner for a long time, but he has this word. I can't remember the word. Perhaps if anybody else has listened to that guy, they might know. But it's like anthropology, but it's not. It's like a play on that word, where he talks about the sort of root races, and it's like an evolution of the spirit into matter. So you have like the Hyperboreans, the I can't remember the names of each class, but this is like the class we're in now, which is matter. He calls it the Aryan. That's the Aryan line. He calls it, and it's really interesting.
It is, and in fact, I think even the Aryans converted to Christianity, and that's why I wanted to ask Conrad. Do you have any faith, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I come from a very religious home of Catholics, but I'm not religious at all.
Do you believe in a creator, if you don't mind me asking?
No, I used to as a kid, but not anymore.
Not anymore. But if you were presented evidence, uncontroversial evidence, very conclusive, would you consider believing in that a creator?
I suppose it depends on the evidence itself, but I'm I'm not really looking into becoming religious, if that makes sense. Like I know in America it's a big part of people's lives. I feel like in Europe or especially in the UK, it's not really like no one really cares anymore, and like it's not as important to even feel any connection to any spiritual world because like especially in the UK there's so many religions around me like you can literally throw a stone and hit 3 different religions. Sorry, I can't talk.
Do you think you have a high level of morals, if you don't mind me asking?
I'd think so, yeah.
Would you kill anyone for money, an innocent person? And if so, how much?
No, there's no not enough money in the world.
Wow, thank you. Okay, now what if the government, let's say they pass some laws and they want us to go to World War III, and they know there's conscription and it goes all the way to 50. Would you want to join, or what would you think?
Well, I was in this situation, not necessarily with war, but I did all I could to not to be enrolled in the army, which led me to go to 3 different universities just to not have to go to the army because that was a choice. You either learn or you go to the army.
Amazing.
So I just if it was my choice, I would always say no.
Amazing. Yeah, because it seems like there's always another way. It seems like war isn't it hasn't worked, and I don't think it will work. But yeah, thanks for sharing. If anyone else had any questions or I really appreciate you, Conrad, for your time. Thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate you too.
Yeah, I just got in my mind that the English names for the weekdays are still heavily influenced by Germanic and Nordic gods.
Yeah.
So we have Wednesday, which is basically Woden's day. So like the Godfather. We have Thursday.
Isn't English a Proto-Germanic language?
Yeah, it is totally. I mean, the majority of our words are kind of the bulk of the language is German, really, and it's a sort of.
I mean, it's a
hybrid
kind
of French and German, but it's and Latin, of course. But it's the bulk of the everyday speak. The simple words, they're all German.
And you can find a lot of similarities between them. So you have to basically know if a word has French roots or German ones, but a lot of the German ones are not that far away from the actual German one. You wouldn't recognize it while talking because the grammar is completely completely changed nowadays, but there are many words where you can directly see the similarities.
What always makes me laugh is when, like today's people living in England hear the original English, the very first version of English. Like it sounds nothing like English.
Yeah, the old English. Yeah, that's
Yes.
I mean, for I don't know, Conrad, how do you recognize that when you learned English? For me, I mean, it has also crystallized a little bit more over the last years or so. English is really a spoken language, and afterwards they try to figure out how should we write it. Oh, let's write it like this because maybe it's coming. Or it was always in French. It was written like that, so let's write it similar. But now we speak it a little bit different, so let's write it a little bit different. So you have words that are spelled completely different than they are pronounced, and it's a huge mess. Did you had any problems like learning proper spelling or so, or with English? I mean,
Well, obviously my English isn't perfect, and it's really hard to pronounce some words, especially if there's like a lot to say really fast. So this is the biggest challenge for me. But the languages always came fairly easy to me. While still at primary school, I learned French, Latin, a tiny bit of German. I can't speak German, so don't even try. But I've learned a tiny bit of German and English, but English wasn't at school because at the time I only had a choice of German and Russian, really. So I had to learn like separately. I had to like get a tutor for other languages. So I chose French initially, and then English in college. So languages really came very easy to me. But funny enough, just before I left Poland, I would learn English from movies, and the movies I learned from were all American and all about weed. So do you know a movie, How High?
Yeah.
So this is a movie I've watched. It must be like 70 times just before I left to England. I don't know why. I just liked the movie, and when I came here, the English was completely different. So to say the least, you know. But I was able to communicate at least, and this was very helpful because this is a bit darker part of my life in England because I lived with like 17 other people in 3 rooms, so you know it was hard because it was the company that wasn't very transparent with what we were supposed to get. But thankfully, within the first month, thanks to my English skills, they gave me a car, gave me a flat, and a little bit more money, so I was able to leave the shithole. So yeah,
That's mental.
yeah, it's a bit crazy. It was a crazy time. At the time, I was earning, I remember, 140 quid pounds per week, and this is before any bills.
Okay. Yeah,
So I'm
regarding the language, I just wanted to say, like, I always have a hard time when someone here, also in the chat, for example, say a word or something that, or a name of something. For example, a name of a medicine or someone, and I think, okay, now we have so many different accents here. Also, I still, I don't know. I'd say, okay, can you please spell it, because I have no clue how I would write it. And I had an experience. I think a year ago or so, I read a word that I have never used before, because it was another word for branch, and that was written, well, also starting with B. It was written differently, and I was said, okay, that looks a little bit like tough or though, or what could it be? Buff? And then I went into the on the audio button there and said, okay, it's bow. Oh, okay. Bao, I would never figure out on that and that how it's written. And that's so the huh? Come again?
Well, your English is impressive, Snooze.
No, it's not. And I have a strong German accent, but yeah. Anyway, it's the funny thing. There are so many languages, and many of those are pretty logical. I think English, however, it's the most kind of spreaded, a multi-country language. I think it's also the most messed up language that I ever experienced.
English is honestly, I used to beat myself up because I got kicked out of school when I was very young. I was a bit of a rebel, and I was very broken as a child as well. I had a lot of emotional stuff I needed to work through, and so that I sort of became, well, I didn't sort of, I actually became an alcoholic for a while, so I really needed to address it, and yeah, you can imagine my grammar is pretty awful. I mean, even when I was at school, I wasn't paying attention, and so I just started to sort of, well, become an autodidact, so I could learn terms like autodidact, and I suddenly realised that English is a shambles, total shambles, in terms of a language. And so I stopped beating myself up about it.
But I disagree, dude. I disagree with that. You know why? English is a modern language, dude, and it's evolved and it's incorporated French, Latin.
It's a mutt of a language.
Indo-European, German. You can, it's a mixed bag.
It is a modern.
That's what makes it unique.
Grown.
That's what makes it beautiful. It has you can express yourself 100 different ways. You have a palette like no other language. The English language, conservatively speaking, the average person has like a 30,000 word vocabulary if they're college graduates. And then if you look, right, there's a lot of archaic words, but it goes up to 1 million words, dude. 1 million words.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Don't misunderstand me. I do love it too. I do love it
Yeah,
too.
the point wasn't what I said. I just said it's totally fucked up. It's nice. It's a very interesting language. It's very practical. It's just not following consistent rules.
Yeah,
but my experience, and I've traveled to a lot of different countries while I'm working. Like northern China, southern, central Argentina, Papua New Guinea, and what I found is that English there's a lot of redundancy, and therefore there's a lot of tolerance in totally scrambling a sentence, and it still works. I've talked to people where I have absolutely zero Spanish, and they'll speak the absolute most crooked English, and no meaning is lost. You could just take, if you get the nouns and the verbs in the sentence, you can scramble the order. Like home, go, want. I got it. You want to go home. See, there was no problem with that. It's like you look at them with a blank, expression. Home, go, want. Eat now. It doesn't matter if it's like I'd like to go eat now. No, you don't have to speak that way. You can tear it apart. But when I was in China, if I tried to use a Chinese word, it was impossible. I was talking to this one gentleman, and we're having trouble with a piece of software. And I said, "Oh, you have to be sure to use the new format." And sure enough, 20 minutes later, he's having a problem. I said, "You're not using the new format." And he said, "Oh, okay." And then 20 minutes later, same problem. He goes, "You've got to use the new format." And he goes, "Mr. Scott, which one? The new, or the new?"
Right. That's hilarious.
And I was talking to somebody in Argentina, and I'd run into this guy some years prior, and I'm in Saltas. I'm somewhere in Argentina, like probably Buenos Aires. I forget. So I'm talking to him, and hey, you. Yeah, I remember you. And he looked at me. He recognized me, but he didn't know from where. I could tell. And I said, "Remember, we worked together in Salta." Now, there's only one city of Salta. And he looked at me and he goes, no, like it doesn't ring a bell. I said, yeah, I remember at the airport, we had, the aerial mapping planes and, we're mapping and, Salta province. He goes, no, no sé, no sé. I go, Salta, come on. We're in Salta. And he no, no sé, no sé. And then he goes, Salta. I go, I had taken a perfectly good word, Salta, and he was unrecognizable to him until he barely pieced it together, and then he repeated it back to me, and he said the same word I said. But to him, what I had said, the slightest inflection, and it was like gibberish.
Yeah.
And in China, oh my God, in China, it was absolutely, it's like I said, with that new, it was, it's so, that's why in China, in Chinese language, it's, you can't make an interrogative by raising the intonation on the last word. If you raise the intonation on the last word, like, oh, you're going home, or you're going home, well, that's two different that's two different words, completely different. It's just it's ridiculous.
Different
So
sentiment.
I find that's where the beauty of English. In all my travels, I've never gotten hung up with the most ridiculous English being, we still got back and forth. And then to work with them, I adopt their pidgin English.
Yeah,
I use English just like they use the English, as wrong as can be, because it's not ambiguous. There's so much redundancy in it.
Yeah, absolutely. We have so many adjectives and synonyms, and I think you can actually build so much with it. But I think the problem is that we're facing today is when words change meaning, when new definitions to original meanings or words, it leads to confusion, and I think that's what we're facing now, personally.
Well, I don't see that happening very much. The real problem is in print. But as was pointed out, there's so much English-speaking media, either U.S. or British, and the BBC with their shortwave service, they planted English in so many places that the number of people I've come across that they're bilingual, English is one of them. And I'm talking,
you know why?
Go ahead.
So English is becoming it is a universal language. It's the lingua franca of today's time. It used to be the Greek.
And in technical documents, science documents, they're predominantly English.
But the beauty about English is that it can incorporate different languages. Like even the native tongues that have influenced, like for example, huracán, right? Hurricane. That's a Caribbean tongue. Barbecue, that's a Caribbean tongue. That comes from the Native Americans. And then you got French words like souffle or flamboyant, rendezvous. Like we don't even realize these words are French. I mean, some do, but most people don't. And I think that's why English is beautiful.
But you hear the vice versa. You hear the vice versa quite often. Right in the middle of a French sentence, you'll hear an American word for which there was never a French word.
Yeah.
They'll suck them puppies right up.
Hey guys, I just posted a something for you in the text chat. If you maybe go look there, I will recite it. It's really funny. It's like in English and a Swedish guy are talking. The English guy, a dog. Swedish, what? The English guy, yeah, the dog, to God. Dogs. The Swedish guy thinks, okay, language, okay. En hund, hunden. 200 hundaren. The German guy comes along and the English guy, no, go away. The Swedish, go away. No one invited you. The German, der Hund. English, I said, go away. Ein Hund, 2 Hunde. The Swedish guy, stop it. German guy, den Hund, einen Hund, dem Hund, einem Hund, des Hundes, eines Hundes, den Hunden, der Hunden. The Finnish guy comes along. What's up? English, no. Swedish, no. German, no. Go away. And then the Swedish starts, and then you have to read it. You have to read it, and that's literally how Swedish works. And you have to scroll. You have to scroll to the very bottom and then read what the Finnish guy says at the end.
A very quick two things. Just one in relation to what Snooze just said. There are between 17 and 60 ways of saying two in Polish. I'm not kidding. And the second thing, I've got a bar trick. I can teach you all about 6,000 Polish words in less than 30 seconds.
Because
So
you have also the bending, right? So you change the ending of the verb or so, or
so kinda, yeah. So if you take any English word ending with tion, so like constitution, for example, and pronounce it tia, which is spelled CJA, it means the same exact thing. So any English word ending with shen is tia, and that's it.
Oh, that's a nice hack.
And it's
Thank you.
6,000 words.
But the same as in German. I mean, it's Konstitution is just pronounced a little bit different. But for example, the word "two" is actually also directly derived from German. But the only difference is when you start with a T, we would start with a Z, so it would be "zwo." So it would be pronounced exactly like it's written. So ZWO, "zwo," and the newer one is "zwei." So from two. Zwo, zwo, zwei. So that's the origin of that. And
Although I did have to laugh, I was around this very very Cockney Brit, and I had to. He would say stuff. He would say stuff, and I would have to ask him to repeat it sometimes 3 times. And but we're getting along, right? And so I asked him. I said, I really apologize. I'm having such difficulty, with that, because he's got such a heavy dialect. And I asked him, I said, do you understand me? You never asked me to repeat anything. He goes, I understand it perfectly.
yeah, that's, for example, like when I was looking this whole flat Earth stuff also on YouTube, and so I found Creaky Blinder, and I was actually not really interested in the content, but his accent is so awesome. It's so funny alone. It's not about what he says; it's more like how he's saying it.
He doesn't have an accent, does he?
Nah.
Very slide world accent.
No, I mean, actually, Creaky Blinder, he's straight up. I mean, that accent is nothing. Until you get into Cockney or Scottish, I could be lost. And then it was even worse. Is we're in the mapping airplane and we're flying, low altitude across Ireland, and air traffic control would give us instructions, and we'd ask 3 times, and the pilot would look at me, and goes, "Did you understand any of that?" And they said, so we would just respond, and without a clue, and say, "Yeah, I got it."
Do you know this? Do you know this? There's a YouTube sketch from it's exactly about that. I think about the Scottish air traffic control, and
Yeah. That's with the what's his name? Xavier, the young Xavier. What's his name? The actor.
Yeah, maybe.
I can manipulate my accent very well.
I forget his name, but yeah, I know the sketch. But Snooze, have you heard this the joke about the German flight control? No, not flight controls.
I'm searching it. What are you thinking about?
You know the sinking?
Yes. Yeah. Wait a second. I'm on it.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Okay, yeah. While you find that, I was in Ireland.
I already posted it.
Okay, I was in Ireland, and I was.
Yeah, that's
in Ireland.
Sorry, mate.
I was in Ireland, and I was checking into the hotel, and I was working with another company representative that was from right there in Coleraine, and this gorgeous young lass was going through the things about where the elevator is, how to work the electrics in your room, and a couple of 5 other things, in a really heavy Irish accent. And I just turned to my friend and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't hear I couldn't understand any of that." He goes, "Me neither."
See, this is a very big part of I don't want to call it a success, but like parts of me being able to find my way in England and in the UK in general. I have the ability to work out what different accents are saying. Maybe apart from Scouse, that's really hard for me. But like I love Scottish. I just love it. I
You
could
can
live there.
understand the York accent, but you can't understand the Scouse accent.
Yeah, Braveheart.
That is fucking
No, no,
insane.
no. They are not
It
speaking
is
Scottish.
incredible.
If you have
Yeah,
ever
but
been in the
Scouts.
Highlands and talked with some natives there, that's a whole
No, I
different
think it's
game.
very good Scottish as well.
Yep, freedom. Freedom
What's
from oppression. Do you
what's
guys think we're
interesting
facing
about?
slavery? Oh, go
Sorry,
ahead,
take
Andy.
you back.
No, it's okay. You could go for it.
I was just going to say, what's interesting about Scottish is the Glaswegian, the Glasgow accent is very harsh and sounds like aggressive, whereas the Edinburgh accent is very soft and it's very lovely on the ear. Like as soon as you hear it, you're like, oh, it's so nice. Like, please do an audiobook so I can fall asleep to that. It's so
Oh,
nice.
Andy, I'll get
Andy,
into
from where are you? So
I'm from the
you're
Midlands.
also from the UK, right?
Yeah, my dad's family, my dad's side of the family, they were all from Scotland.
Okay.
That's why I often wonder. I'd like to think that I've got some of that Scythian blood going through my veins because the Goths famously they went absolutely everywhere. They still obviously they still use the tartan in Scotland today, and you know they went to New Zealand. They went absolutely everywhere, and yeah, that so I sent you that, Darna. Just I'm going to post it in the chat as well if anybody else wants to watch it. But yeah,
Yeah,
Ashalogos'
thank you.
content on the German tribes, they're fascinating. They, by the way, as much as they fought amongst themselves, and they did, when they were when they were united, nobody could beat them. Nobody. And
That's right.
so
They even kicked out the Vatican from the country.
well, they kicked back the Mongols as well. I mean, nobody could beat them. That's the funny thing. They portrayed as like these people who could barely, you know, wield a sword. But meanwhile, if you actually go look, nobody could beat them when they were united, and they
Andy,
took
there's
over
got-
Rome many
it sounds like
times.
how they
But they
united.
didn't want the trinkets because they realized that it was. They took them anyway because they knew that that all their enemies wanted them. but in terms of the idea that they just painted it like these these backwards farmers, no, they were the richest people on earth in a per capita sense because nobody could beat them in battle. Nobody.
Andy,
But they didn't
that
want
sounds
the underfloor heating and all the rest of it because they knew that was sort of weak. It would lead to weakness because these were real honorable people, and virtue was like the number one thing with them. So yeah, I can't do it justice. Ashalogos does it justice, honestly, because
I will look. I will look.
they
I will look
painted
into
a
the
picture
chat.
that white people are just evil and we didn't do anything great. Well, yeah, we did some shitty things, I'm sure, but yeah, white people did a lot of great things as well.
Yeah, and Andy, that sounds like another united.
Andy, do you think we're
also known
still?
as Manchester United.
Do you think we're facing slavery today? Because I like to ask people about
I think
slavery in the past, and
Eden. Wait a
I have
second.
here.
Wait a second. Eden.
Yeah.
AC4. You're very silent. He was talking before you, Eden, but he's
Oh,
really
no, sorry.
silent. Maybe you
him
have to
talk.
turn up your
I was just
microphone a
making
bit.
joke. Let him talk. I was just making a joke.
Okay. We were just nearly not hearing you.
Thank you, Snooze.
And
Does anyone here believe we're under slavery or any form of slavery? Because when I often ask people about the abolishment of slavery in the UK and the US, I often hear that we're still under slavery. Do you guys think there's any form of slavery, or do you think you're a slave?
That's now my call. I will go to bed. Have a nice talk about that. See you guys.
Oh,
So,
seriously.
Later, man.
Enjoy.
in the modern world, we're actually debt slaves. They give us debt, and we're basically forced to work it off. So,
There's also human trafficking.
Yeah, Eden, in the Christian paradigm, we are in servitude and exile until the return of our Messiah. Even if
Yeah,
we
this
still
is
go
this
to
is all
work and
homework
we
to me.
own a house, we're considered exiles in servitude.
There's also literal slavery as well in human trafficking.
Yeah, sex slaves.
Wait, does that mean until the Messiah comes back, we're all slaves?
Yeah, we're all fucked.
It's complicated, dude, but yeah, we're in servitude. And we know this with the fiat dollar. Like, they continue to increase interest rates and inflate the economy, and we have to work harder and harder and harder to make ends meet. It might not look like we're slaves, right? Because we own property, and even then, we still have to pay taxes on the property, right?
The thing is that I don't consider this slavery because nothing is, or maybe in the US it does, but over here, nothing and no one is stopping you from just, picking up your shit and just living in the woods.
Yeah, you could do that. That's an option, but most people don't. And there's a difference between, there's something called chattel slavery, and then like regular slavery. I forget what the regular slavery is called, but you don't have to be in chains to be considered a slave. You know that, right?
Indentured servitude.
Indentured servitude. There's another one. I think it's like a bondsman.
Yep.
Is there an easier way to keep someone quote unquote a slave without using chains and violence?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
The best, easiest people to enslave are the ones who think they're free.
There you go. That's right.
Wait, what did he say? I didn't. He cut out.
Blackmail as well.
Those who
What'd you
think they're
say?
free.
Oh, sorry.
True Secret, did you want to say that one more time? I think you said those who think they're free are.
Yeah, it's easiest to enslave those who think they are free.
That's true.
I kind of consider this, well, if you would go as far as to call it slavery, which I don't, but it would be slavery by choice. Because you can say no and just leave and, just fuck everything.
Yeah, like for instance, imagine if we were living in the days of ancient Rome where they were the world's superpower. You could either go to the city and live there, or you could, pack your bags and go find a spot of land. But sometimes just finding a spot of land doesn't guarantee that you can escape from, let's say, this slave or slave master. They might come knocking one day.
I mean, it depends. It depends, in my opinion, on the country where you're living. And maybe that this is the case in some countries that you basically have no choice but do your labor and stuff. But for example, in Germany, if you don't want to contribute, or you cannot contribute to the community effort, and you're not able or not willing to work, then you don't, and you still will survive. You will still get an apartment. You will still get, let's say, enough food and enough money to have something to eat. You still have your health insurance, but you're at home. You will not have a lot of fun because you will not have enough money to make stuff, but or go to holidays or so. So if you want to do that, yeah, then you have to contribute. You have to exchange your work against other work. So, but I mean, this happened all the time. Like, you do something, someone else does something else, and you exchange. And that's what we're doing today as well.
Sir, we don't have this in the U.S. We're slaves here.
Yep, I'm very unfortunate. I mean, it's really sad that this is not possible there. And that, for example, if you get sick, that's kind of, if you get seriously sick, that's basically ruin your complete life, because either you're dead or you're broke afterwards.
I mean, it's like a natural selection.
But hey, at least we've got a kick-ass military, right?
Until they turn on you, maybe.
Well, they're their service is. I mean, at the end of the day, I highly doubt they would.
Well, if you go against their demands, of course they will.
What do you mean their demands?
Let's say if they want you to believe something and you go around telling people otherwise, that might be a problem for them.
Are you like individual servicemen and women?
Yeah, do you think a flat earther could become a 5-star general in your opinion?
I don't see why not.
Yeah, I think actually the people, because I believe Earth is flat and I believe it's top secret. So I believe there are flat Earth high-ranking servicemen and women, but I don't think that's been disclosed to everybody.
But actually, I think all high people, if the Earth is flat, all these people must be flat earthers because they should all be aware of it.
Yeah, according to one former insider banker, I think he was from Germany, he estimated there was about 1,000 plus. It's not a very big club, but it was about 1,000 plus of these. He said it was like a satanic cult where he left because it was about they wanted him to do a sacrifice on a young individual.
Why
It
is
was
it always a
really-
satanic cult, not like a, some other random cult?
Well, war and sacrifice has been part of human civilization for millennia.
I would hope that there were more 5-star generals who were flat earthers, because then we could identify the losing side. Because there's absolutely no way you could run any level of logistics or military movement, troop movement, anything. Nothing would work if you were a 5-star flat earther. Nothing. So we would know the losing side.
I have a rebuttal. Imagine your enemy nation thinks the Earth is a sphere, but it's actually flat. There you go. You have the informational advantage. They're off on they're off on a goose chase.
Very good. And yes, and as you try to figure artillery fire or troop movements or all that good stuff, the spherical general will be successful, and the flat earther wouldn't have the slightest idea how to get from Australia to Africa.
No, I was just saying that the military insiders know that the Earth is flat, but they're telling the world it's a sphere. So when they're facing their enemies are already behind the ball.
Except flat earthers don't have a map, they don't have a model, they don't have any navigation, they don't have any concept of scale, size, or direction. Yeah, it'd be great. Just identify those flat earthers, and trust me, they'll be. That's kind of a funny idea, really, to think that could be military running long distance weaponry on a flat fucking Earth. Come on.
These are some very strong claims you're making right now.
I mean, I guess you could be the general, right? As long as you're not the one that's in charge of firing the rockets, mobilizing the submarines, or all that good stuff. Right? You can make the command. You can make the final command, right? As the hierarchy, but as long as you're not the one that's having to make the major strategic plans.
Yeah, so all the underlings to execute the commands, they're the ones that have to really know how the things work. Just like the captain of like an aircraft carrier. He says, okay, cast off lines, we're heading out. Can he do it? No, he wouldn't know how to fire up the engine room. He wouldn't know how to draw the anchor. He couldn't command the helm to the proper rudder and screw speed.
Well, that is why it's the military is pretty efficient. Is because everything is compartmentalized like a motherfucker.
Specialized.
Yeah, very specialized.
You're the navigator, do it. You're the helmsman, do it. You're the artillery firing solution, do it.
You're the toilet cleaner, do it.
That's right.
Have you guys ever been deployed?
No.
No. I live in the UK. I need being deployed.
I have done extended contract work with military in Afghanistan.
Oh,
I've flown with the RAF once.
Yeah, I was going to say they do it. They do that with the body as well, don't they? They compartmentalize everything, and it's an I don't know. I don't think it works very well. Me personally, I think we need a more holistic practice. Personally, I don't think this idea where we just you can do this bit, you do that bit. In certain aspects, it works, I suppose, but
Oh, there's a lot of
most.
interdisciplinary training.
Mm. But yeah, I was just thinking about something Stefan Mudd, or whatever his name is, said earlier while I was driving. And I was thinking, because just on the back of what you guys are saying, and the, somebody said that, I can't remember, Cuddles or whoever it was, said that it's intuitive that the Earth's flat and stationary, right? And he said, no, it's absolutely not. As far as I'm concerned, it's intuitive that it's a spinning globe. And I was thinking about it, and I'm like, no, well, no, it isn't. It's not at all, is it? Especially if you take into account the 12, or is it more than 12 vectors? I don't know. It's spinning, it's wobbling, it's speeding up, it's slowing down. I mean, you'd never think that, would you? If you, you know.
Well, yeah, but it's by degree. You can be stationary, but you're still going to be spherical. We still have sunrise, sunset, eclipses, tides, South Pole exists, and navigation works. So it can be geocentric stationary, but it cannot be flat.
But it wouldn't be your default position, Shoebill, without the extra information, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. If you're, a subsistence farmer, sure. But
Don't understand how always it.
but you get on a 10-hour plane flight, and you know damn well that the navigation is going to work out just fine.
Yep.
Yeah, I suppose it's a bit like the argument that the flat earthers always used to make about train lines and things like. Well, I'd say that, but basically say you got to trust your senses. I'm like, no, your senses are terrible. Like the train lines aren't coming together; they just appear that way. So
They
you
say
need
that
to add some additional information. That's the thing. But I'm
Well,
not
I
saying.
think we have to. I think we have to reclaim our senses personally, and I think that's what a lot of flat earthers have done. If you look at the example of the Ash conformity experiment, people literally gave up their own God-given senses just to fit in.
Yeah, but outside of no, when you're dealing with the shape of the Earth, sunrise, sunset, eclipses, and tides, you don't even need any math or any measurement whatsoever, and you can do it's perceptible easily. All you got to do is just be on a ship for any amount of time and see them disappear over the horizon, and the last thing you see is the flag on the top of the mast.
Or you could do the Burj Khalifa thing.
Well, they had eclipses way before any globe notions, right? They had the Soros cycle. So.
Yeah, sure. Everything's by degree, but I mean, as far as intuitively spherical, yeah. As soon as you get into any level of travel, yeah.
Or if you do the Burj Khalifa example as well. I mean, senses can be very easily tricked as well.
Yep, that's fair.
Like optical illusions are a thing.
That's why some people think the moon gets really big near the horizon. It doesn't, but yeah, the visual interpretation. But as soon as you put even if you just like look through like a cardboard tube at the moon, you'll see it. It's exactly the same size, no matter where it is in the sky. But in your brain, to say, look how small it is when it's very high, and look how big it is at sunrise or at moonrise, and then you take a picture with your phone and go like, why does the moon look so small?
Yeah, when you see one of them big crazy moons, that is freaky. I used to drive home because I wanted to be a professional poker player once upon a time, and feel free to take the piss out of me for that. But I used to drive back from the casinos and say it were like crazy, like 4 o'clock in the morning or something like that, because they basically open till like 5, 6 in the morning, and I'd play a competition, and sometimes it won't finish till 3 o'clock in the morning, And man, driving home, winning them, because I won a few times, and you get first place, and you got that huge fucking wad of money in your pocket. It's like, whoa. But I always remember sometimes I'd see that huge moon, and it felt like it was following me. I'd just be looking at it on the motorway. We call them motorways, by the way.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'd be looking at them, going, "Holy shit!" Like, just crazy big moon following me around. So yeah, that's a weird
mean,
sensation.
It's not just sight that can be tricked. Your hearing can be tricked. Your smell can be tricked. Even sometimes your taste can be tricked as well.
Absolutely.
And sometimes touch as well.
Yeah, but people with discernment, even though a magician is playing trickery with their eyes, especially if a magician is already in on the secret, they'll know what's happening. So
Not really.
When you have context, and from knowledge, you can't really be fooled. That's what makes. That's what differentiate Christians from non-believers. Christians have some, especially those who have done a lot of research and have applied it. They're able to discern liars from someone who's telling the truth.
I'm discerning a liar right now. Just kidding. He's just misguided.
Once you know what the trick is, for example, your ears can be tricked by the thing called tinnitus. Once you know what it is, you won't be able to really be affected by it again. You'll just know what it is each time. You'll know.
Conversely,
it's not just random shit I'm hearing. It's tinnitus.
the people who are most confident in their ability to tell trick from fact are often statistically the most likely to be scammed because they're so overconfident in their ability to tell a scam from the truth.
Yeah,
so what about someone from the CIA who's trained to detect deception?
I don't know that those people actually exist.
Really?
Is that a career? Like, professional lie detector. Lie detection as a device is not proven.
I guess you've never looked into techniques used in interrogation?
Interrogation, especially enhanced interrogation, is provably unreliable.
There's a few techniques in interrogation. So yes, there are studies. Of course, they have psychologists. Psychologists have mastered this. That's why they know how to get people to spend money on things they don't even need, and that's how they get people to say things that they were really trying to hide.
Yeah, it's psychology. It's not lie detecting. It's tricking them into a false sense of security, and then they will spill the beans themselves. It's not lie detecting.
And you still have to validate what they've told you as the truth because they could be mistaken themselves, and no one's going to be cognition enough to be able to detect that. So it's just like they're good at getting people to open up. That's not the same as being good at detecting lies.
Yeah, I mean, it's called.
So you're saying that someone who's highly trained has the same average of detection versus someone who has no clue what they're talking about, on average?
Who are these people? What are they trained in? Like, it sounds like just made up hypotheticals. So I can't comment on that one way or the other.
Yeah, maybe just feel free to check out interrogation techniques, negotiation techniques. It's real. I think it's a fascinating part of psychology.
Art of the deal.
They're telling their truth when they're actually just being fed false information as well. So that isn't really truth detecting. They're just getting their statement, their information from them.
And there are people who have been released from death row because they confessed to a murder that then later was scientifically proven they did not commit. So
exactly what I was going to comment on.
Oh yeah, that's why people who are, let's say, people who
so deadly.
Yeah, there's some people who are very gullible and very easily manipulated, but not everyone's. I'll give a perfect example of this, and Andy, I'd like your input. Are you familiar with the Solomon Asch conformity experiment, Andy? Or anyone?
What was
feel free to explain it.
For the 15th time in this server.
The Solomon Asch conformity experiment revealed something very telling. That 3 out of 4 people will literally go against their God-given senses when surrounded by actors lying.
3 out of 4 did, not that 3 out of 4 will. That's a very different.
One out of 4 only 1 out of 4 was brave enough when surrounded by actors lying were able to stick to reality. So I think that's
Did the
exactly what.
researchers call him brave, or are you adding that word yourself?
No, that's my interpretation because
Yeah,
just
you got to
that.
make that clear when you're describing things. Like,
Oh yeah,
it wasn't the researcher that said they were brave.
Yeah, my interpretation is that these people were literally brave enough to stick to obvious reality, even when surrounded by paid actors lying. And imagine when these actors even apply more pressure, right? Like violence, and cult-like behavior, right?
Yeah, it's just that's
So
what it's
Andy,
about, really. It's about peer pressure, isn't it?
it is, and I think that's what's happening today. A lot of people are scared to either become whistleblowers, or they're just scared because of the peer pressure. Some more than others, right? And that's why you'll see people who really aren't that scared at all, and they'd rather just stick to obvious reality when outnumbered.
I agree. I agree. You can find that in a company like Boeing, for example. You'll find so much, was it malpractice, yet so many people are afraid to whistle.
Space shuttle solid booster O-rings. Anybody?
Oh. Yeah, right. It's all nominal. Andy, what do you think about the Ash conformity experiment? I think you'd be able to be. I think you would be that 1 in 4 that would pick that straight line. I mean, that right line.
Yeah, of course. But I've done a lot of work on myself, dude. So you know what I mean. It's not that straightforward. I also think that and this is really speculating now. I think perhaps well, it's certainly a question of awareness that comes into it, doesn't it? But perhaps the sky clock turns, and then I don't know. You're born a certain way, and you know it's your turn to do this thing, whatever it is, and then you might get another go. Who knows? Maybe you get 12 goes. I don't know, or maybe it just goes on forever.
Imagine this is the very last go.
Oh, geez. I mean, that might be a good thing, though, right? I mean, I don't know. Most people look at this place and they see nothing but suffering, but I don't. Well, when I went through my terrible suffering and I came out the other side, yeah, I was like Andy Dufresne, fucking swam through a river of shit, and yeah, that's what that really means. Though, is the important thing you need to take away from that is the divine that's within all of us that needs to be recognized. Once you do that, and then everything else is easy. And
So Andy, do you think you were able to remove? Do you think you have any lies left in your mind, or do you think you've removed any
of
major
course.
lies?
No. No, the mind is a bit of a fucking, well, it's an arsehole, isn't it? It's like how could I put it? It's like an adolescent. It's like a petulant child. Is like that's what the inner monologue's like, you know. The fact that I was able to, and you can do this too, by the way. You can step back from that. That inner monologue that you think is you could step back from that and watch it and just be the watcher. And honestly, that's real freedom. And then you can follow a thought or not. The problem is that we have a society filled with people who don't have the ability to have thoughts. Their thoughts have them. That's the difference.
I think so too. Similar to like malware, where it's overtaken the computer, and they're just going out on the network spreading
But then I
the
get
malware.
bored.
Oh, sorry, Truth Seeker, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, my volume cut off.
Yeah, Andy, and I totally agree. I think some people, their thoughts aren't even their thoughts anymore, and that's one great way to approach it. Maybe step back and see, hey, are these my thoughts, or is this something that's just been programmed into me?
Yeah, that's a really important one. I mean, the thing that's set me on my journey was Eckhart Tolle's book, which I've said many times, The Power of Now. That helped me so much in about 2010 or something like that.
Oh
I
yeah.
think it came out in '99, and there's lots of passages from the scripture in that book, you know. So yeah, I always I keep saying I'm going to read that bloody Bible, but I just
Okay, Andy,
you know,
start with
it's a lot.
Just start with Matthew. But I'm going to send you something about Socrates that I think you're just going to really enjoy. Yeah, he taught.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm going to say I did look into the Greeks quite a lot.
Oh, amazing! I'm going to send you another documentary by Bethany Hughes. She has a biography on Socrates. I think you'll totally enjoy. It goes through a lot, and he actually taught. He was teaching 500 years before Jesus about the soul. Right, he was taking on. They put him to death because he was actually
the pneuma.
Yeah, I think he was put to death in his 70s because they charged him for corrupting the youth. He was getting them to think. Because at those times, right, there was so much war. The government, they also had the Zeus as their cosmology, all these gods. And I think at that time they were indifferent to humans. And so essentially he was getting them to think for themselves and using the Socratic method. And essentially they put him to death. But I'll send you something interesting about that. But Socrates, what a great man. But yeah, he was teaching about the soul 500 years about Jesus. And Jesus essentially was telling us about our soul, I guess. But some people don't believe they have a soul still. So that's, I guess, everyone's on their own journey.
Mind, body, soul. We have all three.
Yeah, there's the Oracle at Delphi, wasn't it? Said he was the wisest man, and he said, nah, I only know that I know nothing. So, what did he mean by that? Do you think?
Yeah, supposedly Plato coined the term philosopher. I think they say Bethany says that she had him in mind, Socrates. Essentially, the opposite of Socratic method is dogmatism. I think that's what we're facing now. So much dogmatism, so much misinformation, misunderstanding, misplaced wisdom, and essentially because there's been an attack on definitions and meanings itself.
That's why you got to find that space. You got to find that space within yourself, especially now more than ever. And even if you may not even realize it, but let's say you just someone's painting or something like that, and that's their little escape. It's not really escapism, though. I should point out, it's more of a surrender to what is completely, but it's not in any way like you see these self-help books where it's like, oh, I've given my last shit, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like that. It's not like that at all. It's more of it's just a surrender to the now. That's really what it is.
Oh, now is so important.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, and
It's more of a
also
stoic attitude, I would say.
and you even mentioned the word freedom, and I think truth brings freedom. Because let's say if someone just believes a lie, they're almost living out that lie, so it's like they're in a trap. So once they release that lie, they can come back to what's factual reality.
Well, I mean, even that, I'm me personally, I think, and I've gone over this many times, but I think aligning yourself with nature, that can really help it. Ultimately, I'd say trying to align yourself with God. But people don't like that language, so because it turns them off, right? Because there's so much baggage that comes with that word. So
yeah, there are atheists out there. So yeah,
but yeah, I mean, aligning yourself with nature, I think that's more of like a stoic principle, and that helped me a lot. And you think of these people who are not the genuine gender dysphoria people, but because that would be a tiny percentage, I imagine. But the people who are sort of really confused, I think that would really help them. I think just to sort of really accept what nature intended them to be, basically. And of course, if they go into a doctor's office and some doctor or psychiatrist or whoever tells them they can transition into being the opposite sex, oh my God, that person should be psyched and should be put on some kind of sexual register or something, sex offender or something. I don't know.
No, it's like someone who has a severe drug habit and they come to go to the doctor and says, "Yeah, here's some more drugs." And it's like, no, you're just enabling that situation.
Yeah, that's abuse. That's a terrible thing to do to someone.
Oh, that's true. Imagine capitalizing financially on their situation. That is abuse. So Andy, there's gonna be Grayson. He's stopping by tonight for the evolution. So make sure you. I hope you make it.
Yeah, I was in last night when they were proper nerding out over atomism and all the rest of it, and yeah, it was okay. I had to leave though. It was like 4 a.m. here, so I don't know. I didn't sleep too well because of that, so I'm probably not going to be. Maybe I'll see how long I last. I'm going to put I'm going to start gaming, I think, and then that should carry me a few hours. So if they're coming around
your favorite?
soon,
Okay.
is Taylor going to debate them? That'll be fun.
Well, I'm gonna have some questions if I'm available. Hopefully, I'd like to help him get away from this idea of evolution, and
Are you
I wanted
joking?
to. No, I think when people are presented evidence, maybe evidence they haven't considered before, or maybe another point of view, they might be able to form a different conclusion. That's why you'll see
Oh.
almost anyone change their position on anything. That's why
What's the
people like.
fast-
Remember, we were talking about people about believing lies. That there's actually been a study that people will even admit to things that they haven't even done because of. Oh, but yeah. So, someone wanted to say something.
No, I don't think so. No. Look, I'm not. I shouldn't speak for him, but I'm going to anyway. He thinks you are completely delusional. So
It's okay. Yeah.
No,
the
I'm just
thing,
saying you ain't going to convince
okay.
him of anything.
Well, maybe not live in the debate, but I think with one-on-one, if I think everyone
No.
has their own Achilles heel.
No.
That's just my opinion.
Did you
He
see
thinks
the?
he has the
Speaking of
truth.
new arguments, the Perrin and Spencer in 1981 tried to replicate your Ash experiment, and only 1 in 396 of those people conformed. So
To the line experiment.
yeah, they tried. 2 guys tried to reproduce it and got wildly different results. Also, the original 1950 experiment only used 50 men. So 50 men in the psychology department were the subjects of the test. So that's problematic in itself to make any conclusions about everybody from.
Bull Knight. I know you've just been nerdy and just been googling it. Good for you. But there's another experiment in 2019, 2020 called COVID-19, and fucking mostly everybody fell for that one. So.
Okay.
What do you mean by that,
Paste
Andy?
the link to the paper that covers that experiment and its conclusions to match the papers that Eden and I posted. So,
I mean, a lot of very weak people just went along with it.
What do you mean they were weak and went along with it? Went along with what exactly?
A lot of nonsense.
Well, you're going to need to be more specific, right? Are you claiming that there was no legitimate coronavirus, or?
Yes.
Oh, so you're just flat out denying that there was an actual new SARS-CoV-1 virus that spread as rapidly as it did and hospitalized hundreds of thousands of people and ended up killing others? Like,
yes.
You're denying any of the relevant data? On what grounds? On what grounds are you doing?
Well, I'd urge you to go check out Dr. Sam Bailey. She's great.
Okay.
Her and her husband, they're both doctors, both from New Zealand, married couple. And Mark Bailey, her husband, is more on the virology side of things. She's a general practitioner, I think. She was on TV. He's a man, so don't get confused. But the Dr. Hillary in this, he was sort of very famous TV doctor in this country. She was like that in New Zealand, basically, for 12 years. And she's done extensive research into this topic, and she calls every virus out. There's no real science behind any of it. So I'd highly recommend you go check her out.
Well, last I checked, and we had spoken to Taylor about this, she even confirmed with us that she's seen viruses under the microscope.
Right. Is it? Well, you need a spectrum micrograph or something like that. They can't see them like they can see bacteria. They're much smaller. And not only that, they as Dr. Sam Bailey puts it, they point and declare is what they do. So I think it's probably created in the process when they take this dead tissues that's been eaten and add a load of shit to it, antibiotics, poison, I mean, a lot of toxic crap. I think that's where it's probably created personally.
And then you
So
add
this
that.
is
You
so this
can
is
put
really
people
just all
on-
baseless speculation, right? There's no.
Yeah, the germ theory is baseless nonsense. There's no
No. I'm
science behind
asking.
it.
I'm asking what you're doing right now. Is that just
Yeah,
speculation?
I'm glad we're on the same page. The germ theory is nonsense. Thanks.
Yeah, Maxim, have you?
Oh,
you
okay.
done
That's
any
why
research?
there's an entire field of study, right? That's why they produce rigorous amounts of medication to help people prevent the spread of disease, right?
Well, not from my paradigm.
You're just gonna dismiss all of that.
From my
America's
paradigm,
not
yeah. What
particularly
are they actually
healthy.
injecting into people if they've never sort of, to my mind anyway? Don't post anything in the chat about viruses. Oh my god, who's that guy? Is he listening? Is he in the thing?
Yeah, no medical information. We have to talk about it. That's it.
Yeah, Omni offered me the mod role and I turned it down, so I should have took it
Oh, what? No, we
just to
need you
delete.
as a
I'm not
mod.
here. Look, I'm not here for that. I like the conversation. I don't want to.
Yeah,
mute
sometimes it's out
anybody.
of control though. Some people get out of control. But yeah, that's understandable, Andy.
Yeah, I could
was
be
a mod.
wrong, Maxim, on this, right? But look, just go check out Dr. Stefan Lanker. He's a virologist, 30 years. I mean, you'd think he'd have a pretty good opinion on it. I realize that with every doctor I can name, I could probably name 10 off the top of my head, I imagine. You could name 100 if you looked them up. I get that. But to me, I think if there's any truth whatsoever in what Dr. Sam Bailey did, and she's got 200 plus videos, because I realize this opens up a door to so many other questions. What's an STD? What's an STI? What's rabies? These are the questions that came to my mind. Well, what's rabies then? Right. But if you go check her out and just type in whichever one comes to your mind, syphilis, gonorrhea, whatever it is, just type it in, Sam Bailey, boom. And she'll walk you through the history of how they reached the conclusion. And she'll show you there's no science involved. So I'd highly recommend it.
Absolutely.
A
I mean,
quick
and there's
question.
also corroborating evidence for
Right.
this as well, with other doctors. But go ahead.
Sorry, just have a quick question because I violently disagree with what you guys just said, but I don't know enough to argue. My question is, what makes this? I don't want to say the word, but this. Can we say virus? Is that okay? I guess it is, right?
Virus,
What makes?
what?
Huh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
virus,
don't worry about
bio
talking
weapon.
about it. Don't worry about talking about it, friend. But just don't post anything in the chat.
Okay, so I'm just asking, like, what makes this one different and special? Like the viruses were around for so many years that we knew of, at least. So what's different about this one?
Well,
Different about what one?
The gain of function, maybe. Have you looked into that, Conrad?
The what? Sorry.
Gain of function.
No, he's talking
Gain
about
of
like
function.
he's talking about the biology of the cell, like the virus itself. Like, why is this one more lethal than other viruses? Not what they did.
Well, some
or
people think it's
presumably
lethal.
did.
Yeah, some people think
what-
it's lethal. I wasn't scared at all. See, the thing is, there's going to be non-believers who, I know it's going to be difficult for the non-believer to believe this, but from our point of view, Christians believe in a creator, and he warned us of Satan and Satan's lies and deception, and he's going to try everything to attack creation and us. So the thing is, God knew that, anticipated that, and gave us protection from such nonsense. And that's why if you look at the lecture from Dr. Bruce Lipton, PhD, Biology of Belief, he gets well into the placebo effect and the nocebo effect. So just even believing a lie, which has, let's say if someone gave you a treatment or a medication, but it was just say like saline water or sugar. If you believe the side effects that they tell you, with strong enough belief, they actually can manifest. such as rashes and whatnot. So
Wait, is that what you're using as like explaining all of the viruses and diseases that have spread over the years that we've
no,
developed
I'm using
antibodies to?
no, I'm using that. I would use that as evidence of people who are asymptomatic and who are able to go into any situation, like someone who has leprosy or someone who has quote unquote the flu or quote unquote this new novel virus without any body protection, mask, and they'll be fine.
Right,
There's
but
a lot of
why would we use those fringe cases and ascribe
It's not
that
a
to
fringe.
everybody else?
It's not a fringe case. The majority of the world believe in a creator, but I get what you're saying. A lot of people are misinformed, and that's just, it's. I don't expect them. They're so distracted.
No, Eden, you didn't track what I was saying, right? I said the fringe cases of the people that have asymptomatic or who are asymptomatic. Like, why would we take those individual fringe cases and then just throw out the rest of our medicine and say, oh, well, it's just a placebo effect?
No, you don't have to. No, I'm not saying throw out. I'm not saying. Who said that?
I'm asking you.
Okay, well, I didn't make that claim, so no, I'm grateful for all the medicine. I mean, we live in a complex society, right, where people are building things and people get injured, so we definitely need a trauma center and treatment for that. But I'm just talking about. I think what happened was in COVID, and Andy was talking about how people an experiment to fool the masses. This was another one because the truth in so many facets of life were being revealed, and the government was losing the information war. So essentially, they had to kind of redirect the hearts and minds of society, regain the information war. And that's just my opinion. I don't expect you guys to understand it as non-believers, but thank you for hearing me out.
You could be a believer and still disagree, so I don't know why you keep saying that.
Yeah, of course, you're gonna find believers in God and the Christians, but who reject the Bible. So, I mean, yeah, of course.
No,
If
I'm
I
saying
may-
the conclusions that you come to, right, and the prescriptions that you want to say that, oh, well, this was just a duping by individual corporations or organizations, right? And they developed some lethal virus, released it to the mass population, all for the sake of what, like running a gambit, like a social experiment?
No, it was much more than that. Flat Earth was spreading at an uncontrollable pace. They were debating it in schools, making the globe. You should have seen these debates in these schools. The children were having a riot, listening, and then you should see what happened when the globe. Oh my gosh, it was amazing. But and then there was all these what was going on with the human trafficking, all the way to the royals, right, Prince Andrew and all and whatnot, and then you got financial scandals. So essentially. Just like
Wait, so are you posing this as like being some like global distraction?
Yes.
To flat Earth specifically.
No,
Right,
it's
so this is being so SARS-CoV-1 was developed by these supposed nefarious organizations as a distraction from the flat Earth.
No, I wouldn't have said any of that. If you don't mind, Eden, I'd like to get in because you might be putting this on me as well. And to me, that actually perpetuates germ theory more because that's saying, oh, they created this thing that then goes to human transmission. No, I want them to prove that first step before they do anything else. Thank you very much.
Well, Andy, you're just denying germ theory outright. Whereas
I don't want to say they created something because that would perpetuate the idea.
The relative scientific data, right?
Yeah, that would perpetuate the idea of human to human transmission. The idea that they've created something in a lab and passed it. No, I don't believe that either. So I never said that. Just to be clear.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah.
But I do actually think, and this is very special speculation on my part, just from what I've observed in myself and people around me, my family, is that there's something that's caused an upper respiratory situation. Heavy metal poisoning can cause a loss of taste and smell and upper respiratory situation. So could be something to do with that. I don't know. I don't know how they did it, but they certainly poisoned a lot of people. And of course, we've got them on record poisoning people in many different ways. From the sky, we've got official documentation of them literally poisoning people. So I wouldn't put it past them to drop something from the sky. But however they did it, I don't know. I'm not going to make any claims about how they did it. But yeah, upper respiratory situations, I've observed that in people and myself from about 2016. So, and then they called it COVID, of course.
A quick note, because I need to go to bed. And this is not directed at anyone, but praying stuff away instead of going to a doctor is next level dumb, in my opinion.
Well,
But,
I'd agree that if
maybe-
you broke your back or something like that, then yeah, if you in the West, you're in really good hands. I'd say definitely. But in terms of letting them stick you with something, yeah, I'd really ask what it is first, especially newborn babies. I wouldn't.
And what
I
country
wouldn't
you're
have
in,
'em-
because
Yeah, no.
yeah, because according, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was 2016, Johns Hopkins University performed a meta-analysis and found that seeking medical attention in the United States was the third leading cause of death. I have a video of this on my YouTube channel.
And swimming is the leading
the-
cause of drowning, but that doesn't mean water is murdering people.
True.
No, yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm just saying. Feel free to check out the meta-analysis. I'm not saying every nation is like that. It's just in some particular nations, it seems to be some sort of phenomenon. Thankfully, they may have addressed it, and these rates of misdiagnosis, even being murdered. Sometimes people just go to the doctor to get treated, but then they face a psychotic nurse or doctor who ended up killing them. I'm sure you guys have heard of these cases. Even though they are rare, they have happened.
So these are the fringe cases Maxim was talking about earlier, I think.
That's correct.
Yeah, but that's why feel free to. I have a video of someone called Doc. Yeah, Andy. I'm sure you've heard of Dr. Sebai. How he was able to help people. Oh, it's an incredible story. I have his testimony on my YouTube channel.
See, what I don't understand personally is how people like believe one person who says all this shit is fake, and not hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of doctors that say it's real and people are dying from it, and you need a medication.
Well, I think what we've been told about the body and how we think it works and all that, as I said earlier, we need a more holistic approach, and I think we've incentivized healthcare with money, unfortunately. In fact, across many sectors, and it's
I think
Maxim, hello. I think that's a terrible idea, because there's no profit in well people, in healthy people. So yeah,
What
I
do you
mean,
mean? Like, the whole economy works off of people.
they showed you over
Healthy people
COVID that
go to work and are
what's happening
productive.
here? What the fuck's happening here? Is this touching a nerve? So you have to talk over me? Is that it? Yeah, they incentivized, unfortunately, hospitals to put people on ventilators. They were paying them 30 grand in the US to put people on ventilators. So yeah, it's a terrible thing. Amanda Vollmer tells a brilliant story of walking into a hospital with an affidavit and essentially threatening everybody to get this person, this poor woman's husband, off this ventilator, and ordering people around with the threat of a affidavit. So yeah, a lot of people went mental at that time, unfortunately. So they just believed all the lies, and clearly many of you have too.
So, Andy, if I can respond to push back on what you think incentivizes these hospitals and massive medical organizations to prioritize the scientific consensus on what is considered medicine, is because it delivers results, right? And if you want to say if you want to say that there are holistic approaches that work, right? That's fine, but presumably there's a reason why they're dramatically rejected by the majority of the doctors, surgeons, and many others in their relevant fields, because they don't deliver as reliable results.
Yeah,
So it's not just about money, right?
Well, I mean, what results? I mean, did you see that what Remdesivir, or what I like to call "Run Death is Near," that were just shooting people's kidneys down and shit like that. That kind of results. I mean, I can tell you some stories that are just fucking. Anyway, look, the way I always say this, right? If you feel it's the right thing for you, you want to go and get your flu jab, that's fine. I won't be doing that. Okay? You go get your flu jab and go put your. I personally would advise you not breathing your own exhaust, i.e., putting a mask on, right? So, but if you're one of those people who wears a mask in your car on your own, then I guess you're just one of those people. But yeah, I think it's a bit silly.
What a gross mischaracterization! What I just said, right?
So you're not one of those people?
No, right? But I obviously trust the relevant experts in their field, right? And while yes, I'm willing to grant you there are cases where people have symptoms that can either lead to death or put them in other crippling states, but we don't therefore take those fringe cases and make it the consensus that we should no longer pursue either other potential routes, right, or just reject the medicine outright.
I mean, this is a huge industry, right? There's fucking billions and billions. It's one of the biggest industries there is. So of course it's got to be, kept above board. And yeah, I mean, anybody speaking out against this, I can't imagine the shit poor Sam Bailey's had to go through. I don't know. I imagine she's had all kinds of threats and legal proceedings and fines, and yeah, she's a very brave lady and a lot of integrity. So I bet I wouldn't be surprised if she's a God-fearing person as well, because it's usually those people that speak out because they realize there's something higher and it's more important than this. But that's the thing. We're prone to worship human beings, and if you don't worship something higher, you're going to end up worshiping something that's that's all things must pass, right?
Well, it's true, Andy. Like I was starting to ask non-believers, would they kill someone innocent? And if so, how much is their price? And sometimes they'll say no, right? So then I want to ask the next question. Let's say now you live in a society where there is no God, and it's a law that they have to kill someone every year because to manage population. So because of overpopulation, everyone has to partake in killing someone innocent. Would they do it? And I'd like to hear if maybe a non-believer here says it's now law. You have to do it, otherwise you're going to go to jail. Would you kill this innocent person to stay out of jail and get your money?
If I may, I do just as much killing as I want to, which is 0.
Thank you.
Thank God those Romans killed Jesus to save literally everybody.
Yeah, is Black Sabbath trying to get in, or are you trying to get in, Black Sabbath? No.
Anyone else? Now it's a law. You have to kill someone. Are you going to do it, or are your morals higher than that society morals now? Because the morals in that society have already shifted. They have to kill someone every year. Are you going to do it?
Why are you asking the heathens a question about morals? That's really,
no.
Seems
no,
very
I
silly.
Do you really expect anyone to say yes?
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know why.
I've heard someone say they would kill someone for money. It was a lot of money, and the innocent person too.
Okay.
Was anybody else in the chat with you when you heard them say that, or is that an anecdote?
It was in the text chat. But anyone, yeah, I think there was 2 people. I think someone else said they would do it too, because they said it was okay. I think it was for a $250 billion, and they would use it to make the world a better place. So I wanted to actually ask him, okay, are you okay with being that one that is killed to make the world a better place? I never had that opportunity, but maybe you guys want to answer.
I mean, maybe if you kill someone who killed a bunch of other people.
Kill a 99-year-old on literally right before his last breath. If you knew it was his last breath, does that change things? Might.
Nope.
Yeah, the law is it has to be someone innocent and young.
I didn't vote for somebody who made that law. You just made the law weird for your own purposes.
Yeah,
Wait
I
a
know,
minute.
but super
So
majority.
by definition, right, murder is the unjust killing of human life.
Yeah, but now we're living in a society that's evolving, and now that like climate change and overpopulation, now that they've changed their law, I just imagine like Germany during World War II. If we go with that scenario, now we live in this law with evolved laws, and you have to kill someone. Are you gonna do it? Or are you gonna go? Are your morals higher than that society?
How does this relate to the topic at hand?
Oh, we don't
If
have
there
to.
was a topic at
you.